everyone. Thank you for your patience as we got situated here in Chambers. Happy Pride to all. I call to order today's meeting of the Boston City Council. Viewers can watch the council meeting live on YouTube at boston.gov/city-council-TV. At this time, I ask my colleagues and those in the audience to please silence their cell phones and electronic devices. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll to ascertain the presence of a quorum?
Councilor Braden. Here. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Here. Councilor Durkin. Here. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Here. Councilor Fitzgerald. Councilor Flynn. Here. Councilor Lujan.
Here.
Councilor Mejia. Here. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Pepin. Here. Councilor Santana. Here. Councilor Weber. And Councilor Worrell.
Thank you. I've been informed by the clerk that a quorum is present.
Yes.
Now it is my pleasure to introduce this week's clergy, Reverend Davy Hernandez, invited by Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you now have the floor. After Councilor Mejia and our invocation, we will then recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, President Louis-Jean. I'm really excited to be here with you all today. I'm excited to introduce today's clergy, Rev. Davy Hernandez. Rev. Hernandez, alongside his wife of 27 years, Carmen Hernandez, are the senior pastors of Restoration City Church. This is Reverend Hernandez's second time opening up the city council because he's back by popular demand, and I'm going to share a bit of his story for our new council members. Rev. Hernandez grew up in a single-parent household. His mother migrated from Puerto Rico to Brooklyn, New York, where he was born, and later moved to Boston in the Dorchester neighborhood. He became an ordained minister by the Assemblies of God in 2008 and is a licensed marriage counselor. He also has a PhD in education. Beyond the pulpit, Reverend Hernandez's devotion extends to numerous boards that span Boston and Southern New England. His leadership role includes the Boston Collaborative, Boston Flourish, the Dudley Street Neighborhood Initiative, and the chairmanship of the Boston chapter and the campaign of this congregation. We are really excited to have him here. Our office has worked in deep partnership with Restoration Church, supporting the Cape Verdean community, and I see Pastor Hernandez as an ally, as a friend, and as someone who understands what it is to carry a little bit of trauma in our backpacks and helping us unpack it. So without further ado, I want to acknowledge and thank our pastor for today. Come on through.
Thank you, Councilman Mejia. Good morning. Good morning. Or good afternoon, I apologize. Would you please stand with me if you are able to? It's an honor to open us up in prayer and to come alongside of you. As you know, as a preacher, it's scary to hand a preacher a microphone, so I wrote my prayer down. I'm just going to read it out. Amen. Almighty God, as we gather here today in this council chamber, we humbly come before you, recognizing your sovereignty over all things. We acknowledge your presence among us, guiding our thoughts, our words, and our actions. Grant wisdom, discernment, and understanding to each member of this council as they deliberate on matters concerning the welfare of our beloved community. May their decisions be rooted in justice, compassion, and the common good, reflecting your divine will. Bless our city with humanity, with harmony, bridging differences and fostering cooperation for the betterment of all of our residents. Strengthen our resolve to serve with integrity and humility, honoring the trust bestowed upon us by the people that we represent. We lift up to you, O Lord, those in need within our city, especially the marginalized, the vulnerable, and the voiceless. Grant us the compassion and the determination to work tirelessly for their upliftment and empowerment. Guide our discussions today with your grace that they may be fruitful and productive, leading to outcomes that honor your name and contribute to the flourishing of our community. And I will recite the following in my native tongue. Que el Señor te bendiga y te cuide. Que el Señor haga resplandecer sobre usted su rostro y tenga de ti misericordia. Que el Señor alce su rostro sobre ti y ponga en ti su paz. In the matchless name of our Lord Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Thank you. We will now recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilor Mejia, and thank you, Reverend Hernandez, for the repeat visit and for the beautiful invocation. We're now on to presentations. We will now have Councilor Fernandez Anderson hosting a presentation recognizing the D7 Advisory Council, followed by myself hosting a presentation recognizing VIT Friends, a vitiligo support and advocacy group. Please note to my councilors that we have 2 presentations next week and one, and then we have a Juneteenth break and then presentations for the week thereafter. So we have all of our presentations scheduled for June. And I know that the clerk is telling me that I need to make sure that we have updated the records to reflect that. Mr. Clerk, would you please amend the attendance to reflect that Councilors Fitzgerald, Murphy, and Weber have now joined us? Thank you. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. As you know, my name is Tania Fernandes Anderson. I am the District 7 City Councilor, and today I stand here proud before you to recognize the District 7 Advisory Council. At this time, I'd like to ask Bob Barney, Nefertiti Lawrence, Lorraine Payne-Wheeler, Dr. Reginald Jackson to please come down and join me. Jay Lucky, Linda Freeman, Louis Elisa, Claudia Smith-Reed, Sister Hafisa, and any other advisory council members. Sister Mella to join me here, please. Oh, Lavette Coney and Paulo Barros. I need a prescription change, so if I don't see you and you're part of the advisory council, please join me. Yes, please. Welcome. Oh, please, you can fill the stage. Please join me here. Thank you. Once again, except the high. Oh, we can wait. It's not going to break. It's not. It's a fake. It's not a real stage. Sister Havisa, up here so that. Okay. All right. Once again, I'm pleased to introduce you to several members of the District 7 Advisory Council. Our Advisory Council consists of a dedicated group of committed District 7 Civic Association and neighborhood groups leaders, shaping the future of our communities or our neighborhoods in District 7. The Advisory Council comprises of passionate individuals from various backgrounds, each bringing a wealth of experience and insight to shape the policy and projects of the district. As you all know, a good council office never works alone. And to bring the power to the people, we must organize and consolidate our community. The inspiration behind our policies, projects, budgetary priorities, and vision for our community comes in large part thanks to the people you see right before you here today. These gracious people today take time out of their weekends, it's every single Saturday, unless we have a different event, for the past 2 years to bring to my attention important issues impacting District 7, and of course advise me on how to move forward in guiding our priorities. This robust, active, and caring group of advisory council members not only brings problems to my attention, but solutions to those issues as well. They do this out of the goodness of their hearts and in pursuit of a District 7 that fights displacement, addresses climate change, supports small businesses, and creates more space for arts and culture. This not only makes our job easier, but it closes the gap between residents who need services and those in the city that with the capacity to help. I know work like this often gets described as thankless, but I hope that in presenting the citations today, we are able to take a moment to reflect on all of the hard work that our advisory council has taken on. So to conclude, I would like to ask just one member to give just a couple of minutes of, well, I guess small speech. I'm almost afraid of calling a speech because we don't have a lot of time. I'd like to thank Bob Barney, Louis Elisa, Senator Diane Wilkerson, Angela Williams-Mitchell, Rodney Singleton, Priscilla Flint, Renee Smith, Kai Grant, Linda Freeman, Victoria Williams, Paulo Barros, again, William Watkins, Saeed Abdulkadim, Arnice Brown, Bill Singleton, Carol Blair, Harfiza Bell, Sadiki Cambone, Jay Lucky, Henry, Sashi James, Kelly Calloway, Kristen Halbert, Nefertiti Lawrence, Lorraine Payne-Wheeler, Mela Bush, Lavette Coney, Alma Wright, Connie Forbes, Imam Abdullah Farouk, and Ford Cavalier. And Dr. Jackson. From the bottom of my heart, everyone, did I say Louis Elisa? Of course I did. From the bottom of my heart, everyone here knows, and I mentioned the advisory council 1,000 times. My council colleagues are tired of it. But they are impressed, and my colleagues have been allies to supporting me with how we move our projects together. Thank you to all of my colleagues who show up, and when you can't, you're showing members, even colleagues from other districts. Shout out to Councilor Orrell, Councilor Penn, who actually show up to our events in District 7. Really appreciate your allyship in supporting me in the work that we're doing for District 7. Mr. Elisa? Did you need preparation?
Yes, I did. Good afternoon, council members, Madam President, and the other members of the council. I'm not unfamiliar with this chamber. I've spent a lot of years here with your former colleague, Councilor Yancey and Councilor Turner, but I'm very special to be here today with my counselor, City Councilor Anderson, because she brings us a special energy and a special commitment that I have not seen in a long time. Each of you brings something for your communities and for the city, but we're all proud to be here because it gives us the opportunity to give back to a city that has given us so much and to give back to the communities that have meant so much. And each of us represent different parts and different organizations and communities, but we all represent the city of Boston. And so what you see here is a collection of people who have not stopped working on behalf of the city and the communities and the neighbors as they represent their friends, whether it's in the schools or on the streets, in their churches and synagogues and mosques. We try to make a difference, and because we are there, we know that a difference will be made. And we thank you for this opportunity. We thank you for the support you've given our council, but most of all, we thank you for serving, because it is a thankless task sometimes to be representing and not know that you're being watched and cared for. So we thank our counselor for standing up in front of us. We thank you for giving us the opportunity.
I apologize. I'm so excited. I forgot to bring the citation to the floor, but we'll take a picture with it. Thank you so much. I love you guys for all of your hard work and for believing in me. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go. Madam President, do you want to ask? Madam President is giving me permission to ask all of my colleagues to take a picture with us. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Can I just read this? I'm so sorry. Okay, so official resolution offered by myself, Councilor Tanya Fernandez Anderson, to be resolved that the Boston City Council extends its congratulations to the District 7 Advisory Council on their service on the District 7 Advisory Council, representing the interests and values of their community with determination, urgency, and enthusiasm, and for ensuring that the District 7 office is able to adequately represent the interest of the community towards the goal of creating a welcoming, inclusive, affordable, resilient, and proud community across the district. Thank you so much. You can take a picture from here? Okay, we can do it here. All right. Okay, do picture time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, guys. I'll have Angie distribute
Make sure nobody forgets their bag. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, and also want to wish a happy 75th birthday to Louis Elisa, who just celebrated his 75th birthday. So. Too busy, Louis. You didn't even hear that shout out for your 75th birthday. He's too popular. He hears now for his 75th birthday. Happy birthday. I would now like to invite up Valerie Molyneux, President CEO of VIT Friends, to join me at the dais. June is Vitiligo Awareness Month, and for those of you who do not know, vitiligo is a long-term skin condition characterized by patches of the skin losing their pigment, affecting approximately 1% of the global population, irrespective of age, sex, or race. And Valerie has been a valiant community leader, activist in this process. Come on up, Valerie, and VIT Friends. So VIT Friends stands for Vitiligo and Friends, a community of folks advocating and dedicated to supporting individuals affected by vitiligo. Founded in 2007, the organization offers national support and advocacy to enhance the well-being of its members through education and community building. VIT Friends has consistently received awards and been recognized for its efforts to raise awareness about vitiligo and reduce stigma, including Vitiligo Awareness Month in June, which I will introduce as a resolution here later in this meeting, and World Vitiligo Day on June 25th, where City Hall will be lit up in purple. I want to thank you, Valerie, for your tireless advocacy. She sat me down in the Hyde Park Library to just tell me about all the work that she's doing, about the importance of bringing awareness to the skin condition, and about surrounding people with love and letting people know that they're still and always will be seen and valued members of our community and our society. I also want to uplift Representative Rob Consalvo, because I believe he has been a longtime ally in this fight, former city councilor, now state representative. So I want to thank you, Valerie, Roy, Judy, Mercedes, everyone who is here for all of your advocacy. And I want you to know that we see you, we love you, this is your city, and we will do all that we can to recognize you. In addition to the resolution, I have this citation here. Be it resolved that the Boston City Council extends its congratulations to VIT Friend Vitiligo Support Group in recognition of the support, education, and advocacy of individuals and families affected by vitiligo. And be it further resolved that the Boston City Council extends its best wishes for continued success, that this resolution be duly signed by the President of the City Council and attested to, and a copy thereof transmitted by the Clerk of the City of Boston. I want to, Valerie, you are a force of nature. And I'm so glad that we have your advocacy here in the City of Boston. And I want to turn the podium over to you for a few words, if you'd like to share with my colleagues and with everyone in chambers.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. President, Attorney Ruthie. It is an honor to be here. Oh my goodness, my heart is overwhelmed because 10 years and a few months ago, we got this very same invitation from then City Councilor Rob Consalvo. So it's an honor and privilege to be back here today. And I won't repeat what was said by the president, but all of that is correct. We want vitiligo to be seen and to be heard, like any other condition. The denial of medical insurance coverage. I told my Uber driver this morning, and I tend to get emotional on this World Vitiligo Month of June, that when I was first diagnosed, depression set in. And I knew how to pray. I prayed very well. I knew what to do, but I had to seek mental health counseling that was not part of my health insurance. Then, over 18 years ago, not today, 2024. So we ask that you rally with us, support us, all the work that we've done. Somebody reminded me today that it was a simple call that I put out on Facebook. If you have vitiligo, would you meet me at the Dorchester Bowling Alley? And ladies and gentlemen, they came from New Hampshire, they came from New York, and they came from Connecticut. And that was 2009, and we're still standing. Alone, no support, no funding, but we're still standing. We know how to take bottles and cans. And so it's been working for us. And so with partnership like back then, Rob Consalvo to help to move the needle, and here we are today, 2024, with an amazing president who sees fit to sit with us and to talk about the kids that are being bullied and adults that are being bullied. I tell the story the day that I walked out of Star Market when the person told me to put my money down on the belt. So my money is running down on the belt. And so the stories are vast, the stories are wide. We're grateful today for the opportunity to get into libraries here in the city, YMCAs, and a few schools to tell our story. But today, I have chosen our two newest members to help us lead this group to greet you on this World Vitiligo Month. Mercedes.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being there. Thank you for the opportunity. And I'm going to be doing this in my language, not as Spanish. Soy Mercedes, soy dominicana originalmente. Tengo vitiligo hace 35 años y vivo en Newton y soy parte del grupo vitiligo desde el 2013. Conozco a Valerie desde ese entonces y este grupo ha sido maravilloso para mí y para los míos porque necesitamos el amor y el support. Okay, I'm Mercedes, and I'm from Dominican Republic originally. I have vitiligo since 35 years, and I've been in a group since 2013. I know Valerie from that time, and it's been amazing, the love and the support that we have as a group, as a family. And then I exhort everybody to help us to understand that it's okay to be different. It's okay to be different with condition and accept and love support for everybody. And I just want to say thank you for the opportunity and thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Mercedes. The other person is our other newest member, just new to vitiligo, James.
Hello, excuse me. Hello, how's everyone? My name is James Macklin. I'm from Brockton, and I've had vitiligo for 2 years. I caught it later in my life, and so it's been a surprise. But I'm dealing with it, and thanks to Valerie and the rest of the group, I'm good, you know what I mean? I wanted to meet and see people that look just like me. So now it's happening, and everything's good for myself.
Awesome.
Okay. Yep. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thanks.
So again, that's just two that I've selected, but I want you to know my husband, Roy, I got vitiligo in 2002, and in 2005, my husband said, I think I have a white spot. I said, don't go there. Only one of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, my husband, James Roy Molyneux, again from Hyde Park. Behind him is Andre from Mattapan. Give him a wave. He's one of our MBTA drivers. Shirley, the longest running member. Did I say I typed on Facebook? Remember what I typed on Facebook? She showed up 2009 and she's still with us. And you've heard from Mercedes, and out of Newton, I keep saying Brockton, our dear sister Judy is out of Newton. And again, this is June, the month that we celebrate vitiligo globally. Globally. This was first kicked off in Nigeria. The amazing group that we have in China has 900 members. Cuba, Australia, I can go on and on. It's real, it's alive. The work that we're doing is that children, we're good, we're old. Didn't mean to say old, I apologize. We're aged, we're beautiful. The kids are the ones that we're worried about. I got emotional this morning because I walked in here. I just moved into a section called retirement. But I walked into this building and encountered a parent of one of my children as a kindergarten teacher. Is she still in the room? Give a wave. Thank you so much. She warmed my heart that in the Western Public Schools, I would walk into this place already high and excited, and then to encounter the parent of one of my most amazing 5-year-olds. Today he's in the Army Reserve or whatever, just from our little conversation. Life is amazing. And so we want to keep, back then I didn't have vitiligo, so I don't think he would even recognize me today. But our goal is to empower children, to encourage them by telling them from stories that we're reading to them that they're not alone. You're not alone. And so we're here to stand with them. And we thank you, Boston City Council members and our amazing president, for acknowledging us and for supporting us. May God bless you and keep you. World Vitiligo rocks, as said by one of our little kids out of Lowell, Massachusetts. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Will my colleagues please join me for a photo? Come on up. I gotta move up. Too short. Move up. You're good. You're good.
You got all these tall people.
I want to make sure you're here. Everyone's here. Everybody's together. Smile.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. That would happen. Thank you. Okay.
We'll see each other.
And to all of my colleagues, Valerie gave us this information sheet about Vitiligo Awareness Month that is on everyone's desk. I want to thank you, Valerie, and Vit Friends for all the work that you do. And we will think of you again as we go forward, but especially on June 25th when City Hall is lit up purple. So thank you. We are now on to the first order of business. I have, Mr. Clerk, would you please amend the attendance to reflect that Councilor Worrell is present and now with us. We are now on to the first order of business, which is the approval of the minutes from the meeting of May 22nd, 2024. All in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The minutes of the last meeting are approved. We are now on to communications from Her Honor the Mayor. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0903?
Docket number 0903, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $300,000 in the form of a grant for the Culture Access Fund awarded by the Boston Foundation to be administered by the Office of Arts and Culture. The grant will fund the support of the Cultural Access Pilot Program, BPS Sundays, from the Boston Foundation.
Thank you. Docket number 0903 will be referred to the Committee on Education. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0904?
Docket number 0904, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $297,200 in the form of a grant for the fiscal year 24 Local Cultural Council Program awarded by the Massachusetts Cultural Council to be administered by the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture. The grant will fund innovative arts, humanities, and interpretive sciences programming that enhances the quality of life in the City of Boston.
Thank you. Docket number 0904 will be referred to the Committee on Arts, Culture, Entertainment, Tourism, and Special Events. Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number 0905 and 0906?
Docket number 0905, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $250,000 in the form of a grant for the Cultural Access Fund awarded by the Barr Foundation to be administered by the Office of Arts and Culture. The grant will fund support for the Cultural Access Fund pilot program, helping to support the BPS Sundays initiative across several arts and cultural institutions. Docket number 0906, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $150,000 in the form of a grant. BPS Sundays pilot program support awarded by the Pilot House Philanthropy to be administered by the Office of Arts and Culture. The grant will fund the learning and evaluation component of the BPS Sunday pilot program.
Thank you. Dockets number 0905 and 0906 will be referred to the Committee on Education. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0907?
Docket number 0907, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $50,000 in the form of a grant. Childhood Obesity Prevention and Environmental Health Sustainability, awarded by the United States Conference of Mayors, to be administered by the Office of Early Childhood Development. The grant will fund and support programs that engage community members and promote or stimulate behavior change in childhood obesity prevention and environmental health and sustainability.
Thank you. Docket number 0907 will be referred to the Committee on Strong Women, Families, and Communities. Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number 0908 and 0909 together?
Docket number 0908, message and order for your approval in order to reduce the fiscal year 24 appropriation for the Reserve for Collective Bargaining by $34,188 to provide funding for the Boston Health Commission for the fiscal year 24 increases contained within the collective bargaining agreements between the City of Boston and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Council 93, Local 787, filed in the Office of the City Clerk on June 3rd, 2024. Docket number 0909, message and order for a supplemental appropriation order for the Boston Public Health Commission for fiscal year 24 in the amount of $34,188 to cover the fiscal year 24 cost items contained within the collective bargaining agreements between the City of Boston and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Council 93, Local 787. The terms of the contracts are October 1st, 2023 through September 20th, 2024, and October 1st, 2024 through September 30th, 2027. The major provisions of the contracts include base wage increases of 2% to be given in January of each fiscal year of the contract term, and flat amounts of $500, $250, $900, and $800 to be added to annual salaries in January of each fiscal year after the percent increase.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Santana. Councilor Santana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just very quickly, I know that docket number 0903, 0905, and 0906 came to the Education Committee. I just wanted some clarification on that, just because there was As I see it, it's coming from the, it's being administered by the Office of Arts and Culture, and just want some clarification on that.
Yes, it's being administered by that office, but it's about BPS Sundays, so that's why we're sending it to the Education Committee, those dockets. Docket number 0904 was sent to our Arts.
Okay, thank you, appreciate the clarification.
You're welcome. The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on docket number 0903, may I respectfully ask that it go into the Pilot Committee?
You can, I have placed it in the Education Committee. Are you asking for a reconsideration of that decision that it be placed in the Education Committee?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote to, oh, can someone second that? There's a second. A roll call vote that pursuant to Rule 5, I believe it is.
Went to education.
To education. To pilot. Is there, Councilor
Question to Councilor Flynn. Just a question to Councilor Flynn. Why pilot? Just want to understand it before I place a vote. Why pilot over education?
Thank you, Councilor Worrell. I believe receiving funds from various nonprofits or foundations, many of them don't pay taxes to the City of Boston. They do participate in the pilot program, but many of the museums and cultural institutions that participate in this program, such as the Children's Museum or the Museum of Science, are part of the pilot program. And this is certainly an issue that the residents of Boston want us to take a look at on the future of pilot going forward, and whether or not pilot will continue, or if it doesn't, if there's a way for these wonderful universities, colleges, nonprofits to engage in the paying taxes to the residents of the city. But I think this here falls directly under pilot because it does provide free access to children, and I think it would be appropriate to put it in pilot.
Thank you. I will just state that the Boston Foundation, I'm 99% sure that the Boston Foundation, the Massachusetts Cultural Council, the Pilot House Philanthropy, none of them are covered by the pilot agreement. But just wanted to put that out there. Councillor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. To your point, I, as the chair of the Pilot and Intergovernmental Relations Committee, I agree that these sums of money are from private charitable foundations and are not coming from our institutions. We are in the midst of, given the incredible change of leadership in many of our eds and meds institutions, we are in the midst of sort of lining up further conversation about the pilot program, the payment in lieu of taxes for our non-profits in the city. So I think this is a slightly different issue, and I don't really feel it's appropriate for the pilot committee.
Thank you. We will conduct a vote. Pursuant to Rule 5, it says, shall the decision of the chair stand as the judgment of the council? The vote shall be by a roll call vote, and it shall be decided in the affirmative unless a 2/3 majority of all members of the council is to the contrary. So a vote in the affirmative is for the decision of the chair, for me sending it to the Education Committee, for that to stand. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0903. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn. No. Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Lujan.
Yes.
Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia. Yes. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, no. Councilor Pepen? Councilor Pepen, yes. Councilor Santana?
Yes.
Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber?
Yes.
Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell?
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Reconsideration failed.
Thank you. Those dockets are properly in the Education Committee. Councilor Santana?
Thank you, Madam President. I would just like to make a motion to move these dockets to Arts and Culture, Entertainment, and Special Events, which explicitly oversees Office of Arts and Culture. And I would also like to request through you if Mr. Clerk can read the committee description on that.
He wants them.
The Arts Committee?
Correct.
Mr. Clerk, it's fine. They can go to the, we had a discussion about, but we can place them in the Arts Committee. We can place those dockets in the Arts Committee. So if we could place dockets number 0903, 0903, 0905, and 0906 in the Arts, Entertainment, Tourism. I'll just put those in the Arts Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Councillor, okay. But before, let me hear from Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would like then to ask that we put docket 0401 that I filed with Councillor Flynn back on February 28th for the Sundays for All hearing that was placed in the education hearing, and these are the grant money that is funding the program. So if that's going to go to the Arts and Culture, I do believe that that hearing order should go there also.
Those dockets are already, that docket is already in committee.
But then I'd ask you to not let the grant money go to a different committee if the hearing order still hasn't been held in the Education Committee. I know it's not the proper way, I just want to get it on the record. I understand that we have to do it properly, but I do just want to make sure that I get on the record that we have a hearing order that I filed with Councillor Flynn back in February, and the Chair of Education has not held that hearing yet, and now we're moving the funds that are what we wanted to speak about to make sure that all not just BPS students, but all children across the city have access to this amazing opportunity.
So, okay, I hear that. That moment is not at the time, is not right now, because we are addressing the issue of these grants. If you would like to, when we get to the Green Sheets portion, we can have that discussion then.
That's fine.
I am placing these dockets in in the Arts Committee. Just to be very clear, we had a very distinct conversation about placement of these dockets, and I believe that because they're being administered by the Office of Arts and Culture, that it would make sense for them to go there as well. But because this is a BPS program, I believe that it made sense for it to be in education, along with where the docket is, with where BPS being the center of this conversation about BPS Sundays and about this program. That's why I believe those dockets, which are being administered by the Arts Office, belong in the Education Committee. However, for you believe that they are not, it should not be in your committee, even though they are about Boston Public Schools program. There is an argument that even though the grant is being administered by that office, the argument to me goes both ways, simply because of the administration of this grant. The grant could be administered by a number of offices. It is a BPS program, and I believe that docket is properly in the Education Committee. We can reach that conversation when we get there.
And I hope that we do keep them together, because when I sit down, has it already been placed out of education?
Has what been placed out of education?
The grants, or are we still going to take a vote?
They are, it's not by vote. I just stated that we will be putting.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So we've already placed the grants and?
No, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
No, just making sure that when we talk about it, I will pull them from the green sheets to continue the conversation.
Okay, thank you,
Absolutely. Yeah.
thank you, Councilor
Thank
Murphy.
Of course, thank you.
Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. So I always just think about if this is a third way, I'm always trying to find a happy medium here. I also have a committee that I'm more than welcome, to receive such hearing, especially if we're going to be talking about auditing it and how the money's being spent and where it's going. Then I would just present as an option for you to consider, Councilor President Louis Jean, just to try to balance things off, that I am more than happy to chair that hearing if it suits, just to help support the situation.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, you originally placed this in the Education Committee.
I did.
And then we voted on my request to put it in pilot. It was denied. Now it's going into the Arts Commission.
Arts Committee.
Are we able to have a vote on that?
I'm as a chair, I heard from Councilor Santana, and I, of my own volition, believe that. So there's no need for a vote because I am making the decision that they will go to that committee.
There is no discussion or a vote from the colleagues?
There's no need for one because I am placing it in the committee. Thank you. So, Mr. Clerk, for clarity's purpose, I want to just review that. We are placing dockets number 0903, dockets 0903 to docket 0906 in the Arts, Culture, Entertainment, Tourism, and Special Events Committee. Docket number 0907 was placed with Strong Women, Families, and Communities. And I believe we were on dockets number 0908 and 0909. Have you read those in completion?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Those dockets will be placed in the Ways and Means Committee. Just getting back to where we were. Okay, Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number 0910 and 0911 together?
Docket number 0910, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $16,825 in the form of a grant for the fiscal year 2020 through 2021 Port Security Grant awarded by the Federal Emergency Management Agency to be administered by the Fire Department. The grant will fund and support increased port-wide risk management and protect critical surface transportation infrastructure from acts of terrorism, major disasters, and other emergencies. Docket number 0911, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $10,000 in the form of a grant for the fiscal year 24 earmarked for Fairmount Housing Development, awarded by the Mass Executive Office of Public Safety and Security, to be administered by the Police Department. The grant will fund the support of police overtime for visible patrols in the Fairmount development.
Thank you. Dockets number 0910 and 0911 will be referred to the Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice. We are now on to reports of public officers and others. Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number 0912 through 0914?
Docket number 0912, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Scott Finn as ex officio member of the Boston Retirement Board, effective immediately. Docket number 0913, notice was received from Governor Healy of the appointment of Matt O'Malley as a member of the Boston Redevelopment Authority, expiring September 9th, 2025. Docket number 0914, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Scott Finn as a trustee of the George Robert White Fund, effective immediately.
Thank you. Dockets number 0912 through 0914 will be placed on file. Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number 0915 through 0917?
Docket number 0915, communication received from the city clerk, transmitting a communication from the Boston Landmarks Commission for a city council action on the designation of petition number 277.21, the Apollo's Field House, 30 Union Street, Charlestown, Mass. 02129, in effect after July 6, 2024, if not acted upon. Docket number 0916, communication was received from the city clerk transmitting a communication from the Boston Landmarks Commission for city council action on the designation of petition number 178.94, the South Market Building, Clinton Street, Boston, Mass. 02109, in effect after July 6, 2024, if not acted upon. Docket number 0917.
Bless you.
Bless you. Communication received from the city clerk transmitting a communication from the Boston Landmarks Commission for city council action on the designation of petition number 179.94, the North Market Building, 300-399 Faneuil Hall Marketplace, Boston, Mass. 02109, in effect after July 6, 2024, if not acted upon.
Thank you. Dockets number 0915 through 0917 will be placed in the Planning, Development, and Transportation Committee. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0918 and 0919?
Docket number 0918, notice received from the city clerk in accordance with Chapter 6 of the ordinances of 1979, relative to action taken by the mayor on papers acted upon by the city council at its meeting of May 15, 2024. Docket number 0919, notice received from the city clerk in accordance with Chapter 6 of the ordinances of 1979, relative to action taken by the mayor on papers acted upon by the city council at its meeting of May 22nd, 2024.
Thank you. Dockets number 0918 and 0919 will be placed on file. Mr. Clerk, will you please read docket number 0920?
Docket number 0920, the constable bonds of Samuel DeRosiers, Clive McDermott, David Johnson, Mark Vickers, Stephen Jones, Jean LaFortune, Patrick Cromar, and Callum Long, having been duly approved by the Collector Treasurer.
Thank you. Docket number 0920 is approved under the usual terms and conditions. Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number 0921 through 0924?
Docket number 0921, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Jessica Pierre as an associate commissioner to the Parks and Recreation Commission for a term expiring May 6, 2028. Docket number 0922, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of I.C. Washington as an associate commissioner to the Parks and Recreation Commission for a term expiring May 6, 2028. Docket number 0923, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Peter Shaland as a trustee of the Boston Groundwater Trust for a term expiring May 20, 2026. And docket number 0924, communication was received from the mayor transmitting information received from Boston Inspectional Services Department pertaining to the 2023 annual rental registration and inspection report pursuant to CBC Chapter 9-12.3.
Thank you. Dockets number 0921 through 0924 will be placed on file. Mr. Clerk, will you please read docket number 0642?
Docket number 0642, message in order for your approval, a home rule petition to the General Court entitled Petition for a Special Law regarding an act relative to property tax classification in the City of Boston, filed in the office of the City Clerk on April 1st, 2024.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the chair of the Committee on Government Operations, Councilor Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I ask for my colleagues' indulgence and patience as I read through this committee report, have some additional remarks, and then obviously look forward to the conversation and remarks from my colleagues. So the summary of the legislation is that docket 0642 is a home rule petition that seeks permission to request that the Commissioner of Revenue, if and when necessary, temporarily divert from the general laws when setting the minimum residential factor for the City of Boston, allowing for an increase in the tax burden shifted from residential to commercial properties. The proposal states that the temporary diversion would only be necessary if the standard and current minimum residential factor would result in residential class properties bearing a higher percentage of the total property tax levy than the year prior. The temporary diversion would follow a 5-year schedule starting in FY25, FY26, or FY27, and allow for an increase of up to 200% in the first year, followed by a gradual decrease before returning to the currently utilized classification system provided for in the general laws. The committee held 2 hearings and 1 working session on this docket. The first hearing was held on April 16th, 2024. The second hearing was held on May 30th, 2024, and a working session was held yesterday, June 4th, 2024. I was joined by many of my colleagues, and I want to thank them for their participation and their thoughtful suggestions, comments, and concerns. On behalf of the administration, we've heard from Ashley Grothenberger, Chief Financial Officer, and Nicholas Arianello, Commissioner of Assessing, who testified on behalf of the administration and answered a lot of different questions yesterday during our working session. The administration testified that the proposal is designed to be revenue neutral, time limited, and optional. It was noted that the proposal is based on a similar approach successfully used in 2004 to stabilize residential taxes during economic uncertainty. It was explained that the goal of the proposal is to moderate the impact of potentially reduced commercial property valuations on residential taxpayers. The administration assured that they have been conducting outreach to explain the proposal to various stakeholders, including neighborhood associations and business groups. Councilors sought clarification on various aspects of the proposal, including its impact on different types of property owners and the city's budget. Councilors also highlighted the need for revenue diversification and inquired about alternative solutions to tax classification changes, such as an exemption for small businesses detailed in Mass General Law, Chapter 59, subsection 5I. Regarding the impact on residential property taxes, the administration explained that should circumstances necessitate the implementation of the proposed classification schedule, although residential property owners would still see an increase in their taxes, the proposal aims to provide a soft landing for residents. While stressing the temporary and optional nature of the proposal, the administration emphasized the importance of having this tool in place proactively rather than reacting during a crisis. In response to concerns raised about the potential impact of increased commercial property taxes on the business community, including small businesses and the workforce, the administration highlighted the city's efforts to support the vibrancy of Boston's commercial sector through initiatives like offering building conversion incentives, working with the downtown bid on downtown activization, leveraging ARPA funds for space grants, improving transportation and childcare, and revitalizing Quincy Market. And discussing how the proposed tool was utilized successfully in the past, councilors noted the potential long-term effects of the pandemic on work patterns and the overall business environment, commercial real estate market, and questioned whether a temporary tool could solve a problem that does not seem to mirror the temporary nature of past real estate market changes. The administration stated that the proposal is just one of many different tools the city could use alongside either stated initiatives as part of a broader strategy to adapt to the changing economic landscape and ensure that Boston remains a vibrant and attractive place to live, work, and visit. As for the impact on the city's budget, the administration highlighted the stable source of revenue gained from property taxes and the importance of maintaining a stable financial outlook. Alternatives, such as using reserve for a tax rebate fund, were discussed, but the administration cautioned about potentially depleting the city's financial safety net and reiterated that the proposal is not a response to a revenue problem. It was explained that the property tax revenue is statutorily capped and that changes in valuation alone do not necessarily impact the revenue the city collects from property taxes, but rather it impacts how the tax burden is distributed between residential and commercial taxpayers. They also stated that the city is seeking indicators of reduced commercial valuations and, by filing the proposal, is trying to be proactive to avoid sudden tax rate increases for residents. With further regard to data, when asked about potential predictions should the proposal not pass, it was explained that the assessing department updates values every year and that the process is backward-looking, based on market activity from the previous calendar year. It was stated that the city is currently working closely with experts and looking at leading indicators to understand trends to commercial property values, and will have more information by the end of the year, as they usually do. With respect to adoption of the local option exemption detailed in Mass General Law, Chapter 59, subsection 5I, the administration noted the lack of oversight in ensuring the exemption would successfully be passed on to the small business tenant by their landlord, and expressed the need for more data to better understand the impact such an exemption would have. This is in direct reference to an ordinance we will be discussing further on the agenda. The committee heard testimony from Boston residents, members of Unite Here Local 26, Boston Teachers Union, AFSCME Council 93, SEIU Local 888, the Boston Municipal Research Bureau, the Greater Boston Real Estate Board, Ryan LLC, the Back Bay Association, Eastern Bank, Boston Communities, Urban Edge, and Massachusetts Affordable Housing Alliance. This does not also include written testimony that we got from the Boston Chamber and NIDOC. Supporters of the proposal highlighted the need to protect homeowners, especially seniors, with those with fixed incomes, from significant tax increases, while opponents raised concerns about the impact on small businesses and the potential for increased vacancies in economic downturns. Finally, the testimony highlighted the impact of potential property tax increases on city workers and the broader community and emphasized the importance of maintaining affordable housing and preventing displacement of families and workers. I hope that this committee report is reflective of the conversation and the many perspectives that were brought to the conversation. Again, I want to thank all of my colleagues for the robust discussion that we had in both hearings and working session. And so after careful consideration, heavy scrutiny and deliberation, as chair, I'm bringing forward and voting in the affirmative for this proposal. I've consistently stated that I'm supportive of providing a soft landing for residents and protecting them from a potential $900 increase in their property tax bill in 1 quarter. I foresee the main beneficiaries of this proposal are individuals who own property who are house rich but cash poor, like many of our seniors and tenants within smaller properties in Boston. Now is the time to get it up to the State House to potentially pass this through formal session. If we do not act, we run the risk of receiving valuations numbers in late fall, early winter that are within or beyond the models that we've seen, and this allows us the flexibility, the ability generally, and the flexibility within specific guardrails to move swiftly should we need to protect Bostonians. Otherwise, we're going to be back here having the same discussion, but on an even more expedited timeline, and next time with potentially hundreds of calls from residents wondering why the council did not act to keep their property tax bills low as possible. The longer we wait, the longer the delay, the less time there is for our colleagues at the State House to take this up before their formal sessions end on July 31st. Because it is a home rule petition, they must hold a hearing and deliberate. The House and Senate have taken up their budgets, and now the conference committee has convened. So given all of this information, I believe it is important to at least give the opportunity for us as a body to vote. If it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass, but if it does, it has a fighting chance at the State House. So as Chair of Government Operations, I humbly submit this report recommending that this docket ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Coletta Zapata, for all your work and for hosting hearings and working sessions, so thank you. Councilor Coletta Zapata, the Chair of the Committee on Government Operations, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0642. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Oh, you are, I'm sorry. The Chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
And I don't know if, Madam Chair, if my other colleagues also want to speak.
Sure, they can put their lights on and they'll be able to speak.
Okay. In this time of great fiscal uncertainty with high interest rates, inflation, falling commercial property values, I'm opposed to the proposal and any measure to raise commercial property taxes. My concern is that during this challenging time, any increase of commercial property taxes will negatively impact the already struggling downtown office market, Boston's major economy as well, where 20% of offices have become vacant with post-pandemic challenges and shift to remote work. And we see that this is a reality has already started to hit, with many buildings selling for a discount, a fraction from what they were purchased at. Now, these buildings will be assessed at a lower value and provide the City of Boston less tax revenue. After listening and speaking and meeting with business leaders throughout Boston and concerned residents and workers, I don't believe that this is the right solution. I'm alarmed about exasperating current issues in an already struggling development in real estate industry, with the potential to lead to an urban doom loop where cuts to city services would make Boston less desirable and even further drive down property values. I believe our city can no longer afford all sectors of our economy to work from home indefinitely and continue to contribute to its falling commercial property values. The City of Boston, our private sector, nonprofit partners need to work closely together to ensure in-person work and bringing foot traffic back to Boston continues, so that it continues to be a valuable and desirable place to do business and a key driver for our city, state, regional economy. People need to come back to Boston's downtown economy, including our workforce, but we also have to ensure that Boston's zoning board, Boston's planning development as well, conduct their meetings in person. I want to emphasize that now is not the time to increase commercial or residential property taxes. We need to look at all options across the board in partnership with leaders from many different fields with relevant experiences. That is why I continue to advocate both for City of Boston related business to be conducted in person, as I mentioned, and for the establishment of a Blue Ribbon Commission made up of business leaders, labor leaders, government officials, relevant experts, to examine this issue, our revenue sources, to make recommendations on how to avoid this fiscal crisis. The Boston City Council unanimously passed my resolution on that proposal. It's time that we sit down with business leaders, labor leaders, fiscal watchdog groups, residents of the city, and relevant organizations to come up with a solution that will do the least harm to our economy and prevent us from becoming a less attractive place to do business. And we should not be making it more difficult for people in and out of the city to get downtown, to spend their money at our restaurants and small business so that they can remain here in Boston, employ our residents, and support our tax base. I do believe that we still have a lot of work to do. And if we work together, we can solve this critical crisis facing our city. But it takes all of us to working together. Boston works best when we work together. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the Chair, Chair Coletta Zapata, for all your hard work on this. Today, we get to talk about everyone's favorite topic, taxes, fun, but we're also talking about the future of the city we all love and represent. I am concerned that we haven't heard from more constituents about the property tax reclassification issue, which we're about to take a vote on. But I'm also concerned because this issue takes time and study and focus and data crunching and listening to a lot of different points of view, and that's our job. And that's not just what is right and what makes sense and what works, but that is what we must do to get to the right answer. And the right answer is the answer that's best for the whole city that we all represent, everyone in our collective future. And taking the long view instead of what I consider a politically expedient or convenient one. And I'm sorry, what exactly were we expecting to happen? I understand the politics of it, that it plays great to the base to snub and insult the business community. But we're one city, and the employers are an important part of that broader community. Economics and finances are real constraints we must face. Nothing is truly free. We have limited resources, and we must make choices to use all of our resources to improve and better the lives of everyone in our city. When you repeatedly force projects and policy changes that people do not want and react and push against, whether it's moving the John D. O'Brien out of the neighborhood where it's been and anchored for decades, or trying to get the Franklin Park community to take on a facility that is far larger than what was initially proposed, or forcing bike lanes into neighborhoods that are pleading with you not to implement them, that is a governance problem, and this is more of the same. Now we're being told that this has to be done at the last minute, or the city will have no choice but to hit the residential taxpayers with a huge increase in their property taxes. When did we become a city that so easily gives up on new ideas, on innovative solutions? And when did we become a city that must choose between bad? What are the options? I've asked on the record several times for a plan B. When did we become a city where it's a business or residence? Aren't we better than that? Raising the rates on commercial taxpayers also have real consequences. They have already struggled immensely from COVID, watching their buildings empty out of workers and companies. They're collecting less rent, less revenue, but paying more in taxes. What raising taxes on businesses really means is that it could be a really efficient way to get companies to leave town. It sends the completely wrong message to businesses, especially at a time when we want to be competitive and we want to be able to provide all the necessary services property taxes provide us. In fact, if we were Worcester or Providence or even Charlotte, North Carolina, I'd be absolutely thrilled with this proposal. It makes their sale pitch so much easier. We're rightly worried about housing costs here, and there's an argument out there that a bump in residential property tax rates will exacerbate that. But you know what really makes it hard to buy or to rent? Not being able to find a job, because all of the businesses have left town. Not just the big downtown corporations. We're talking about the small businesses, the coffee shops, auto body shops, the mom and pop stores whose margins are already way too thin. So, unlike other cities looking to poach our employers and further erode our tax base, I'm not thrilled, because this is a city that I've lived in my whole life and where I represent everyone fully and to the best of my ability. We as a city have a duty to ensure that this city is sustainable under all definitions of that term moving forward, that we redress the historical inequities of the past. Fixing those mistakes is not going to be made easier when our tax base is diminished by a mass exodus of employers. In fact, the very same communities that have been unduly burdened for so long will probably once again get the worst of it. Who do we think gets hit hardest when the city services decline? Not people with the most resources. Those folks will just up and leave when it gets bad enough. Some of us don't have that option, and including myself, some of us don't want to leave. This is our city. The Boston Municipal Research Bureau had a very interesting report last month, with some recommendations I agreed with, and some that I didn't. There's the option of drawing down our budgetary fund balance as a way to offset some of the looming crush of the property tax increases. There's the option that I and others have long advocated for of using surplus and vacant land development to build affordable housing in mixed-use properties to alleviate what we all agree is a major issue that poses a whole range of problems in and of itself. There's the option of increasing the residential exemption, which I think would be especially effective, particularly for our seniors. Two solutions that were not addressed in the Research Bureau's report would be, I think, particularly effective. The Bureau suggested taming the city budget, and I do think that's a good idea. But I don't think we should do so by cutting back on city services, particularly on the jobs performed by the people providing those services. I think we need to take a very close look at the administration and the out-of-control proliferation of middle and upper middle management positions. These are non-union political appointment jobs, and it's unclear to me what exactly the functions of these positions are. These are not the folks that are sweeping our streets or cleaning our schools or staffing the libraries. They hold meetings, come up with policy ideas, and judging by the fact that we're sitting here today being told we need to choose between what I consider two lousy options, the results have not been great. Middle management bloat is what drives organizations into corporate America into the ground. We shouldn't let it happen here at City Hall, not when we work for the taxpayers. Let's take a hard look at the savings we can draw from some of these positions. The other solutions not addressed directly in the Research Bureau report is that it is past time, it is long past time, for institutions of higher education in this city to begin paying something even close to their fair share. Harvard University had an endowment of $51 billion last fiscal year. $51 billion, more than 10 times our city budget, and that's just their endowment. Instead of paying property taxes, pilot. I'm sure many of our residents would be more than happy to make a payment in lieu of taxes. That option isn't available to them. We're renowned as the greatest city for higher education in the world. Do we think any of these wonderful institutions are going to pack their bags if we ask them to step up and pay for the city services they take advantage of? The streets the delivery trucks drive on, the cops their students call, the parks they use. Why is it okay for Harvard not to pay property taxes on the huge amount of land they own in Boston when our constituents in Roxbury and in Charlestown and in Hyde Park have to? This is the ultra-rich getting richer on the backs of working families, and it has happened for far too long in this city, since long before this administration. But this administration, this council, and our voters should put a stop to it. And that's the thing, too, about governance. You need to explore each and every option with a fine-tooth comb. You have to be in the details, in the weeds, and you have to turn over every stone to find the best solution, the right answer that works and makes sense. Why were all the options seemingly not in play? Why was spending not constrained? I've said a lot today, but it's not an easy issue. It's not easy except for one thing about it: what's best for our city going forward. Not robbing Peter to pay Paul, because Paul is going to end up out of a job if you rob Peter. Let's think long and hard about this and take the long view. I know the administration is faced with tough decisions, not all of them of its own making, but let's be fiscally prudent and make the right call here. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
This is an email I received on January 2nd. I just received my new property tax bill. My taxes have increased 13.1% over the last tax year. I'm not sure if I can afford to live here anymore. This is truly crazy. I got this email probably times 20 in one day in the course of an hour of people being updated of their new tax bills. So I hope you can hear the anger in my voice that people aren't willing to consider this, and people aren't willing to consider a shift here. We work for the residents of Boston, and yes, we work for businesses. I represent the biggest commercial landowners in the city, and this is a tool in our toolbox to protect residents. Preserving optionality for our city and preserving optionality for our body to take part in tax conversations and decisions is our job. And if we are to send this home rule petition to the State House, what we're asking for is an increased role in these decisions, and to not want an increased role in how we figure out taxes if we do come up on a situation where residents will be overburdened, is to adopt a diminished view of what our role is as city councilors. As a city councilor, we all hear from residents when their tax bill goes up. And I want to thank the administration for being forward-thinking and trying to protect residents. The City of Boston has successfully temporarily implemented this type of tax classification change nearly 2 decades ago. And that's a testament to this as a tool that we need in our toolbox. And I'm sorry, this is incredibly important. And I don't see how we can possibly not consider our role here in sending this up to the State House for this session. Because if we don't, we are going to get a lot more emails like that, and we're going to have a lot more people that cannot afford to live in the city, cannot afford to stay in their homes. And I'm hoping that we never have to use this tool in our toolbox. When you open up, I have a toolbox that just sits on my shelf. I never use it. But if I need a wrench, I hope that it's there. This is our wrench. This is our wrench. Let's use it.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fitzgerald. Councilor Fitzgerald, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With this issue specifically, one thing that I've always been concerned about is the narrative. I don't think anyone on this body, however they vote, wants to make sure that we're going to dramatically increase taxes on our residential. We as residents ourselves, I'm sure, don't want it on ourselves either, right? But I feel that sometimes that's the way it's pitted. So I just want to be clear for folks that the flexibility on the commercial is a good thing, and there should be some flexibility there in order to compensate for any increase in residential. However, I'm concerned mostly with the flexibility that we are allowing and the message it's sending to our commercial businesses and our commercial properties to do business here, to invest here, and to stay here. And it's important for residents to know in that This isn't a solution for them. They are going to soften the blow over 4 years of what you would take on in 1 year, which is important. However, that does not make the issue go away year over year for residents. The increase will still occur. And so it's important for them to understand that. So I just reiterate that fact. But I look at these two, the commercial and the residential, as almost like, I love all my children. And sometimes you need to understand one needs one more attention than the other, or whether you're addressing their needs. And for us, that's as the steward of the city, as this body, I see those being the commercial and residential as our children. And one right now, when facing, and some face both, some of it is for both of them, but the increased interest rates, the increased cost of healthcare, BERDO requirements, increased construction and property management costs, increased compliance and licensing costs. Not to mention, of course, the fact of the work from home and the COVID impacts that have changed the landscape of our commercial property, perhaps in perpetuity. They're hurting, right? And so I think there is a way, to Councilor Durkin's point, right, where there is a way where we want to make sure that residents can stay, do not feel that burden. And I think through this sort of three-pronged approach of tightening the budget, creating new streams of revenue, whether that's raising permit fees or taxing non-essential goods, and then tapping conservatively into our rainy day fund, if you will, very conservatively into it over the next 2 years, I think we soften the blow and we will actually see the increase in both residential and commercial that is almost year over year in line with what we would see anyway. My fear is that residents will see any increase into the income tax and raise their fists and say, what did you do to us? When that is coming regardless, and I want them to understand that. You'll see in the residential taxes that with the administration here, if you see an increase of 9% next year in residential, right, which is in line with the increases over the past few years, which is the mayor's goal, the shift only needs to be about to 185%, not the flexibility to go up to 200%. If one can assume, as the city says is reasonable, that commercial values go down 10% and residential value goes up 5%. So I think this 200 number that's out there in terms of the flexibility is good, but that 200 sends a message to our business community that's already rattled right now of do we stay here, or if they're thinking of come here, do we want to go do business in Boston, invest, grow, bring jobs, bring new tax dollars, etc. So with that, I will be voting against the tax classification, but I hope that outlines some of my concerns for this. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Councilor Kalata-Zapata, you have the floor.
Thank you, and I just want to thank all my colleagues for their important perspectives. This is exactly why we were elected, to have these sort of conversations out in the open and transparent so that our constituents can understand where we are. And I just want to thank everybody again, just really and truly. So I do want to just address a couple of things that were mentioned. So there has been much debate about allowing a levy of up to 200%, as my colleague from Dorchester describes. Again, I think this proposal allows that flexibility. The move to change it, in my view, and the reason why I decided not to change it is because I feel like it would be redundant, seeing that this language states shall not exceed up to X percentage. We also have oversight powers to dictate what the final percentage is of the classification that businesses will be paying. Many of us last year already voted to increase this number to 175% last year. And so just in general, this is us hedging against the future. In my view, it's responsible to set the ceiling now. Should we need it? Do we need it? I'm not disagreeing with those that have weighed in that said that commercial property valuations could decrease and some of the projections that we've seen from the Boston Municipal Research Bureau. I'm just thinking about the real world impacts and considering how a change would impact our most vulnerable in Boston. I'm thinking about how even if it just went from 200 to 195%, how that 5% impact or burden on homeowners and tenants that live in their units, how that percentage might be felt that much more than large commercial property owners. We're talking about either them, and that is why I hate saying either them or, which is why I tried to produce a yes and proposal that we will be discussing in the small business exemption that allows 10% exemption up to property valuations. But I'm thinking that it's either them or some of these large commercial tenants, multinational, multi-million-dollar corporations. I am not concerned about their economic bottom line. I'm more concerned about the economic bottom line of everyday Bostonians. Everyday Bostonians have the collective buying power and drive our economy as much as these major corporations do. And so I think I'm really looking forward, and I will reserve my comments for the small business exemption, but a lot has been said about protecting mom and pop properties. In full transparency, I was going to move for the ordinance to vote on it, but I do think that there's a way that we can cast a wider net to try to save some of our smallest commercial property owners and the small businesses that reside in them. And I am looking to be as innovative as possible and to produce this third option for us to ensure that, yes, we are helping to protect residents, providing a soft landing for them, while also trying to protect small businesses. We don't have to live in this false dichotomy that has been presented to us. And so please know that as chair, I have tried to be as innovative and creative as possible. I'm not taking any offense to anything that has been said. I just wanted to be sure to come on the record and talk about that because it has been mentioned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chair Coletta Zapata. The chair recognizes Councillor Braden. Councillor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank Councillor Coletta Zapata for her leadership and all the great work that she's been doing on this, for chairing hearings and working sessions over the past few weeks as we grapple with this incredibly complex and important issue. There are many different opinions on the efficacy of taking this approach on providing a soft landing for our residential taxpayers to help them avoid a sudden and precipitous increase in their taxes. We are in incredibly uncharted territory here due to the aftershocks of the COVID pandemic. We had this tool was utilised way back in the Menino administration when we had an economic downturn. It worked then, but there's still debate as to whether it will work this time. But it is really important that we have all the tools available that we may or may not choose to use to try and manage this fiscal situation. But I also have to say that over the past 4 years, in every budget hearing that we have had, discuss the finances of the city, I've raised, and many others have raised, the importance of finding other sources of revenue to support our budget for the city. Way back when, in 12, 15 years ago, we had hit like 55% of the city's budget was supported by real estate taxes, and that's now 73%. And that's a totally unsustainable situation. So apart from this discussion that we're having with regard to this option, we really need to get serious about finding other sources of revenue. And to Councillor Fitzgerald's point, there are many things that we can find revenue, that we just have to really take it seriously, as Councillor Flaherty would have said, sharpen our pencils and get to work here. As the chair of the pilot committee, I also appreciate the comments that we look to our non-profit institutions to pay more, to pay their fair share. But also, to be real, we have to remember that although 55% of our real estate is non-taxable in the city, the biggest proportion of that non-taxable real estate is federal, state and city property. So it's a complex issue. I'm grappling with it. I've heard both sides of this conversation back and forward, but I feel right now it's a prudent approach to try and give us a tool that we may or may not need to use. I'm hopeful. I hope that we don't have to use it and we don't have to bring everything up to the 200% level. But I think that it gives us some flexibility in our approach. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. The chair recognizes Councillor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion to move to a vote.
Thank you. There is a motion to move to a vote. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? I'm saying we don't even, we can do a roll call vote. I was just going to say that I support this matter for many of the reasons that Councillor Braden stated. Thank you, Councillor Coletta Zapata, the chair of the Committee on Government Operations, to the acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0642. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Mr. Clerk, can we please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0642. Councillor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. No. Councilor Fitzgerald, no. Councilor Flynn. No. Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Louisiane.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiane, yes. Councilor Mejia. Present. Councilor Mejia, present. Councilor Murphy. No. Councilor Murphy, no. Councilor Pepin. Yes. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana. Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell. No. Councilor Worrell, no. Docket number 0642 has received 8 votes in the affirmative, 4 votes in the negative, and 1 present.
Thank you. The committee report is accepted. Docket number 0642 has passed. Mr. Clerk, would you please take out of order and read docket number 0670?
Docket number 0670, message in order for annual appropriation and tax order for fiscal year 2025, filed in the office of the city clerk on April 8, 2024.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell, but Councilor Braden, do you have a point of order?
Madam Chair, the communication transmitting the report from ISD rental registration and inspection, I'd like to move for reconsideration to have this docket referred to the Housing Committee in order for a hearing to be held on this annual report that has been submitted.
Can you remind me of the docket number?
Docket number 0924.
Okay, and you're looking to have 0924
sent to the Housing Committee.
Okay, I'll second it, and I'll send it to the Housing Committee.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. We had also had to do that because I know that this is an issue that you also wanted to talk about in committee. We're going to see if you're filing a hearing order or sending it to committee, but we can send this to committee. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell.
Thank you, Council President. Also just want to thank all my colleagues for showing up to all the hearings, all the working sessions. I want to give a big shout out to my Vice Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, Councilor Pepin, for your dedication, all your hard work that you put in to this process. Thanks to Budget Director Jim Williamson, CFO Grafenberger. Thanks to all the department chiefs and directors and everyone who came here to testify on behalf of the administration. Thanks to the public for showing up to all these hearings and public testimonies. Thank you for your words and for constantly advocating for the people of the city of Boston. And thanks to IGR, Claire, Denise, Neil. Thanks to central staff for all your hard work. Shane, Karishma, Candace, Megan, Ethan, and Michelle, especially for those late working sessions, the one that ran until 10 p.m. off-site. And then thank you to my team, Matthew, Bruce, Adela, Io, the whole team, Nushri, the whole team. Thank you. With this budget, the City Council has declared its shared values and collective strength. We are a council that believes in housing. We are a council that believes in youth jobs. We are a council that believes in college and career readiness. We are a council that believes in community safety. We are a council that believes in the quality of life for all of our residents. And we are a council that listens to the voices of the people. We began this process with public testimony on the night of the first budget hearings. And we bookended with public testimony on the night of the final budget hearings. To the public, I say, we heard you loud and clear. We heard of troubles paying rent. We heard about youth jobs. We heard about public safety concerns. And we heard about issues with rodents. I believe this budget can make a deep difference in all of these areas. This process started months ago, and after more than 100 hours of hearings and 6 working sessions, the council is prepared to build upon the mayor's proposal and meet residents' needs by increasing investments by $15.3 million in critical areas such as housing, college readiness, jobs, community safety, and quality of life. We were able to achieve all this while making sure all of our top 10 city departments are seeing increased funding from fiscal year 2024, including the police department, fire department, and BCYF. The council has maintained Mayor's Wu increases in investments in public safety personnel, veterans, and our seniors. The City Council package includes additional housing investments of $4.9 million, which includes $1.5 million for city housing vouchers, $1.5 million for down payment assistance, $750,000 for community land trust, $500,000 for a right to counsel program, and $250,000 for fair housing testers. Together, we work to prioritize college and career readiness by investing $4.39 million in programs including $2 million for youth jobs, $750,000 for workforce development, $500,000 for college readiness programs, and $300,000 for ESLO programs. To continue to build on progress in ensuring that this city is safe for all residents, we as a council are seeking an additional $2.99 million to support $1 million for Boston Crime Lab, $1 million for supporting families of homicide victims, $500,000 for Family Justice Center, and $200,000 for infant and maternal health programs, and then $200,000 for violence intervention programs. And finally, as this council works to build a more beautiful, vibrant, equitable city, we are advocating for $3 million, included $500,000 for digital equity, $500,000 in arts, $500,000 for equity studies, $100,000 for emergency relief fund, and $100,000 to pilot a trash containerization program. Building off of Mayor Wu's budget, every city council in this room, in this chamber, has at least one investment in the package. In this package, it aligns with our vision for a city that houses all its residents, supports its families, prepares both children and newcomers for college and careers, and invests in the arts and community safety for our city of Boston. This is why I recommend that this docket ought to pass in an amended draft. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to say thank you for all of your hard work. Being the chair of Ways and Means is a difficult task, an important one for the entire city as you lead us through the budget process. But it's hours that many of us can't even comprehend in preparation, in conducting the hearings and doing the analysis and trying to get everyone on board and to work collectively. So really, hats off to you. I'm glad that you are the chair and that you have led us so gracefully through this process. I also want to thank the former chair of Ways and Means, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, under former President Flynn, because you really fought for us to get the resources via Karishma, who's been doing outstanding work here on central staff in partnership with Shane to really prepare us and really provide us with the visualizations to support the work that we have to do, that the mandate that the people of Boston have given us. So thank you to the current chair and thank you to the former chair. Is anyone looking to counsel? I see Councilor Pepin, you have your light on. The vice chair of the committee, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm standing to thank the chair, Chair Worrell for all the hard work that you did, being able to serve as the vice chair under you in my first term and learn throughout the process what the budget is in the city of Boston. I think that you did a fine job in maneuvering us and leading us through the ways and throughout the countless hours of budget hearings and the working sessions that went on for hours and hours. But I learned tremendously, and I truly feel proud in what we came up with and what we are presenting on the floor today. I think that we truly worked together to come up with this, and I just want to say publicly that I'm in support of this, and I, again, thankful to my colleagues, but to you, Chair Worrell, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pepin. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. Councilor Coletta Zapata, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to just give my flowers to the chair for your hard work. You shepherded us through this process, and it was not easy. I also want to thank former chair, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. You walked so that we can run. Because of you, we did get Karishma. You had the foresight to invest in so many different resources that we were able to utilize this time around. So I just want to thank you. Thank you. With broad consensus, the council has maximized its new budgetary authority diligently and in a fiscally responsible manner by utilizing unspent funding resources. We have spent countless meetings analyzing every dollar of taxpayer money. The resulting amendments invest in basic city services and quality of life issues, which is very important to me. Community safety, housing, youth, career, and college readiness, and more. These amendments invest in top city departments and ensure there will be no personnel cuts to community safety. The community maintained the collective bargaining reserve hike while also calling attention to the numerous job vacancies across the city. The budget now goes to Mayor Wu for her decisions. And I just want to say thank you so much to all the residents who attended our listening sessions all the way back in January and then attended our budget town halls to provide their feedback and their thoughts, comments, and suggestions. And I just want to shout out the many community organizations who allowed me to come to their meetings in March and April and May to talk about the city budget. And just want to thank all of my colleagues for their participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta Zapata. The chair recognizes, I think it was Councilor Flynn. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank Councilor Worrell for his professionalism, and I fail to acknowledge Councilor Coletta as well as Chair of Government Operations for her professionalism as well. I believe that providing public safety and basic city services are the most critical functions of city government. At this time, or any time, we should not cut the budgets of departments that provide critical services or reallocate funds from a budget that provide critical services to the residents of Boston, such as Boston Police, the Fire Department, the Transportation Department, the Public Library System, Public Works, the Snow Management Fund, especially as we face uncertain economic times in the years ahead. For the record, in over 6.5 years that I have served on this body, and like my colleagues, I've been to hundreds and hundreds of meetings, there has never been a single civic group in District 2 or across the city where I was asked to cut the budgets of the critical city departments that play such an important role in the lives of residents. I get just the opposite in every neighborhood. Flynn, we need more police and public safety resources. We need more people sweeping the streets. We need to open up a fire station. I continue to advocate for hundreds of additional police officers every year due to long-standing issues of overstretched resources, forced overtime, and other retirement-related issues. When Commissioner Cox came on board, his first day or his second day, I met with the commissioner, and a week prior to that, we had police officers that were working 24 hours straight. That's very unhealthy for a city. It's unhealthy for a neighborhood. It's unhealthy for a police officer and his and her family. The commissioner agreed with me. We don't have police officers that are working 24 hours a day, but we do have a lot of police officers that are working 16 hours a day, which is also very unhealthy. These city departments play a critical role in the lives of residents: transportation, public works, public libraries. They're critical to the operation of our city, providing essential services to our constituents, to our seniors, keeping our city and region safe. I also understand in this exercise that if we add funding to one department, we must subtract it from another. The amendments that I proposed move funds away from the Office of Participatory Budget, which has about $2 million in special appropriation and has not spent those funds yet. I did so to advocate for an increase in the Boston Crime Laboratory, which is not meeting the state-mandated 30-day turnaround for testing of sexual assault kits. We're not in compliance with state guidelines that state a sexual assault kit must be tested every 30 days. Boston averages about 58 days to test a kit. We need to provide those survivors, we need to provide them with justice. We have a crime lab where one person just resigned last week. We're down many staff, analysts in the crime lab. We don't have a permanent leader. We are not testing with the most advanced equipment, such as Y screening. New York City tests with Y screening. The Massachusetts Crime Lab tests with Y screening, the most advanced testing. But we're not able to use that testing. One, we don't have it, and two, we don't have the personnel to conduct these testing. We need to make significant, major changes in the crime lab. I also advocated for pest control resources on the weekends for ISD. We don't have a permanent pest control response from Friday afternoon until Monday morning. That's when you really need pest control resources in Boston's neighborhoods. When people have these parties on Friday nights or Saturdays where restaurants are busy, that's when we need pest control resources in management. That's what I advocated for. I also advocated for a proposed standalone city department on pest control to ensure that residents are living in a healthy environment. And that's something I do hope that we are able to accomplish, working closely with the Wu administration. New York City recently proposed and enacted a standalone department on pest control. These public safety issues, quality of life issues, are nuts and bolts. It's what really residents want us to focus on. How do we improve the lives of residents across the city? And we do that by working together, by treating our dedicated professional city employees with respect, giving them the tools to be successful, supporting them. Our city employees have been with the City of Boston for a lot of years, during good times and bad times, and to cut critical departments that provide quality of life services and support, neighborhood services to residents is something I don't support. I will be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I do want to start by thanking the chair, Councilor Worrell, but also shout out to Matthew on your staff. You know, all of the hearings you had, and especially when we had the community in asking questions or sharing concerns, you and Matthew worked diligently and made sure to connect with the residents, you know, at that time. So I did appreciate that and all the hard work that you put into this. Before I start my statements, I do just want to highlight that this current fiscal year, which is about to end, we've overspent, and I know that's where many of our budget amendments are coming from, where we've underspent, I mean, $193 million. We could put $180 million towards tax relief to our residential taxpayers and still have more than enough to fund all of our amendments without going into line items and harming any future funding for departments. So, unfortunately, we're about to vote on a budget that I believe will do harm to core city services. Make no mistake, across the board, our constituents' quality of life and the return on investment they get from the taxes they pay will decline as a result of this fiscal plan that is about to pass this body. Even as the budget figures bottom line increase by 8%, and we debate whether we want to hit up commercial or residential for more property taxes. Not too long ago, this city was talking about hosting the Olympics. Last year, we couldn't even open pools for our own kids, many of them in the neighborhoods that could have used them the most. We underspent by $193 million in this current fiscal year. We are understaffed. Good, solid union jobs at places like BCYF, transportation, public works, our libraries, in departments that serve the working families of the city. As I said earlier, people who live or have the resources won't much notice the difference. Families in Hyde Park, Dorchester, Eastie, they will. The leaders of these departments say they need personnel, and we're not filling those jobs, but we're now pulling the funding that allowed these jobs to be filled. Initially, we wanted to defund or take money from the police by $19 million. We have been able to wrestle that down to $3 million. We're pulling close to $1 million from BCYF and the $1.5 million from Boston Fire. Folks, that money doesn't automatically get restored. That is permanent budgetary damage being inflicted on solid union jobs, many of them entry-level, code enforcement, transportation, libraries, assessing, parks and rec. We are preemptively hamstringing this city's future ability to provide core services because we are making rash fiscal decisions today. We're also putting the mayor in a tough position with some of these amendments because we're asking her to make choices between worthy priorities, many of which will have lasting repercussions that she doesn't want, that we don't want, and that our constituents absolutely do not want. It's not going to happen this budget cycle, unfortunately, but we as a body need to have a discussion about putting the Boston Public Schools budget on the table. It accounts for 1/3 of the overall city budget, and the per student cost has spiked 46% in the past 5 years. That's amid declining enrollment, chronic absenteeism, and in many cases, embarrassing underperformance. We are failing our kids, and it's time that the people's elected representatives in this city put a stop to it. I'm voting no for the reasons I've listed above, and because I'm truly disappointed in the course that we're charting for this city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden, and then after Councilor Braden, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, and then, sure if anyone else will turn the mic on, I will also like to speak after Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I have to thank Councillor Worrell for his incredible leadership in guiding our body through a very important process over the last 8 weeks. Our budget is a statement of our values as a body, and it's the most important work that we do in this office. I also want to shout out incredible thank you and appreciation for Karishma and Shane, and also to Councillor Fernandez Anderson for sharing her experience and learning of having held the position of Chair of Ways and Means in the previous session. I commend Chair Worrell for guiding the process in which we very diligently worked only to redirect funds to our amendments from line items that had been underspent, sometimes by millions of dollars and for many years in a row. We weren't taking, and we were very mindful about not taking too much out of those line items so that the purpose and function of that line item would not be disrupted. This process has taken days for us to achieve, but we arrived at these amendments through a careful and deliberative process. As Councillor Worrell mentioned, we all got something. This package of amendments represents the consensus and the spirit of our body as a group. I will be voting in support of this operations. This budget, but I'd also like to raise the issue about the Administrative Services Department. We need to actually start coordinating. The fact that we have such an incredible amount of money left unspent, and in line items that have got millions of dollars that are unspent year on year, I think we really need to look at our administration and try and figure out ways to make ourselves more efficient as we go forward as a city. I also, I think everyone got something they wanted in this process. I'm delighted to see that Inspectional Services got some money to increase overtime for pest control inspections. I'm delighted to see that the Health Commission got money for the Family Justice Centre to support survivors of sexual assault. I'm delighted to see that the Police Department Crime Lab is getting, we're asking money to be sent over there to facilitate the better, more efficient processing of sexual assault testing kits. I'm also delighted to say that we redirected monies to increase the number of crime lab technologists and to fill the director vacancy. There's so many issues that we talk to our residents and constituents call us every week about these issues, and I really do feel that this document is a reflection of what we're hearing from our residents, but also a really good faith effort to try and redirect funds that are being underspent to better use for the common good. So thank you, Madam President, and I will be voting in support of this.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to Councillor Fernandes Anderson, and then we'll horseshoe it, and then I'll go to Councillor Durkin. I will just state that if anybody needs any documents, either my colleagues or members of the public or media, you can ask central staff for it, but please don't grab any papers. Central staff is more than willing to make sure that everyone has access to the information that they need. The chair recognizes Councillor Fernandes Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to rise to congratulate Councillor Worrell, our Chair of Ways and Means. In my first term, as you all know, I was the Chair of Ways and Means on Ways and Means, and being my first term and taking on the experience and having to carry us through the process of the charter amendment for the first time, there were, of course, a lot of contention. I led and championed a democratic process where I had to not just, although it wasn't my responsibility to educate my colleagues or to help my colleagues learn about it, but it was a process that we all together helped each other to learn through it and get through it. And we did. We did wonderfully. We passed a budget unanimously the first time, and with some conversations, eventually landed in a very good place where we passed a budget with many amendments that we were happy with. Then on to the second year, more contention, and at that time refused to speak on who were cutting what departments, and it wasn't cuts, right? I talked about this when there were funds in excess, so there was a pattern of unused spends over the years. We looked at, although this year I think that Chair Worrell, you did a better job with actual presentations and Canva and different visual explanations of how to bring it to the council to look at these patterns of unused funds. But there were also patterns of this year after the different departmental cabinet chiefs came in, they were explaining when we don't use this money. For example, we were trying to explain last year that there were funds over millions of dollars in specifically certain departments, and this year the chiefs came in and said, look, what happened with this $4.5 million, it went back to Office of Budget Management, because obviously there has to be accountability to what happens to it next, and the mayor within her right can reallocate and did reallocate. We communicated with the administration, and they were transparent in providing information to us and explaining some of this was reused and some of it wasn't, and we understood that. It's been a wonderful journey to see you, Mr. Chair of Ways and Means, to carry this through. You get numbers. You understand this budget in and out. You had the right questions. In fact, you had more. You were stealing some of my questions, because before I could even open my mouth, you were asking them. You had the foresight to understand exactly what direction we had to go to, and you carry this through not only democratically, diplomatically, and respectfully. And then we found ourselves in working sessions where we saw you exert patience and understanding and compassion, and you really understood people's personalities. You wagered all of our different quirks and different ways of managing relationships. You took this and really masterfully delivered. So I think it's more than just understanding numbers and sitting up all night and going to bed for the last few months, 10 to midnight, and sometimes hearing our conversations and just learning from you as well. I now feel I know this budget in and out, but I couldn't have done that without you a second term around to really be able to experience this. I wouldn't have had it any other way. So I want to just amplify your leadership, your ability to stand amongst us here today. We have our wonderful President Counselor, Louis Jean, who is just an exemplary president. But I have to say also that you as a leader here today, you deserve much more than flowers. The respect that I have for you and the love and friendship that I have for you will be limitless and forevermore, hopefully. So, and I'd like to thank all of my council colleagues. I saw you really being patient with each other. I saw us communicating. I saw us understanding these numbers. I saw us looking at the different rationale behind the unspent funds and understanding, oh, the jobs are not getting cut. Rather, we are reallocating funds. And then it's not a zero-sum game, right? So that if there is a pattern of unused spent, that we took a portion of it and we moved it to another department, it's also still a conversation to say, look, if we take money from personnel, for example, if there are about $2 million of additional funds, right, after smooth spending, which is not a perfect math, but looking at the pattern in the last 4 or 5 years of unspent funds, it means that we as the council have, as a body, we are the oversight body on the budget. It means that the cabinet chiefs can come back to us here to create more transparency if they can only hire about $1 million worth of staff within not a whole year, not 12 months, mind you, because it does take a couple of months before the resumes come in, before we're interviewing, before we get people in, before we hire. So maybe about 9 to 10 months that they can come in to us and say, you move this money to contract or you move this money here. Can we discuss how we need more funding? That the funds don't necessarily have to go directly to OBM, but that now we've created more transparency here. So there is way more than you hear here in terms of, jobs are not getting cut. Funds are being reallocated because there's this pattern. We have a responsibility as a body, legal responsibility. No one is losing their job. No one is getting laid off. In fact, every single department has cushion to hire and continue to improve in terms of workforce development, in terms of their rights, in terms of increasing capacity. So we made sure that we looked at those numbers. And you, my dear friend, Councilor Worrell, Mr. Chair, again, thank you so much. Thank you to every single one of my colleagues here individually. Thank you to my colleague Sharon Durkin, who is in bereavement, and so sorry for your loss, and I know this is not the time, but do appreciate that you are here in such hard times, and my prayers continue to be with you and your family. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez, and the chair recognizes Councilor Fitzgerald. You have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. First, I'd also like to say thank you to the chair, Councilor Worrell. I won't be as verbose as Councilor Tanya Fernandez-Anderson in your praise, but hey, good job, my friend, okay? Thank you. That being said, thank you to Central Staff, Karishma and Shane as well, of course. They did a fantastic job in helping us understand where we were able to pull and take from and look at historical data. But I just want to say that I'll be voting no on this only because there are certain departments where money will be coming from that I just feel that no matter, on principle, even with, and I understand looking at the historical spending and underspending and year over year of what they've done, and that there may be room for there are certain things such as police, fire, parks, Boston Center for Youth and Families, that when I feel that money could be coming from somewhere else in the budget, rather than these sort of staple departments that I think provide serious services. And I understand there is an increase in all of these overall as these sort of top 10 departments. But still, the original budget that we saw to decrease from any of that for our other amendments, and we all put forth great amendments, and I think we all want to see them continue to go through, knowing that there could be funding for them from a different source other than some of these staples that on principle I just can't stand to see cut. I'll be voting no, but just wanted to make sure I express that notion. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to my colleagues, particularly Councilor Worrell, for shepherding us through this process. And I do want to shout out Councilor Anderson because she really set the bar in what it looks like when colleagues are able to work together across their differences to get us to where we need to be. And I think you set the stage for that. And I just want to thank Councilor Worrell for living up to that, because working on a body of 13 with so many different competing interests, I saw a very different appetite for us to really look at what it looks like when we are flexing whatever little power we have here on the council. And so I just want to thank all my colleagues for doing just that. I will just have to say really quickly is that I reject any notion that we are cutting or creating this narrative in which we are being irresponsible, because for the record, this is this year. These are the dollars that we have to work with within this budget. It's not a death sentence. It is not a life sentence. We're going to come back next year and look at the ebbs and flows of the department and then make other decisions then. But for right now, what we had to work with was data, and the numbers do not lie. So I just want to be really clear about that. The data, the numbers do not lie. And for those who are here tuning in, news outlets, make sure that you check those numbers and you check the data. And when you write a story, make sure it's the truth. Because what I have noticed here is that we go in spaces and places and create narratives. But I'm standing up to say no one is going to use us to pit each other against one another. And I want to be really clear about that. This is our moment to demonstrate to our constituents that we can work together across our differences and support our constituents, regardless of the aisle that they come from. And I want to underscore, for the record, that this body, contrary to popular belief, is not out here trying to cut city services and cause harm to our municipal employees. In fact, we're trying to do the opposite. For the record, I held a hearing on the protocols, policies, and procedures around promotional practices here in the city of Boston. We heard overwhelmingly from officers of color that they wanted us to advocate on their behalf, right, to give them a fair chance of moving up the ranks. Some of those budget cuts that you see in the BPD budget are in direct as a result of officers of color asking us to fight for them. In addition, officers of color noted that there were almost 30 to 40 positions vacant in this year's budget. Those dollars are being reallocated, right? And so I just want to know for the record, we're not here trying to defund anything. We are out here trying to uplift and invest in the things that our communities have asked us, including housing. So we cannot say that we're here to support our constituents, and then when we have an opportunity to do so, hijack the opportunity for us to stand as a body. And so regardless of how I feel about certain things and about certain situations, At the end of the day, it is really important for us to flex the little muscle that we have and send a strong message that as a body, we're able to organize together, to listen to our constituents, and deliver. That is the message that we need to send over to the administration, and we're going to stick together, and we're going to pass this budget, and we're going to deliver for the people. Period. End of story. And that is all I have to say, and I will be supporting this process, and I will be supporting my colleagues because we are stronger when we are together.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. And you just said something about how you're trying to not harm municipal employees, but really help. And I just wanted to uplift the work that you've also done with trying to make, like, that, just even the idea of workforce housing for municipal employees, the work that you've done there, the pot of money that you've really helped to support and uplift for our municipal employees who are experiencing housing crises or maybe on the brink of eviction. So just really wanted to uplift and highlight that work that I know that you're going to continue to do alongside Councilor Weber. The chair recognizes Councilor Santana. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I want to rise to thank our chair, Brian Worrell, just for your patience and really shepherding us through this process. As a first-time city councilor in my first term, I learned a lot, and I was very proud to work with each and every one of you, all my colleagues, and I also would be remiss if I didn't thank our central staff, Karishma and Shane, and the rest of the team for all the work that they did. And I'll also be remiss if I didn't thank our former chair, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, who I think provided a lot of insight for me personally as a first-time councilor navigating this process. So I want to thank you there. I'm in support of this budget. I think I was glad to see that our crime lab is going to be invested in, that housing is going to be invested in, that public safety is being invested in here in the city of Boston. And as all of you know, my top priority on this council has been our youth. So I was extremely proud to see youth jobs, year-round jobs being invested in. And being reflected in this budget. So I just want to say, thank you to my colleagues. Really appreciated this process and look forward to the weeks ahead. To the weeks ahead. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, and also congrats to all the new councilors for it's your first budget and it's not easy. So, Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you Madam President, and thank you to Chair Worrell for running this process and the rest of my colleagues. It's been eye-opening, and I've gained a lot of respect for my colleagues through the many hours we spent in the last few weeks locked in small rooms talking about this. And I think what you see in this package is something that reflects our collective values. We are looking to provide more help for families that need it, through rental assistance. We're looking to provide help for our kids through youth jobs and youth programming. If this passes and we approve this, there'll be help for workforce training, English language training for recent arrivals, and possibly a pilot to provide representation for school age families with school age kids who are subject to eviction in the Right to Counsel program. And I think it's something that we can applaud. I know I just want to push back a little bit on the narrative that we're cutting from the police department. I know that's something we talk about. First, in this process, I don't think any of the cuts or the recommendations we've made were ideological. Instead, and thank you to our staff, our central staff, for doing an incredible job. We exercised fiscal responsibility. We looked in the budget for areas of huge underspending, huge numbers of vacant positions. With respect to the police department, we are simply lowering by a very small amount the amount of the increase. There will still be an enormous increase to the police budget this year. And what allowed us to do that was in a small part because there's about 547 vacancies at the police department, which is money that we're sending them that they're not using for positions. So we're not cutting positions. I think we're reducing by the number of 2, the number of vacancies, open positions, that they still go out and hire 545 people in the next year. Several of those cuts are not even from positions. We heard from the police commissioner, that he's budgeted $1.8 million for a police exam, which Councilor Mejia had just discussed. And that exam, by issuing that exam, that would ensure that the 2020 promotional exam would be the most discriminatory, have the worst discriminatory impact of any exam we've given in the last 20 years. The simple solution is not to give that exam and allow promotions to continue from the 2020 exam, which would allow police officers who scored 89 and 88 on that exam to be promoted. Both MAMLEO and the Boston Police Patrolmen's Association are both calling for that delay. And these are two groups that don't often agree with each other. They're calling for that delay, which would save money. So when you talk about, or when people talk about cuts to the police department, it's not from positions. We're talking about money that is not being used, should not be used. And I hope that when people discuss the police department, they also mention that this budget seeks to put $1 million back into the police department for the crime lab, because I think, as Councilor Flynn has highlighted, this is a major problem. We need to make sure sexual assault victims have justice, in our city. So, I think I just don't think it's correct to focus on that and to characterize what we've suggested here as a cut to the services our police department can provide. Instead, I think we're actually increasing the services by allowing them to process, rape kits and things like that. So, I'm not sure I can land this plane, but I think as we go forward, we're all hoping that teamwork can defeat Mavericks in the coming days. And so, I hope we've shown that we can work as a team, and that we'll continue to do that as we finalize the budget. And that's why I support this package. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weber. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. You have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. I plan to vote in support of the budget amendments today. Today, I think the theme of today is we're leveraging our power as a body, something that we haven't had the opportunity to do before. And I really appreciate the work of central staff, and I really appreciate the chair for all of their countless hours of work that have gone into this. And I'm grateful to our colleagues because not every single decision on this piece of paper is unanimous, but there was consensus. We have 13 unique, creative, and passionate leaders that we lead with, and I think, if I can call myself that, but we all have something to learn from each other and to consider from every single member of the Boston City Council. And I look forward to seeing the administration's responses to each of these amendments. The chair and I spoke until late last night, and some of my questions were answered. But what I did realize, being a first-year counselor in the middle of this budget process, was that not all of my questions are going to be answered. This budget is a behemoth. We have a lot going on. And I just want to share, I'm really grateful to my colleagues for the grace that they've shown me over the past few days when I've been dealing with a lot. And I know that our city has hiring and retention issues and unused funds. And what we did here is we operationalized data to make smart. And I wouldn't, they're not cuts, they're reallocations of money towards things that could be helpful as a city. And I'm just really grateful to central staff again for all of their work, and grateful to the council president and the chair for leading this body during this time. I think if I had to end with anything, it would be, I don't want to go on too long, but it's an honor and a pleasure to serve on this body alongside all of you. And I think sometimes we get caught up in the nitty-gritty, but the reality is we're all here to serve Bostonians. And as I think about the interplay and budget between the administration and the council. I truly believe that it's all of us for Boston, and I think what we've proposed here and these budget amendments are smart, and I think as we in the coming weeks, all are starting to get feedback on these budget amendments. I really appreciate looking into every single one of them. I did want to highlight too that I'm really proud that made it in, which is one is for a landmark study report curator, and the other is for a downtown parks administrator, both of which I have really advocated for. So thank you again, and really, again, it's really a pleasure to serve with all of my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Councilor Durkin. I see you, Chair Worrell. I'm going to speak on this matter so that I'm able to speak, but I want to make sure that, again, I also want to uplift condolences to you, Councilor Durkin, and I also want to say to Chair Worrell, again, if we could clap in this body, I would clap for you. There's no clapping, but I would initiate that if I could, just to continue to give you your flowers. And I want to also thank you. I think Councilor Durkin said something that's really important. Yes, I see Louis, you doing, yes, that is permissible. Even when decisions weren't unanimous, there was consensus. And I do think that's something very important to highlight. It's important to highlight and show that this body can work together. Only 3 of us were here when this power to amend the budget, and including the mayor, only 4 people are still in this building who originally voted on it. The hard part of the work, the power that the people of Boston gave us, is in implementation. And we felt that, and we feel that in budget. It's hard, it's inartful, it's political, but I want to again highlight and thank the work of central staff. I want to highlight something that I think is important. The budget of every one of the city's top 10 departments is increasing. There's an increase for every department, including police, including fire, including BCYF. And what we have done together collectively as a body we've looked at the past data and said, what have we seen from the past 5 years? What are the trends in terms of using these funds? If we have a mandate, how are we to deliver on that mandate if we are not looking at past data and seeing where there is a history of underspending? And I also want to thank the chair because you were very smart in holding a hearing about vacancies in our city departments before the budget process even began, so that we could all know that this is an issue. And as much as we want our potholes filled, as much as we want everything done so that our streets are fully accessible, so that everyone has all the resources, we simply are having difficulty doing that. Now, perhaps the initiatives of Councilor Mejia and others, when we're talking about workforce development housing, perhaps that will help. And so when we are back at the table next year discussing budget, we will have data again. Did they do better? Are there no longer any unused funds in this line item? Do we then not touch that line item because there is not a pattern of unused funds? And I want to thank you, Councilor Worrell, because you committed to having that hearing along with Chair Weber twice a year, so that we can check in with departments, see how is it going? How can we help to uplift job fairs, to make sure that we have people applying, to make these jobs more palatable? What are we doing on housing to make sure that we are building where we can to make housing less expensive overall? What is our commitment to affordable housing? And I want to talk about the investments. These investments are also to get at that. When we talk about housing, the investment that we are collectively making as a body, because that is the #1 issue that we hear as district and at-large city councilors. When we talk about college and career readiness in a city that has tremendous universities, we're always talking about pilot, but that don't have enough of our Boston Public School students. When we talk about community safety, as the mayor continues to champion that we have a very low crime rate, and we want to keep it that way. We want to make sure that we are investing truly in community safety. The work of Isaac Yablo, the work of the police department is really getting at that. And the issues of quality of life. And I think if we are to do our jobs in both holding the mayor accountable and using the powers that the people of Boston have given us to co-lead this city, to do that in partnership with the mayor who is making strides on issues of climate justice, on issues of making sure that our schools are improving, we do that with this authority that we have. So I just also want to thank each and every one of my colleagues. It's very hard, it's very political, they're very late nights, but we did it, and we did it together collectively. Are we going to agree all the time? No, but I really just do commend the chair for all of the work that you've done, and I commend each and every colleague who offered very thoughtful amendments that we can collectively as a body take credit for and tell the constituents that we are working every day to deliver. So again, thank you, Chair. You now have the floor. Councilor Braden, did I not? Okay. I'm going to call on Councilor Worrell, and then I will call on you. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Luigi, and I think you covered everything I was going to cover, but I'll definitely reiterate that this was a data-driven process. We looked at historical data over the last 6 years for each line item across all the city departments here in the city of Boston, and that is what drove this work, was the data. It was nothing else besides where the unused money was, where we have a pattern of not using the money in those line items to reallocate into the investments. And I just want to just note for the record that Public Works, year over year, that department is going up. Transportation, year over year, that department's going up. Police Department, year over year, that department's actually going up $47 million. Boston Fire Department, year over year, that department's actually going up $27 million. Parks is going up. BCYF is still going up. But what's hard to ignore is when we hear BPS come in here and say they have 5,000 students that are homeless. And then we have the ability to reallocate money to be able to provide those students with assistance and support to get them into housing. What's hard to ignore is when we hear youth constantly asking for jobs, and then we have the ability to allocate money to get those youth to jobs. So that's what we're doing with this power, is making sure we're being responsive and supporting the families, students, people of the city of Boston. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Earl. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. You have the floor.
One very brief comment before we go on. One of the issues that we've brought up consistently over the last few years with regard to this whole process is the fact that departments do not provide us with an annual report, and it's actually a requirement in our ordinances that we require departmental reports, and that practice was done away with. Like it sort of lapsed probably in the 1980s, and we haven't really gotten back to that. So a lot of when departments come in to present their budgets, we should have all that information. We shouldn't have to go digging for it and sort of squeeze and sending, all the information we get in the RFI. If we had departmental reports, we wouldn't even have to ask for that information. And that's really why it's so important that we have an administrative services department. We have it in ordinance, but we don't actually have a functioning administrative services department that would be a central entity that would guide guide the whole entire enterprise and coordinate across the whole enterprise. Because we're sort of going like we're robbing Peter to pay Paul all over the place because there's this imbalance. So annual reports and then also an administrative services department that would really help us in this process and would improve the efficiency of city government across the board.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. The chair recognizes Councilor Fitzgerald. You have the floor.
Yeah, I haven't thought this completely through, but just as a first time going through the budget, it would help, and I don't know if this is allowed, again, that's why I'm just bringing it, but if we were able to do amendments prior to having all departments come in, and then that way sort of asking departments to defend themselves if we have any draws or takes or the to's and the froms, I think it would make us feel a lot better about the process we just went through, right? Knowing that we've discussed it with departments and understand from their point of view the impact. I don't know if that's what we're able to do, but I would just like to throw that out there as an idea as someone just going through this the first time and trying to see how it could be improved.
Thank you, Councilor Fitzgerald. I appreciate that comment. I have not been chair of Ways and Means. Very difficult task. And if anybody wants to highlight, I will just say that there are probably 1,000 different ways of doing this, crunched by time. And I also know that we will probably, I've already heard, some of us have consulted with different organizations, different people, different unions, different departments, that everyone is going to defend what they got. And I am not mad at anyone for doing that. That's what you do. You defend your home, you defend turf. That's why I really believe that the data-driven process is really important, and also that's why I commend the chair in having those twice-a-year hearings on vacancies. I'll turn it over to Councilor Fernandez Anderson, then I'll kick it to Councilor Worrell.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to rise to acknowledge that Councilor Orell did present all of the different variations of ways that we can make amendments. Some of us, you couldn't attend the entire hearing or the entire working sessions, or our jobs are very arduous. We have very tight schedules, very busy schedules. So at some points you may have missed some of that detail. But you are within your right to prepare, to bring your amendments, to bring your own RFIs, to bring your own questioning, to bring your own research, to compile, to aggregate data, to disaggregate it, to create your analysis, to go back and forth, to meet with departments individually, or to meet with them together, to file hearings in between within the work ways and means. You are within your right. As counselors, we have that responsibility, and that is why we were qualified or voted for, I'm assuming. So here we are. Sorry that you missed some of us, that you missed some of those details, but it was all in the sessions. It was all there. You had those options, and I'm so sorry you missed that.
Thank you. I just, it seems like I've given a lot of people, okay, I will call on Councilor Murphy. Hopefully we'll be able to move to a vote soon. Thank you. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you for letting me, just quickly, I do just want to go on record that it just seems a bit ironic to me that we acknowledge, we know it's true from the data that every single department has increased and that we have $193 million of unspent funds. At the same day, this council is taking a vote as we struggle with an increase in commercial and residential tax increases that are going to hurt both, not just one or the other. So I want to go on record to say that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Orell. Councilor Orell, you have the floor.
Yes, and I'm always open to suggestions or recommendations, but I also want to just shout out Central staff again, Karishma. We held staff clinics at the very, very beginning of this budget process, where we tried to inform staffers, colleagues on what this process will look like. We sent out surveys as well to kind of hear from individuals on what they would like to see in this process, or what departments or how we can, what can we do to make this process better, for our colleagues. But those staff clinics, I saw as helpful for our colleagues, and that's something that we're going to continue on. So that is a space for colleagues to go present their ideas, but also once we're presenting it in that space, any question can be asked in the INLA chamber when we have the administration in front of us. So it's incumbent and your responsibility of the counselors to prepare for the hearings, and we're here to be supportive of that any which way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I also just want to say that I remember one of the working sessions we had last week, I walked in and I think you were announcing the process, and I was like, aren't we doing it this way? And you're like, no. And it's in your discretion as the chair, but I do want to uplift those opportunities that maybe I missed a hearing or working session that I didn't attend, that you were going to approach it that way. So again, there are so many different ways to approach it. And I just, again, want to just continue to commend you in that. So Councilor Orell, thank you, Councilor Orell, the chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0670 in an amended draft. Mr. Clerk, will you please take a roll call vote on docket number 0670?
Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin.
Yes.
Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. Councilor Fitzgerald, no. Councilor Flynn. No. Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Louisiana.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia.
C.
Councilor Mejia, C. Councilor Murphy.
No.
Councilor Murphy, no. Councilor Pepin. Yes. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana.
Yes.
Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber.
Yes.
Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0670 has received 10 votes in the affirmative and 3 in the negative.
Thank you. The committee report is accepted. Docket number 0670 has passed. Mr. Clerk, please read dockets number 0683 through 0694 and dockets 0679 and 0680. You got a lot of reading ahead of you.
Docket number 0683, message in order authorizing a limit for the Law Department revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 to purchase goods and services for repairs to city property. This revolving fund shall be funded by receipts from recoveries for damages to city property caused by third parties. The Law Department will be the only unit authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditures shall be capped at $300,000. Docket number 0684, message in order authorizing limit for the Mayor's Office of Tourism revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 to purchase goods and services to support events and programming on and around City Hall Plaza, to advance tourism and promote participation in public celebrations, civic and cultural events. This revolving fund shall be funded by receipts from payments for the use of City Hall Plaza pursuant to City of Boston Code Ordinance Chapter 11-7.14. The Mayor's Office of Tourism will be the only unit authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditures shall be capped at $150,000. Docket number 0685, message in order authorizing a limit for the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 to purchase goods and services to support the operation of the Strand Theater. This revolving fund shall be funded by receipts from rental fees for the use of the Strand Theater. The Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture will be the only unit authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditures shall be capped at $150,000. Docket number 0686, message in order authorizing limit for the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 to purchase goods and services to support public art to enhance the public realm throughout the City of Boston. This revolving fund shall be funded by receipts from easements within the public way granted by the Public Improvement Commission. The Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture will be the only unit authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditures shall be capped at $800,000. Docket number 0687, message in order authorizing limit for the Distributed Energy Resource Revolving Fund for fiscal year 2025 to facilitate the purchase of offsets of greenhouse gas emissions, which shall be associated with a portion of the electricity consumed by the city annually, and to operate, maintain, monitor, and expand the city's existing solar arrays and Boston Public Schools combined heat and power facilities. This revolving fund shall be credited with any and all receipts from the sale of renewable and alternative energy certificates and demand response programs revenues produced by combined heat and power units located at Boston Public School sites, and solar renewable energy certificates produced by the city's photovoltaic arrays. Receipts and resulting expenditures from this fund shall not exceed $175,000. Docket number 0688, message in order authorizing a limit for the Environmental Conservation Commission revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 for the purpose of securing outside consultants, including engineers, wetlands scientists, wildlife biologists, and other experts in order to aid in the review of proposed projects to the Commission for the city's ordinance protecting local wetland and promoting climate change adaptation. The revolving fund shall be funded by receipts from fees imposed by the Commission for the purpose of securing outside consultants. The Environment Department will be the only department authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditures shall be capped at $50,000. Docket number 0689, message in order authorizing a limit for the Boston Centers for Youth and Families revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 to pay salaries and benefits of employees and to purchase supplies and equipment necessary to operate City Hall childcare. This revolving fund shall be credited with any and all receipts from tuition paid by parents or guardians for children enrolled at the center. Receipts and resulting expenditures from this fund shall not exceed $900,000. Docket number 0690, message in order authorizing a limit for the Boston Public Schools revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 to repair and purchase Boston Public Schools computer technology, including computers, mobile devices, and instructional software. This revolving fund shall be credited with any and all receipts from equipment sales and repair fees for Boston Public School technology. Receipts and resulting expenditures from this fund shall not exceed $1,750,000. Docket number 0691, message in order authorizing a limit for the Boston Public Schools revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 to support the maintenance and repair of Boston Public School facilities, including custodial and utility costs for extending building time, floor refinishing, landscaping, and building repairs. Receipts from lease permit for use and parking fees for BPS facilities will be deposited in the fund. BPS will be the only unit authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditures shall not exceed $2 million. Docket number 0692, message in authorizing a limit for the Boston Public Schools revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 for Boston Public School transportation costs, including bus and public transportation costs. This revolving fund shall be credited with revenue received by the Boston School Department for the provision of transportation to groups and entities for field trips and activities other than transportation to and from school. Receipts and resulting expenditures from this fund shall not exceed $150,000. Docket number 0693, message in order authorizing a limit for the Boston Police Department revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 to support the K-9 units training program for officers and police dogs for non-City of Boston law enforcement agencies. The Special Operating Division will charge tuition and other fees to outside law enforcement agencies for the K-9 unit. The tuition and other fees paid by outside agencies shall be used to purchase training equipment, certify instructors, update facilities, and provide funds for other training needs not otherwise budgeted. The Special Operations Division will be the only unit authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditures shall be capped at $125,000. Docket number 0694, message in order authorizing a limit for the Boston Police Department revolving fund for fiscal year 25 to pay salaries and benefits of employees and to purchase supplies and equipment necessary to operate the Police Department Fitness Center. Revenue from this fund is derived from monthly membership fees. Receipts and resulting expenditures from this fund shall not exceed $125,000. Docket number 0679, message in order authorizing the appropriation of $1,300,000 from the income of the George Francis Parkman Fund. The funds are to be expended under the direction of the Commissioner of Parks and Recreation for the maintenance and improvement of Boston Common and parks in existence since January 12, 1887. Docket number 0680, message in order approving an appropriation of $4,400,000 from the 21st Century Fund, also known as the Public Education or Governmental Access and Cable-Related Fund, pursuant to Section 53F, 3/4 of Chapter 44 of the General Laws, to the PEG Access and Cable-Related Grant for cable-related purposes, consistent with the franchise agreement between the cable operator and the city, including but not limited to: 1, supporting public educational and governmental access cable TV services; 2, monitoring compliance of cable operator with the franchise agreement; or 3, preparation of renewal of the franchise license. Docket number 0673, message in order approving an appropriation of $4 million for the city's capital grant fund to address the impact of transportation network services on municipal roads, bridges, and other transportation infrastructure, and any other public purpose substantially related to the operation of transportation network services in the city. Such funds will be transferred and credited to the Capital Grant Fund from revenues received from the Commonwealth Transportation Infrastructure Enhancement Trust Fund, filed in the Office of the City Clerk on April 8, 2024. Docket number 0674, message in order authorizing an appropriation of $29,780,000 from the city's Capital Grant Fund in order to provide funding for various transportation and public realm improvements. The funds will be credited to the Capital Grant Fund from the Parking Meter Fund, filed in the Office of the City Clerk on April 8, 2024. Docket number 0675, message and order authorizing an appropriation in the amount of $1,850,000 from surplus property disposition fund credited to the capital fund for planning, design, and construction for projects for Lafayette Garage and border resilience projects, filed by the office of the city clerk on April 8th, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The chair recognizes Councilor Orrell, the chair of Ways and Means.
Thank you, Council President. Dockets number 0679 through 06780 and 0683 through 0694, which involve authorization for annual appropriations for special departments, specific funds, and revolving fund limits for FY25. First, we're going to talk about 0679 through 06780. These dockets involve two significant funds. Department Fund, established in 1908 through a bequest from George Francis Partman. This trust fund is designated for the maintenance and upkeep of several city parks, including the Boston Common and the Public Garden. The annual appropriation from this fund supports operations, general care, specialized maintenance, infrastructure improvements, and necessary repairs. The 21st Century PEG Access Fund, established in 2016 through Boston's acceptance of a local option. This fund is supported by cable franchise fees paid by subscribers to Comcast, RCN, and Verizon. It is used to support public, educational, and governmental access to cable television services. This includes funding for the Boston Neighborhood Network Media, which provides community access television and radio program, as well as Tech Goes Home initiative, which offers tools and education for digital equity. Additionally, this fund supports the city's dark fiber infrastructure and other related services. Next, we have dockets number 0683 through 0694, which involve the authorization of revolving fund limits for FY25. Annual authorization of the dollar limit for each of these revolving funds is mandated by mass law. Revolving funds are essential for providing financial flexibility to departments, allowing them to manage unpredictable and self-sustaining activities effectively. The Committee on Ways and Means has formalized the review process for these funds, running it concurrently with the annual budget review process and departmental budget hearings to maintain transparency and accountability. During our hearings, we received valuable information from the relevant departments about these funds. They are critical sources of external funding, and we reviewed each fund's summary, previous year's revenue and expenditure. And as chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, I recommend that these matters ought to pass.
Thank you, Councilor Orrell. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance. We're going to go through them one by one. Thank you, Councilor Orrell. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0683. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. The committee report is accepted. Docket number 0683 has passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0684. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Thank you. The committee report is accepted and docket number 0684 has passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0685. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Thank you. The committee report is accepted and docket number 0685 has passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0686. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. The committee report is accepted and docket number 0686 has passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0687. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Thank you. The committee report is accepted. Docket number 0687 has passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0688. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. The committee report is accepted and docket number 0688 has passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0689. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Thank you. The committee report is accepted and docket number 0689 is passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0690. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Thank you. The committee report is accepted and docket number 0690 has passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0691. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Thank you. The committee report is accepted. Docket number 0691 is passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0692. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Thank you. The committee report is accepted and docket number 0692 has passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0693. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Thank you. The committee report is accepted. Docket number 0693 is passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0694. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. The committee report is accepted and docket number 0694 is passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0679. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. The committee report is accepted. Docket number 0679 is passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0680. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Thank you. The committee report is accepted. Docket number 0680 is passed. Mr. Clerk, can you please read dockets number 0673 through 0675? Excuse me? Oh, 06, okay. Okay. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0673. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. The committee report is accepted. Docket number 0673 has passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0674. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. The committee report is accepted. Docket number 0674 is passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0675. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. The committee report is accepted. Docket number 0675 is passed. Mr. Clerk, can you please read dockets number 0676 through 0678?
Docket number 0676. Message in order for your approval, an appropriation order in the amount of $184,780,000 for various capital improvement purposes for city departments, including the Boston Centers for Youth and Families, Boston Housing Authority, Boston Planning and Development Agency, Boston Public Library, Environment, Fire, Mayor's Office of Housing, Office of Arts and Culture, Parks and Recreation, Police, Property Management, Public Works, and the Transportation Departments. Docket number 0677. Message in order authorizing an appropriation order in the amount of $240,375,000 for various capital improvement purposes for the Boston Public Schools. Docket number 0678. Message in order for your approval, an order authorizing the City of Boston to enter into one or more lease purchase or installment sales agreements in fiscal year 2025 in the amount not to exceed $40 million. These funds are to be used by various city departments for the acquisition of equipment in furtherance of their respective governmental functions. The list of equipment includes computer equipment, hardware and software, motor vehicles and trailers, ambulances, firefighting equipment, office equipment, telecommunications equipment, photocopying equipment, medical equipment, school and educational equipment, school buses, parking meters, street lighting installation, traffic signal equipment, and equipment functionally related to and components of the foregoing.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The chair recognizes the chairman of Ways and Means, Councillor Worrell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This capital budget reflects improvements that will help build and renovate new schools, libraries, community centers, and parks. Our residents are looking for these public facilities to be improved and renovated. So I want to just thank the Office of Budget Management for providing more information around capital projects. They provided us with a 10-year look back, and we'll be working with them on how to better give information around capital projects, hopefully get a timeline on a website where residents and councilors can track their capital projects throughout the capital plan. As I said, this is just for our parks, our schools. This is our first vote, and we'll be voting on this a second time in the next meeting. So I'm recommending that this ought to pass for the first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Clerk, will you please take a roll?
Oh, Councilor Mejia, sorry.
Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry. I'm my head down here. Pardon me. Councillor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm seeking some clarity here. I don't think that we are ready to vote on the capital budget. So is that the vote? And you are proposing that, because I feel like there's still some capital outstanding things that some of my colleagues, I don't know. I don't know. I will be voting no on the capital budget, just for the record.
Anyone else like to speak? Councillor Worrell?
I'm looking to move a vote.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, will you please? Councillor Fernandez-Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just again, thanking the Chair of Ways and Means on your leadership, and I do believe that this capital budget is a really good one. I have followed and aggregated all of the projects that are going into D7 by neighborhood, and then I met with each individual department and then got further information as to past projects, so understanding what has been actually been making progress and what has not. So I have those charts and graphs and infographics for you if any of my colleagues would like for me to share by neighborhood in District 7. And it's a really good way to just follow projects. And I know that it's not the case for every district. Sometimes some districts are taking priority and are taking too long to actually access the grant. But specifically, I can speak for my district, for District 7. We are getting a lot of investments. I've been following on the projects. They're actually being executed timely. So I do want to thank our mayor for the investments in prioritizing a lot of equity in District 7 in terms of the capital investments. Thank you. And be voting in support.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Rao. Councilor Rao, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I just want to also go on record in saying over the past years, District 4 wasn't receiving its fair share in the capital projects. And this year, we're receiving around 11%. So all of our parks, from Walsh Park, we have the Grove Hall BCYF Center, we have Mother's Rest, Ceylon Park. All of our parks are being renovated or in the process of being renovated, and we have a lot more investments when it comes to public facilities and amenities coming to the district through this capital plan. Just wanted to put that out there. And I know other councilors, Councilor Pepins, his district as well, is starting to receive more money as well through this capital plan.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor, and then Councilor Pepin.
Thank you, Madam President. I will not be voting in support of this capital budget this time. It is with great concern that when I see the capital appropriation or the list of projects for District 9, many of them have been in the works for 10 years. And, you know, as a new councillor, I used to get very excited when an earmark was put on a project. The money was being appropriated supposedly to support a project, and you go to your constituents and say, yay, we got $300,000 to do something, and then it doesn't happen. And then year on year they go, what's happening? The Ringer Park has been left for, I think it's been under study for close to 6 or 8 years. McKinney Park has been under study for a similar length of time. It's just that, and consistently, District 9 is consistently at the bottom of the heap. We are the second largest neighbourhood in the city. We have almost approaching 80,000 people and we'll hit 100,000. When the Jackson Man School was closed in 2022, in 2020, when this conversation was ongoing, there was a plan to close the school and to build a new 21st century elementary school that would allow us then to close and consolidate other schools in the district who are, some of which are over 100 years old. Our capital planning process seems to me like a shambles. It's very difficult for me to say, honestly say, I'm going to vote for a capital appropriation when we have so much uncertainty about whether projects will actually ever happen. Case in point is the emergency management operations, the Emergency Operations Centre. It was first proposed as a new project in financial year 14, which is in 2013, and then they needed an emergency service operations centre, and there was an identified budget of $18.7 million. So it's been under study in design, and then it was that was all packed away, and it was put again out as a new project in financial year 15 to renovate the existing facility at River Street in Mattapan and use as an emergency operations centre. It was an $18.7 million project. And, over the years, it's to be scheduled, 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 right up until financial year, this year, 2025, to be scheduled. There's absolutely, the total money spent on this has been $1.5 million over 10 years. So, the Emergency Operations Centre is just one example of a capital project that has a citywide impact that has never been moved forward over this length of time. And if it's not that important, why is it on this list? And what we're voting for is actually just the appropriate, is basically, what we're voting for is, I'm just very skeptical when I see a list of capital projects that just never happen. So this is really more of a concern, and I hope that we can revisit this after the budget to have a deep dive into our capital planning processes and see if we can come up with a more rational and predictable approach to our capital investments. I spoke to some folks who are experts in the field of capital management in municipalities, and basically they said you shouldn't vote for anything you don't know what the money's going to be spent for. And really, we don't know. There's a list of projects here, but we don't know if it's ever going to be spent on these projects. So I am voting no on this capital budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. The chair recognizes Councillor Pepin. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to stand in support of this capital budget simply because it's very hard for me to see the kind of investment that Mattapan has gone before, like this capital plan, this capital budget. Mattapan's library, there's a lot of money to make sure that they get improvements. Cummins Highway, that goes from Mattapan to Rosno, is getting a major improvement, and this is where the funds are going to come from. That is a speeding concern for the entire city. It's one of the corridors with the highest rates of accidents, and it's finally getting its money. And we are starting to see some work being done on that. Also, Wood Avenue, where the 4-year-old got killed last year in Hyde Park. There's $2 million set aside to reconstruct Wood Avenue and to actually add some safety measures to this strip in my district, and that's in this budget. Also, renovations to the Hyde Park Municipal Building that hasn't been renovated in years. Finally, it's in this budget. I want to make sure that I'm advocating for my district because I know that my residents have been asking for it. Mattapan specifically has been waiting for a lot of the money that we finally see in this year's capital budget. So I'll be voting in support of this, and because my district needs it, and my residents have been advocating for it for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Weber. Councillor Weber, you have the floor.
Yeah, just I wanted to note my support for the capital budget and to praise the investments in the Mildred Haley Apartments in this capital budget, $69 million for needed redevelopment of that, and that is in the middle of the project. I think Councilor Mejia and I visited Mildred Haley and saw the need for people to have livable spaces. There's $60 million in this capital budget that's going to help that. There is money in the budget. Maybe I'll be quoting Councilor Braden in a few years, but we need a high school in West Roxbury, and there is money in this budget for the demolition of the uninhabitable building in near Millennium Park, and I hope that we can move quickly and get that accomplished, because there's no high school, I think, in Hyde Park or West Roxbury, and it's a huge section of the city, and there's a need for it. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to be really clear for the record. I live in D4, so I want more. And I have lots of love for D7 because I go hard for y'all. So want to note those two things for the record. Additionally, I want to make it really clear for those folks who are watching is that, and this is just for a point of reference, is that we can reject the capital budget today, continue to fight for the things that we want, because this is just the first vote. So rejecting the vote today, right, doesn't necessarily mean that it's a done deal. Can you correct me if I'm wrong?
One moment. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia addressed a question through the chair.
That's right.
To Councilor Arrell. Councilor Arrell, you may respond to that question.
Because we have to take 2 votes on it. If we reject it today, our next meeting is
the 12th.
On the 12th.
Yep.
But then our next meeting after that
It's
won't
the 26th.
be until the 26th.
That's 3
We might create construction delays in terms of getting money and knowing what our budget is for those parks that are currently under construction. So we have Harambe Park is already under construction, so they might have to stop not knowing that the money's there in the budget.
So that I'm clear.
They might create delays in construction.
So we are voting on a capital budget that is slated to be earmarked for July 1st, 2024, right? So this is so that I understand what you're communicating to me.
Right, so yeah, it will create delays because we don't have the money set aside for those projects.
But the money comes available when, sir?
July 1st.
Right, and so when we're taking the vote, when?
We will be, because we have to vote on it twice.
Right, so the 12th?
So if we reject
the 26th, right?
Right.
So then, to be clear, the vote today does not negate whether or not we can continue to advocate for different increases, right? I just want to be clear.
No, it's not, but I haven't heard.
I just want to be clear because what we get into the habit of is sharing information in this chamber that confuses people. And I just want to make sure that for those folks who are tuning in, that that's not what's happening here, is that we still have an opportunity to fight for the things that we want. Our district colleagues who don't feel like the budget is really reflective of their needs, that even if we reject no today, that there is still an opportunity for us to advocate, and then we still have an opportunity to take 2 more votes. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay,
So
great. That's all I wanted to know before I made a decision.
And can I respond back?
Wait.
Can I actually intercede here?
Yeah.
One person is speaking. So, Councilor Mejia.
Thank you.
If Councilor Mejia, are you speaking?
Yes, I'm trying to.
Okay. Councilor Arrell, please be seated. Take off the mic. Probably allowed that for longer than I should have. Councilor Mejia, you speak. Once you're done speaking, please have a seat, and I will, through the chair, if you have any additional questions, I'll allow Councilor Arrell to address the body.
Thank you, President. So I just want to be clear, right, just because people are tuning in, and I don't want the narrative to be spun around that we rejected the capital budget, especially because I'm a citywide, so I care about all of my colleagues. But what I don't want is the narrative to be that because we reject the capital budget today, we've lost all that money for D7 and D4, which is the positioning in which, I just want to warn us against. And so this gives particularly my colleague in District 9 an opportunity to fight for additional things. All I'm trying to do is give us an opportunity to fight for the things that we want, right? And give us the leverage and the alleged power that we have of the budget to fight for the things that we want. But if we pass this budget today, we still have to get the operating budget to the finish line. We still have to get other budgets to the finish line. But we give up this today and we give up our power. So all I'm telling my colleagues is to really think about the decisions that we're going to make if we have yet to finalize the operating budget. So we still have something to hold on to. So from a strategy perspective, I'm just encouraging us to be really thoughtful about how we maneuver this process because we don't want to give away our goodies.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Arao, do you have a response? I will allow you to respond to Councilor Mejia's statement.
So a lot of the things that I just heard from Councilor Braden was on process and transparency and information. And those are the things that we've had conversations with Director Williamson on, making sure that the process, the information that they're sharing, the timeline on these projects is being communicated not only to the councilors, but to the public. I'm not sure if I got that correct, Councilor Braden, on what you're advocating for in this budget. It's more so of like a timeline and process. It's not against the capital budget per se, but it's more so on how they're sharing information on the timeline and when things are going to be done. And I think that is a fight that I'm willing to have with the administration, conversations that we can have with the administration going forward. But I still want to make sure that my council colleagues understand that I'm still pushing this forward, that it ought to pass.
Thank you, Councilor Arao. Did you have a question through the chair for Councilor Braden?
Yes, Councilor Braden.
Councilor Braden, if you would like to respond, you may.
Yes, Madam President and Chair Worrell, I have some very serious concerns about the process. You know, a 5-year capital plan is, you know where you're at in the process. The project's a new project. It's been studied. It's under design, and then it goes into construction. But some of these things are hanging out there for 10 and 12 years, and it's not a plan if it's not executed. The other thing that to think about in terms of the capital budget, what we are approving today is authorization borrowing. We're authorizing debt. So we're authorizing a loan order or a bond authorization that this doesn't have to happen today. It can be done any time of the year. And this is a question for the clerk: is it possible to reject without prejudice? And then the mayor can refile her capital plan or capital for the next council meeting. We still have 2 more council meetings left.
Because I believe that there was a question directed to the chair through me. Councilor Braden, can you repeat the question that you had?
Is it possible for us to reject without prejudice this capital budget and have the mayor refile it, and we'll still have time for 2 more votes?
Okay. The chair, if you know the answer to this question, Chair, I'll allow you to answer. But my understanding is that there needs to be 2 votes on the capital budget. We have 2. After this, we have 2 more meetings left in June, and so, but. The chair recognizes Councilor Arao. Councilor Arao, you have the floor.
So my recommendation is that this capital plan ought to pass. That's my recommendation.
So you are putting this forward for a vote today?
Forward,
okay,
yes.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. I'll allow you 1 retort if you would like, and then I'm moving on to my other colleagues.
So basically, what we're authorizing is allowing the city to encumber debt. So we're voting on allowing them to borrow money so they can do all of these things. I don't think that impacts what's able to start or not start on July 1st in terms of projects that are already in the pipeline. So, I just think that this is part of the problem that we have. Like our capital planning process is really screwed up at the moment. So I still I want to register my my concern
And
that we need to
discontent.
fix this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. I just want to say that I agree, and I'll be voting in favor of the capital budget, but there is something, there's a lot of, as we all experience this budget process, there's a lot of opaqueness to us as councilors. We've talked about, does it make sense to take it off of a different timeline when we're reviewing the capital budget? Like, how do we get more clarity? 1 year, Councilor Fernandez Anderson is content this year on D7 and seeing that there have been substantial investments. And so for district councilors year to year, that fluctuation can be frustrating, or how things fall off of the capital budget. Where did the money go? Did this study ever happen? So I just want to highlight what you have brought to the table in terms of processes, and how we can probably next year work better with the administration chair on the capital budget. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm appreciative of the words saying content, because it is that. I'm not fully satisfied, obviously, because equity does not mean equal. It's going to take Roxbury a very long time, Lower Roxbury, South End, Grove Hall, a very long time to catch up to our affluent counterparts. And so I want to be clear that I think that we're moving in the right direction. And so because I've reviewed the capital budget and looked at, the revenues, where the money's coming from, the planning, the designs, the time that it's taken in the process, I feel that we are moving in the right direction. Now, have we reached full equity? No. Do I believe that our mayor is working toward doing that? Yes. And so now that we're moving in the right direction, I feel that there's no reason to stall the process. If we are approving today, yes, to borrow debt, it also means that folks that are in planning are projecting a certain number, a certain budget that they will have as of fiscal 25 to be able to expend or to be able to plan. So it doesn't make sense, especially in construction, and to be able to plan ahead not knowing what your budget is going to be in a few weeks. And so I think, the chair has already articulated this, and I don't think that we pause a thing. And I think also that for some of our colleagues in our working sessions, expressing that you are going to support it, that you're fine with it, or not expressing it ahead of time does not prove to be best practice in terms of strategy to work together in moving this capital or in bargaining capital for your district. So I would say I'm in full support of my colleague in District 9 to advocate for improved processes as well as increased numbers of investments in her district. Even though I'm a district councilor, I fully support. I've seen the numbers last year. I was advocating for Alston Brighton. I was saying there was not enough money there. We need to look into it. But if we have not been in the planning, in the design process of understanding what is our planning development moving forward, then you won't see the numbers there this year. And so I wanted to go on record and say I want to support my colleague in moving forward, connecting with departments and pressuring the administration to be more transparent in terms of what processes are being used and why are there any stalls. But also remember the last couple of years when I was trying to explain to you guys that it's important to pay attention to the revenue, that if monies were coming from direct city dollars in comparison to grants or bonds, that you don't access it right away. I use Muddy Rivers as an example. I wanted Muddy Rivers to get done really, really bad. But then we also saw that there was like about 80% of that coming from city revenues, from direct city dollars. So it meant that the money was accessible immediately. But I do want to say too that, again, for my colleagues, obviously it's coming out on the floor, but we were on in accord, and we worked together. We had a consensus. There was thorough review, and here we are. I don't know if the last minute sort of, no votes is the right approach. I disagree with that, but I totally agree that we need to collectively support our colleague in advocating for that district, as our other colleague at large has expressed. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam
Councilor
Chair.
Murphy, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I do just want to speak on process and also thank Councilor Braden for advocating for your district. There's many things that we have on our agenda, many pieces of legislation that if we don't act on it, it goes into effect or it doesn't pass, and we often have time restraints. And we do have to look at it because now it's a third or fourth year where we're celebrating Juneteenth. And the budget, for one, I do think we have to look at maybe bringing this meeting happening at the last week in May, not waiting for June's, because it seems the last 2 years I've been here, we've always been scrambling about that 1 week we don't have a meeting. It was brought up by me many times during redistricting and other hearings that we needed a vote and a timeline was important. We as a body can hold a hearing anytime we want as long as we notice it 48 hours in advance. So there are only 2 more Wednesday meetings scheduled at noon, but we could have as many meetings as we wanted as long as we noticed it 48 hours before. So knowing that is true, I would support my colleague from Alston Brighton in rejecting without prejudice to give her more time to get the information she wants. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your patience. And I apologise. I won't apologise, actually. The appropriation or the items that were on our list for capital investment in Alston Brighton this year in this budget, one of the projects is the Family Justice Centre, which is not in District 9, it's in District 8. One project is repair of the Nottingham Path steps. That project was completed last year and it shouldn't even be in the list. So that knocks us down to somewhere in the order of $41 million for a district. We have one BCYF centre that's closing this month. The BCYF centre is moving to temporary accommodation in the high school and it's going to be much less space to accommodate all their programmes. And the BCYF centre has been placed, it's been under study and it's to be scheduled. And as we noticed with the emergency operations centre, you could be to be scheduled for 10 years and nothing happens. It's my duty as the representative of Alston Brighton to stand up in here and say this is not acceptable. We are sick and tired of being treated this way. We have been consistently underfunded for capital funding for years on end, and it's nothing to do with this administration. This has been happening for decades. And we're very, very grateful to have a beautiful, newly renovated Faneuil Branch Library, but it took us 12 years to get that done. So I am just putting down a marker here and saying how deeply displeased I am with this situation and advocating strongly for my district. I would be remiss and negligent in my duties if I didn't do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. The chair recognizes Councilor O'Rourke. You have the floor.
Can we motion to recess?
Recess for
15 minutes. Thank you.
we are recessed for 15 minutes. Back in session. The chair recognizes the chair of Ways and Means, Councilor Brian Morrell. Councilor Brian Morrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to withdraw my committee report and leave these dockets in committee.
Okay, and just the docket number again. We are on someone.
0676.
Okay, 0676, 0677, and 0678 shall remain in committee. We're in a brief recess. We are back in session. I am going to, again, turn it over to the Chair of Ways and Means, Councilor Brian Morrell. Councilor Morrell, you have the floor.
And sorry for the confusion, but this is a 60-day notice, and if we don't take action on it now, it will go into effect. So I am going to proceed with my initial recommendation, is that this docket ought to pass. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, can you do a, okay.
I do a motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider, that motion is seconded. Okay. I'm going to turn it to Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you confirm when the 60 days is? Is it Monday or Tuesday morning?
I believe the 60 days is Friday.
I thought it was Monday, but do we know, is it Friday?
Central staff has confirmed and the chair has confirmed that it's Friday.
Are you sure? Because I just, from IGR, heard a different date, so if we could just confirm that.
We will be in a brief recess as central staff confirms. Yes. We are back in session. Central staff has confirmed that the 60-day order is this Friday. Councilor Murphy, would you like to continue?
No, well, one more thing then, if we could. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this is where Megan Kavanaugh could help us. Is it from the date of file or is it the 60 days? Because I know this would be a time where we could lean on our council to get an actual answer.
It is from our, it is from our council based on the filing in the green sheets on June 7th.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just want to ask a question. I wasn't part of any of the discussions that were taking place during the recess. Is there anything that we should know that might help us during this process to ensure that our vote is the most accurate? I do want to make sure that I know all the information that is taking place, but if there's any information that I don't know or if there's any update, I would like to respectfully ask if you could update us on some of the conversations.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. The only thing that I was concerned about that was of interest was the 60-day notice, because we had not even thought of that, and so I did ask our council director. I did ask Michelle about the 60-day notice, and she did say Friday. And then we came in, and other councilors, including Councilor Murphy, had questions about the 60-day notice, and that was confirmed by in discussions with our council and the clerk. I don't know what else. I don't know if Councilor O'Rell has anything else that you would like to share with the body.
Yeah, and that was basically it, the 60-day notice. When was that? And yeah, basically what Council President Louis Jen just reiterated.
Thank you, Chair. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to present a motion for consideration. I'd like to motion to amend the recommended committee report for the docket to be rejected without prejudice.
So that is, so Yes, any, well,
Second.
well, but hold on, because I want to make sure, repeat what you would like to do.
I would like to motion to amend the recommended committee report for the docket to be rejected without prejudice.
So the chair has moved for a vote on this matter, on these dockets. You would like a different vote.
Yes.
That is not permissible under the rules. So Rule
Even with
8.
all of this commotion happening right now, because I just don't feel like we're ready.
Yep, and I'm going to confirm that with you. So I believe it's in Rule 18. When a question is under debate, the following motions shall be entertained and shall have precedence in the order in which they are arranged: to adjourn, to lay on the table, to move the previous question, to close debate at a specified time, to postpone to a day certain, to commit, to amend, to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you for that, President. But I just want to be clear for the record, having been through this, the last time we did the BPDA situation, I want to be really clear. And I'd like, through you, to ask the clerk to rule on its motion to the report.
The clerk will not rule.
I can't rule because.
But can you provide some input, please?
Clerk, is there anything you would like to add?
No, whatever the council president just stated is correct based on our Rule 18. And we were already in the middle of a discussion of another motion by Council Worrell for reconsideration for the 3 dockets. So we have to follow Rule 18, and none of those motions were mentioned by you, Councilor, just a motion to amend the committee report.
No, thank you for that, Clerk, but I still would like to have some sense of understanding about our processes, because having been through this prior, is that we throw around rules and, definitions of things of the sort. So I just want to be really clear before we just go ahead and pass it through. I just, once again, I wanted the chair to make a recommendation that, if he's saying it ought to pass, he can say, I make a motion that, we reject without prejudice. That's what I'm advocating for.
And I know that you're advocating for that. That advocacy has been rejected because the chair is moving for a vote for acceptance.
But, Chair, for the record, right, and I'm glad all of this is being recorded, is that he has presented a motion. I'm standing up and asking him to reconsider his motion to reject without prejudice. Therefore, all of the back and forth that we've been through could feel like we have had a deliberation and we have been heard. Because otherwise, right, what you're doing is silencing, yet again, the body.
I am not silencing.
I'm just saying the process.
Okay. Thank you. The chair has moved. The motions that can be made are in Rule 18. And you're right, there was a process last time. I want to make sure that we get it correct this time. Rule 18, if you are making one of those motions, you may. But if one of those motions, and the chair has moved for a vote. So I am now going to turn it over to Councilor Fernandez Anderson. If you would like to continue, you may. After, you can put your light on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, for the record, the last time we were talking about, these rules, we talked about basically when I was in favor of my colleague when she was proposing to put a motion on the floor to create the commission. And I don't know if some of you remember, but you can go back to the tapes. And it got convoluted with something else where she asked for us to vote no on a thing, which is not permissible because something is already on the floor. So Rule 18 specifically says, is explaining to you that basically a counselor has said, vote yes. You're just saying, vote no. Okay, thank you. Now let's vote. The one counselor is saying, vote yes. You're saying, vote no. Okay, thanks. Let's vote. That's it.
The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Could you and the clerk reference what rule, because the chair did first ask to withdraw it, and then we took a recess, and because of the 60 days, I mean, there was a reason why he reconsidered, but why were we able to reconsider that motion that was still on the floor to switch it to a different motion, and why wouldn't we then be able to use the same thought process and rules to now allow Councilor Mejia's
So the chair of the
motion.
committee who made an original recommendation asked for a motion to reconsider that recommendation. It was seconded, and that motion was allowed. He is the chair of the committee making a recommendation on the vote. And so his recommendation, he made a motion to reconsider, it was seconded, we are reconsidering that, and it is now before the council on a vote. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I do want to go back to the question I previously asked, and I know you mentioned the reasoning is the period of the 60-day period, but I was actually referring to the previous recess, not the most recent one, the one before that, which was much longer. I just want to make sure that I am aware of what took place and what discussions were made, and some of us councils were not part of them. I just want to ensure that I know exactly what happened so I can make an informed decision. It wasn't over the 60-day period. That was the next recess. So I want to be sure I know exactly what happened during that period of time. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. I was not a part of those conversations either. I don't know if there were any conversations. I don't know if Councilor Worrell or anyone has anything else to add. But the chair recognizes, seeing nothing from Councilor Worrell, the chair recognizes Councilor Mejia, and then I'll go to Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Ask for a reconsideration. So I'm going to wait for you to do what you do, and then I'm going to do what I do, and then we're going to figure it out. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson, or
I went out and I was talking to Karishma about my outfit, and then I got some cookies, and then I was talking to the clerk. I thought he had a nice tie, and then I went on the other side and I spoke with my staff. I said, "Great job today in the meeting." And then I came back, and then there was no more cookies that I liked, so I just sat down.
Thank you. The chair moves for the chair on docket number 0676. Oh, Councilor Mejia?
Yes. So I just want to be clear, okay? I'm not asking for a reconsideration of anything, right? I'm offering an amendment to the committee report so that it is reject without prejudice.
But there is an open question on the floor. That is not an amendment. That's an alternative recommendation to what the chair has offered. So the chair has laid on the floor his recommendation that docket number 0676, 0678, 0677, 0678, a first reading vote on these dockets.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
But from what I understand, I can amend his recommendation. Yes or no?
You can amend you can't actually amend his recommendation. No, you can't.
I can't stand up here and say, let's amend the committee report so that it says reject without prejudice.
No.
And is that a fact?
We have an open question on the floor pursuant to Rule 18 that says the chair and the chair of the committee has recommended a first reading. That is what is before the council. There are motions that you can make if you wanted to amend the substance of the report, but to amend his recommendation to vote is not a proper question before this body. Thank you. So the chair of the Committee on Ways and Means recommends a first reading vote on docket number 0676. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
It's a point of order.
Would you have a point? Would you like to put your light on and say that you have a point of order? I need to call on you if you have a point of order. What is your point of? What is the rule?
Thank you, Madam President. Clerk, can you please provide me some insight in regards to what we're trying to do here?
We're in the middle of the reconsideration and to vote on the three dockets for the capital budget. But according to Rule 18, when there's an open question already before the floor, you cannot have another motion or question asked at the same time.
So then
And
what
the
needs to
only-
happen?
And the only motions that you can make is a motion to adjourn, a motion to lay on the table, a motion to move the previous question, to close debate at a specified time, to postpone to a day certain, to commit, to amend, and to postpone indefinitely.
Okay, so I think commit to amend is one of the motions, right?
Number 7, yep.
All right, so if that is the case, and that's what I'm trying to do, how is that not part of the rules?
It is, it's part of Rule 18.
So that I could do that, right? So just, no, I'm not?
It's not, you are not, there's a question, and I'm going to move us on. There's a question, the chair of the committee has moved, there's an open question on the floor. We are going to vote on that. You have these other motions that can be made. Those are not the motions that you are making. You disagree with his recommendation. You would like another outcome. You can vote to that extent, and if you would like to, but you are not able to make a different recommendation. So then the chair.
I hear that, thank you. But and I understand, we're all very impatient right now. Let's just give me a minute, okay? So what I'm trying to do here is understand the process, okay? Thank you.
And we have informed you that there is a motion on the floor made by the chair, and he is the one who can make it.
I am sorry, because not everybody walks into this chamber understanding the way the rules and the game is played. I need you all to be patient with me as I navigate through this process. And this is what it's called to being inclusive of everybody's learning style, capabilities, and ability to be functioning in this chamber. So, for the record, what I am trying to figure out here, right, is the amendment that I am trying to introduce, right? It is to consider, right, the recommendation to be reject without prejudice, which is very similar to the last time that I went through this, and then I was told I couldn't. And now I heard the clerk say that one of the things that I can present is to amend the motion, correct? Clerk, or no?
It's in the list.
Okay, it's in the list. So I need somebody to tell me or translate or say it in Spanish.
I can translate.
So I can understand it. Because if I don't understand it, I'm not going to accept it.
Okay, I will explain it to you, and I have tried to explain it to you. I apologize if that has not been made clear. You can make an amendment to the docket. You cannot make an amendment to the chair's recommendation.
All right, so I need us to look up the Robert's Laws of Rules, or whatever it's called, in America.
No, we are moving on. I'm
But see,
sorry.
the
Councilor
process of
Mejia, we are moving on. Councilor Murphy, if you have a...
This is how it goes down.
Councilor Murphy, if you would like to speak.
Just quickly, please.
Okay. You may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to ask through the chair if Councilor Braden did want to speak on it. The reason why we were going to pull, because I did hear during the break that you were going to pull it, and it was because, and I know I was supporting Councilor Braden, and now, like I think, I don't want to speak for him, but like Councilor Flynn, I'm not sure now what the councilor from District 9 would like this body to do, and if we're going to be supportive of our colleagues, it would be helpful to know what the outcome of this is, what she's hoping for. If that's fine, she doesn't have to, but I'd like to ask that through the chair, please.
Councilor Braden has her light on. Councilor Braden, if you would like to speak, you may.
Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
And thank you to all my colleagues who are expressing their support for my position in this very difficult situation. In the interest of good order and trying to advance this meeting, I appreciate the very vigorous debate back and forward and the support from my colleagues, but I will just respectfully ask that we call a vote and move on. I will continue this conversation with the administration and also probably be calling a hearing order on capital planning and how this process needs to be improved. So I will respectfully ask we just call a vote and move on. Thank you.
Thank you. The Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means recommends a first reading vote on docket number 0676. Mr. Clerk, will you please take a roll call vote on docket number 0676?
Councilor Braden? No. Councilor Braden, no. Councilor Coletta Zapata? Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin? Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson? Yes. Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald? Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn? Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louisiana?
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia? No. Councilor Mejia, no. Councilor Murphy? Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin? Yes. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana? Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber? Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell? Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0676 has received its first reading and 11 votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Docket number 0676 has been read for the first time and is assigned for further action. The Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means recommends a first reading vote on docket number 0677. Mr. Clerk, will you please take a roll call vote on docket number 0677?
Councilor Braden? Councilor Coletta Zapata? Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin? Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson? Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald? Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn? Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louisiana?
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia? Councilor Murphy? Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin? Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana? Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber? Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell? Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Councilor Braden? Councilor Braden, yes. Docket number 0677 has received the first reading and received 11 votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Docket number 0677 has been read for the first time and is assigned for further action. 12 votes in the affirmative. Okay. Thank you. Docket number 0677 has been read for the first time and is assigned for further action. The Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means recommends a first reading vote on docket number 0678. Mr. Clerk, will you please take a roll call vote on docket number 0678?
Councilor Braden? Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata? Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin? Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson? Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald? Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn? Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louisiana?
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia? Councilor Murphy? Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin? Yes. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana? Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber? Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell? Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0673 has received its first reading and 12 votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Docket number 0678 has been read for the first time and is assigned for further action. Mr. Clerk, can you please read docket number 0672?
Docket number 0672, message in order approving an appropriation of $40 million in the other post-employment benefits, also known as OPEB Liability Trust Fund, established under Section 20 of the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 23B, filed in the office of the City Clerk on April 8, 2024.
The Chair recognizes the Chair of the Committee of Ways and Means, Councilor Worrell. You have the floor.
Thank you.
Sorry, you now have the floor.
Sorry. Docket number 0672 concerns the operating budget allocation for the city's liability for other post-employment benefits. Unlike pensions, the city is not legally required to fund retiree health and life insurance benefits annually. Though these benefits occur over employees' years of service, as of June 30th, 2021, Boston's unfunded OPEB liability is valued at $2.21 billion. Since 2008, FY08, in compliance with new GASB standards, the city has disclosed this liability. Additionally, Boston has voluntarily allocated funds to reduce it, retaining there's an irrevocable trust fund. The city has contributed $40 million annually to this fund since FY13. As Chair of Committee on Ways and Means, I recommend that this docket ought to pass.
Thank you, Councilor Orrell. The Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0672. Mr. Clerk, will you please take a roll call vote on docket number 0672?
Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn. Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louis-Jean.
Yes.
Councilor Louis-Jean, yes. Councilor Mejia. Yes. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. Yes. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana. Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0672 has received a unanimous vote in the affirmative.
Thank you. Docket number 0672 has passed. Mr. Clerk, can you please read docket number 0671?
Docket number 0671, message in order for annual appropriation for the school department for fiscal year 2025, filed in the office of the city clerk on April 8th, 2024.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Orrell. Councilor Orrell, you have the floor.
At this time, I recommend that this docket stay in committee.
Thank you. Docket number 0671 shall remain in committee. Mr. Clerk, can you please, we are now on to motions, orders, and resolutions. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0925?
Docket number 0925, Councilor Coletta Zapata offered the following: an ordinance to adopt a small commercial tax exemption as a local option in the city of Boston.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President. This was the docket that I was referring to when we were discussing the tax classification. It shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody that I'm moving. Well, I'm not moving for anything, actually, given everything that just happened. I'm here to just talk about this ordinance that is quite simply an opt-in to existing Mass state law, Chapter 59, subsection 5I, that provides an exemption for small commercial property owners with small businesses within them that are valued up to $1 million, that have less than 10 employees, and this will allow them to get 10% exemption on the valuation of the property. Currently existing on the books right now, what the City of Boston does only allows for small businesses, and when I say small businesses, I'm talking about the nail salons, the barbershops, the convenience stores, all of that. We only allow them an exemption of $10,000. And so this could potentially, just based on running the numbers, figuring out exactly how many $1 million property valuations that are within the Class 3 classification that are commercial and industrial properties, this stands to help about 6,000 or so businesses and help save them collectively $5.8 million. And so to me, like I said in the hearing, that could just be a drop in the bucket for our city, but could potentially be a lifeline for some of our businesses that are really struggling, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. And this was a proposal that I wanted to put forward and actually vote on today, but I'm going to not entertain that because to me, I think that there are still some questions that need to be answered, how to make sure that this benefit will actually trickle down to the commercial property, or excuse me, the small businesses within the commercial properties if they only lease it out or rent their space. And then I also want to look at how to potentially, through a home rule petition, cast a wider net. So right now this is limited to only properties that are valued at $1 million with less than 10 employees. So this is the scalpel rather than the hammer that I was talking about in one of the hearings. But I would like to see what that means for $2 million property valuations, or businesses that have about 20 employees. Like there are different things that we could do. So I really look forward to the conversation. Again, this is the yes and option where we weren't pitting residents versus businesses. This is a way for us to carve out a protection and exemption for some of our smallest businesses. And I really think that this is a great tool that we already have. We've been talking about tools and wrenches all day today, but this is already existing. All we have to do is just opt in. And again, I hope to produce something that might, if my colleagues agree within the hearing, we can produce a home rule petition that'll change the stipulations in the existing law, all of which I'm open to. So thank you all so much for your feedback on this. I'm not going to be moving for anything, but just look forward to the hearing on this. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta Zapata, and thank you for introducing this. I didn't speak a lot on the one about the tax shift, but I just want to say that, I think that, I voted in favor. I think it was the right move. And, the Boston Municipal Research Bureau says that if we do nothing, people could face increased property taxes up to 16.5%. And I also want to make sure that we are not, the very small businesses, the ones who are the subjects, the lessees when it comes to the lessee when it comes to a triple net lease, that they are not affected. So this is a really smart ordinance to be putting forward and to be thinking through. And I just want to thank you, because we know it's not a one-size-fits-all approach, right? That there's a difference between a big commercial property owner and someone who's running like a hair salon or who's running a small market. And I think that this is really that yes and approach that we really need. So thank you, Councilor Zapata Coletta, for putting it forward. The chair recognizes Councilor Santana. Councilor Santana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to echo the same words that you just had. I want to thank the maker, Councilor Coletta. I think when we're thinking about this, we want to make sure that we're protecting and considering our most vulnerable businesses, and I think this hearing order does just that. So I'm looking forward to the hearing, I'm looking forward to the conversation, and I hope our council colleagues can join us for that conversation. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councilor Coletta for bringing this forward. I support this. I also wanted to highlight in my district, in District 2, the large Chinese community and the number of small businesses that they own, especially immigrants and women of color as well. During this pandemic, it hit the Chinatown community very hard. People stopped going into Chinatown for various reasons. Some of it was related to the conversation the country was having, including anti-Asian racism that we saw. And also some of it was the destructive tone in racism from the former president, in my opinion, that escalated anti-Asian racism that we continue to see. But I do hope, and I do want to work with Councilor Coletta in ensuring that small businesses that are owned by women of color and immigrants are also included in this, because I have a large community that is almost all immigrant owned. I want to make sure that they are part of the conversation. I do want to acknowledge Councilor Coletta and her support for immigrant rights across the city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Pepan. Councilor Pepan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to stand in support of this ordinance proposed by Councilor Coletta Zapata. District 5 has so many staples, local businesses in each of the three neighborhoods. Rosslyn Square, Cleary Square, Walcott Square, Mattapan Square. Each of them have so many businesses that bring so much revenue, community, third space, and just overall contribution to the city of Boston. And I know that they're right now very wary of what's happening with the tax conversations around our city, and I think that this is a great opportunity and a good third option for us to consider, so that they can have the opportunity to opt into this. And I trust Coletta Zapata and her instinct as the chair of government operations, who's been leading the conversations, and I believe that I would like to consider this, and looking forward to supporting this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President. In my oversight, I forgot to add Councilor Enrique Pepan as second.
Thank you. The Councilor Pepan is added as a second original co-sponsor. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Durkin, Fernandez Anderson, Fitzgerald, Santana, Weber, Worrell, Murphy, and please add the chair. Docket number 0925 will be referred to the Committee on Government Operations. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0926?
Docket number 0926, Councilors Coletta, Zapata, and Pepin offer the following. Home rule petition for a special law, an act relative to raising the maximum age requirement for entrance to the Boston Police Academy.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. Councilor Coletta Zapata, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. May I add Councilor Henry Santana as the original third co-sponsor?
The Councilor Coletta seeks suspension of the rules to add Councilor Santana as an original third co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councilor Santana is so added. Councilor Coletta Zapata, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I will be brief. This is an effort to simply just get more people into the police department. We keep talking about vacancies. This is a way to incentivize folks to join the force. And we have many petitions that come before this body that administratively, you know, I think some people have been like, why are we holding hearings about this? Someone's coming before us. They just want to be in the police department. Yes, I agree with that. I also think that there's something to be said about an individual petitioning their local municipality for a special law that then goes up to the State House. Anyway, this is to try to rectify that. We have a lot of people that are coming to us that are over the maximum age requirement of 40 years that want to join the police force. If these folks are so willing and capable, and then have to also prove themselves through tests and the academy, we should at least be able to give them the opportunity to do so. And they're doing this and being fully cognizant that they know they will not have the same sort of pension benefits that other folks will, but that doesn't mean that we can't give them a chance. And I know since folks are probably wondering, I did call the Boston Police Union and talk to them about this, and they have no opinion on this. You can check my work on that, but they said that they're going to stay neutral on it. But I think for me, I'll speak for myself, I think this is a great idea to try to get more folks who just want a chance at it to be given that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Pepin. Councilor Pepin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So public safety is a challenge for our communities that is always changing and evolving. That is why our policies should change and evolve too, when necessary. Boston police officers have to exercise integrity, maturity, judgment, discipline, and physical fitness every day in their roles. No age group has a monopoly on these traits that are critical for this job. That is why we should partner with our state lawmakers to update the maximum age requirement for our police department. By increasing the maximum age for BPD recruits from 39 to 45, we will give ourselves the opportunity to hire more qualified officers. The police department, like many around the country, faces challenges in recruitment. Given this workforce shortage, it just makes sense. If individuals between the age of 39 and 45 are driven to public service as law enforcement professionals, let's give them a chance to apply for the job. And it's been no surprise that in my first 6 months, I've already submitted 4 different petitions to help these very qualified applicants have an opportunity to at least apply for the job. And this is just a reminder that this is not, by voting on this, we're not saying that they are immediately accepted into the police academy. They still have to go to do the testing, they still have to go through the training. This is just simply to give them the opportunity to say, I would like to become a police officer in the city of Boston. I'm qualified, you should consider me. That's why I'm asking my colleagues in today's chamber to be supportive of this home rule petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pepin. The chair recognizes Councilor Santana. Councilor Santana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to Councilor Coletta Zapata and Councilor Pepin for including me as a co-sponsor and for your continued leadership on this matter. We are constantly short on police officers here in Boston. It's a demanding and difficult job, and it's one that often goes with too few thanks for a job well done serving our community. And as we contemplate the city's FY25 budget and how best to be responsible with taxpayer dollars, we also know that the city's spending on police overtime continues to go up every year, largely because we're consistently hiring too few police officers for the city of Boston to meet our needs. We're actually spending more money for less public safety. And yet, despite our needs for more police officers, we often hear cases of people who have fought hard to overcome obstacles to pursue the dream of serving Boston public safety as police officers, only to be stopped by an arbitrary age limit for the police academy. The police academy and police department have rigorous requirements. There's no reason to block applicants who can meet those criteria just because they've celebrated some extra birthdays. The wisdom earned through lived experience, first careers, and time invested in community and family before entering the police academy can all benefit our police force. To meet the public safety needs of our city, we should embrace and celebrate these applicants, not shun them. I look forward to collaborating on creating a path for a larger number of dedicated individuals to serve our city as police officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Santana. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and please add my name. I think this is a tremendous opportunity for the city to hire someone that believes in themselves and in the process to compete and to succeed as a police officer. They want to contribute something, and they want to do it through public service. Someone mentioned age is just a number, and I agree with that. As someone that's just a little over 40, we still have a lot of fight in us. But I do want to highlight, I had an opportunity with Councilor Murphy to see some of these young recruits at the police academy on Sunday. And they were all young, but I also know that there's a lot of people out there that you highlighted, and they want to make a difference in the lives of so many. They also want to work hard, be successful, support their family, and no better way to do that than being a dedicated and professional city employee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do just want to rise to thank the maker. I know that I have been the lead sponsor or co-sponsor on many of these home rule petitions, and when they do come forward, all of them are compelling, and we've talked about just raising it so that, and hopefully there still will be a little more on the other side, but if we can cover most of them. And I did just want to, what Councilor Flynn said, I did see the recruits over the weekend, and of the 124, the majority of them are pretty young, but the few that obviously stood out on the higher age end fit right in and are definitely fit and will be wonderful additions to the Boston Police. So I'm looking forward to supporting this. And also do think that we should also make sure that when we do pass the age requirement home rule petitions here on the council, I know that I'm always like waking up in the middle of the night, making sure that I've checked with the State House for the ones, because they pass here, and we have to always make sure that it gets through at the State House, so that this will ease some of that stress, making sure that we didn't just leave them in the middle, because it's not done when they leave here on the council. Thank you, Madam President.
Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Durkin, Fernand Janderson, Fitzgerald, Mejia, Murphy, Weber, Worrell. Please add the chair. Docket number 0926 will be referred to the Committee on Government Operations. Mr. Clerk, will you please read docket number 0927?
Docket number 0927, Councilor Santana and Fitzgerald offer the following. Order for a hearing to discuss Boston's LGBTQIA+ mental health data collection processes, existing services, and further community needs.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Santana. Councilor Santana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to ask to suspend Rule 12 and add Councilor Coletta Zapata as the original, as the third original co-sponsor.
Councilor Santana seeks suspension of the rules to add Councilor Coletta Zapata as the third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councilor Coletta Zapata is so added. Councilor Santana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We know from data that Boston is home to the largest LGBTQI+ population in Massachusetts. And as a state, we have one of the highest one of the highest LGBTQI+ population concentrations in the country. Studies consistently show that the LGBTQI+ people in both Boston and in the U.S. at large suffer from higher rates of anxiety, depression, suicidal ideation and attempts, and other harmful mental health effects by comparison to their cisgender and heterosexual counterparts. It's critical that we recognize that these mental health effects are not the result of sexual orientation, nor are they the result of gender identity or expression. There is nothing wrong and nothing unusual about the mental health of people who are transgender, non-binary, gender expansive, gay, lesbian, bisexual, intersex, asexual, or any other identity. Rather, ill mental health effects in our LGBTQI+ community are the result of continuing and growing exposure to social and political hostility, discrimination, bullying, and severe lack of access to mental health resources and addressing their needs. These effects are especially pronounced amongst portions of the LGBTQI+ community who contend with the most extensive societal challenges and lack of access to resources, including youth, transgender, non-binary, and gender-expansive people, as well as people with intersectional identities, including indigenous people, black people, people of color, and immigrants. A report released last week by the Massachusetts Commission on LGBTQ+ Youth took note of the mental health impacts of the over 515 anti-LGBTQ+ bills have been introduced by policymakers in states across the country, and that's just in the last 5 months of 2024. These bills are legislating discrimination, dehumanization, terrorization, and the arrest of millions of queer, transgender, and gender-expansive youth, as well as their caregivers, providers, and educators. And even when not adopted, and even when we might imagine we're safe here in Boston, these bills harm the mental health of our community. The Commission notes, and I quote, "As a result, 50% of queer and trans youth in Massachusetts have seriously considered suicide in the past year. More than 70% of our LGBTQ youth experience anxiety, and 58% report depression. Despite these statistics, 1 in 2, that's half, of the LGBTQ youth in Massachusetts were unable to access the mental health care they desperately wanted. The most recent Trevor Project survey found that 11% of 13 to 18-year-olds LGBTQ+ youth in Massachusetts had attempted suicide. These are children. A Boston Public Health Commission report published last week found this number was even higher amongst Boston Public High School students, with 16.2% of BPS high school students identifying as LGBTQ+ having attempted suicide. And both a national U.S. Census report and a local BPHC report here in Boston found that LGBTQ+ 18 to 29-year-olds are nearly twice as likely to experience anxiety and depression as their non-LGBTQ+ counterparts. These are crisis levels public health concerns for the LGBTQ+ mental health. Yet, data collection to understand and serve our community is sparse. And BPHC noted in a report released last week about health inequalities in Boston's LGBTQ+ community, and I quote, "To date, however, there has not been a consolidated effort in the city of Boston to address the LGBTQ+ specific health issues and disparities. BPHC's current programming is inclusive of serving LGBTQ+ residents, however, not specifically directed towards reducing health disparities in the LGBTQ+ community. We must collect more data, and we must ensure that our LGBTQ+ community has the services needed to reduce health disparities. And given increasing legislative attacks on our members of the LGBTQ+ community across the country by all levels of government, we must be especially mindful of how we ensure the privacy and safety of our LGBTQ+ community, especially when collecting and analyzing sensitive mental health and healthcare data for public health purposes. It's vital that we fully support the mental health of our LGBTQI+ community in Boston, so I want to share my commitment that I am here not just for this discussion, but also for the work that comes after it. I look forward to this hearing as a first step. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fitzgerald. Councilor Fitzgerald, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to the maker for allowing me to be a co-sponsor with this bill, Councilor Santana. Mental health can be difficult for anyone, and we know that the LGBTQ plus community certainly faces a lot of discrimination. And like we've done with other segments of the population, sometimes we look to collect data on specific groups to understand how we can help them, invest in them, and better understand where we can do our job to make their lives easier. So this is no different. And so I look forward to the hearing and understanding how we can better help our LGBTQ plus community and the data that comes with it. So I think it's rightfully deserved of them, and they've been patient in this time, and so it is their time now. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I want to thank the maker for including me as an original third co-sponsor. He said everything that I think I wanted to say, so I'll keep it short and just say protect LGBTQ youth. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to Councillor Santana and Councillor Fitzgerald for offering this hearing order. I just want to speak to, just from my own experiences growing up as queer and totally in the closet until I was 27 years old. And even then, I wasn't completely out of the closet until I arrived in Boston because it just wasn't safe. And I did experience a lot of what do you call microaggressions in the sense that it just made you silenced you and kept you in the closet and made you afraid to be fully out and proud in your community, in your school, in your church, and even in your home. So young people, especially growing up, who are questioning LGBTQIA and questioning their sexual identity, their gender identity, whatever, it's just really, really difficult. And I think having a forthright and honest conversation about the challenges is really important. We are in a very, I think we're going backwards in this country at this moment. We've made some incredible gains. And all of a sudden, there is a huge backlash that's trying to put so many people back in the closet and not be allowed to live fully ourselves, be fully ourselves and be out and proud and be secure in who we are, but also not afraid to seek mental health support when we need it most. So I really applaud the sponsors of this hearing order, and I look forward to this very important conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Durkin, Fernandez Anderson, Flynn, Mejia, Murphy, Pepin, Weber. Please add the chair. Docket number 0927 will be referred to the Committee on Public Health, Homelessness, and Recovery. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0928?
Docket number 0928, Councilor Flynn offered the following. Order for a hearing to discuss the impact of Corey on access to employment and other opportunities.
The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I add Councilor Pepin and also suspend Rule 12 and add Councilor Mejia, please?
Thank you. Councilor Pepin is added as an original co-sponsor. Councilor Flynn seeks suspension of the rules to add Councilor Mejia as a third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councilor Mejia is so added. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is a hearing to discuss how we can expand opportunities for people with CORIs. Criminal records often harm access to resources and opportunities for those with prior convictions. And despite progress made on CORI reform in years, there's still more room for improvement. Governor Patrick did a tremendous job, and the legislature as well, with CORI reform. But I think that has to be expanded even further. Moreover, the negative effects of criminal convictions are highlighted for our communities of color who will not only face higher conviction rates, but also tend to have difficult times with their CORI and employment opportunities as well. I have seen that firsthand as a probation officer. At 7 years at Suffolk Superior Court, I witnessed the impact that CORIs can have on a person's ability to access opportunities that would have helped them on the right path. I know that there are recent Corey reforms enacted by the state, including banning the box, which bars employees from asking early-stage applicants questions about their criminal history. And I'm interested in hearing more about the impact of these reforms and what we can do to further expand opportunities for people with a conviction. And just, again, as a probation officer, there was nothing worse than seeing a young person coming out of jail or prison that was able to get a job and doing well in the job for a period of time, and then the boss would call that person in and say, well, we did a background check, it took an extra 30 days. We did a background check on you, and your Corey was flagged. You can no longer work here. Even though that person was doing the job and doing it well, the person was showing up on time and working hard and trying to be a productive member of society. But that devastating loss to that young person coming out of jail, coming out of prison, would really set that person back significantly. So checking the box, there's a lot of ways we can be helpful on Corey reform, and also checking to see what the city of Boston is actually doing in terms of hiring opportunities for people with Corys. And I have mentioned that Public Works is one particular department, but there's also many others. I don't want to single just one department out, but I think there's so many other departments where young people with a Corey can work, and we should also be giving them an opportunity to be successful and to go on a path of accountability, responsibility, but they want to work. No one wants a handout. People want to be engaged. They want to be in training. They want a job, and Corey reform is part of that process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Bepan. Councilor Bepan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councilor Flynn, for adding me as a original co-sponsor. In our state, 1 in every 3 people who serve their time in the criminal justice system end up going right back. This is sometimes the result of a tricky technical violations. It is sometimes the result of an ongoing mental health trauma or addiction challenges. Yet sometimes it is simply because our neighbors are they cannot find housing or a job, which destabilizes them. About 7 out of 10 of our neighbors who serve their time in the justice system will face barriers to starting new jobs. Sometimes these restrictions are reasonable, but oftentimes they simply keep people from putting their life back together and becoming a productive member of our society. These neighbors are punished for the rest of their lives, even though they already served their debt to society for their crimes. So how should we fix this? One major path towards is technology. A lot of records that should have been sealed are still distributed around by background check companies without accountability. Our Corey system also still relies on paper records, sitting in disorganized boxes in the basement of courthouses across the Commonwealth. This lack of digital records presents a major challenge to sealing or pardoning cannabis records in practice, for example. So I support this hearing, and I believe we should invite groups like Code for Boston and the Greater Boston Legal Services with advanced knowledge of the role technology can play into this. There's no reason someone has served their time should be denied a job or housing. It's time to get the job done. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to thank my colleagues for bringing this hearing and for adding me as a third co-sponsor. As you know, I have been a loudmouth in all spaces and places that deal with opportunities for people. And I know this is a significant barrier for so many of our returning citizens that come back and can't actually get a job. And what I have noticed is that a lot of folks end up, starting a nonprofit or starting another project just because they can't actually get a job. And I think that, having this hearing and organizing and really pushing the envelope is exactly what this moment calls for. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you to the makers of this important piece of legislation. And like you said, Councilor Pepin, they've already paid their debt to society. I do just want to highlight that I know that many businesses in South Boston employ residents of the Gavin House who are there for 6 months, and part of their requirement is that they work during the day, which is an important part of on your path to recovery, and many have background checks that may not be clear, but I do just want to uplift those businesses that work with organizations like the Gavin Foundation, and I know John McGann reaches out to many businesses across the state to help those coming out of jail, but also those in recovery who need employment or they're not going to be successful. So I'm looking forward to working on this with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you for giving me one brief minute. Apologize for speaking again. I do want to acknowledge the role on Corey reform by City Councilor, former City Councilor Michael Flaherty and Frank Baker. They did a lot of great work in this field, as did all of my colleagues here on the council, but I do want to acknowledge Councilor Flaherty and Councilor Baker as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I want to thank you, Councilor Flynn, for putting this forward. It's deeply important that we get people access to good quality jobs. It's one of the goals of our Boston residency jobs policy, and there are so many tremendous opportunities. Office of Returning Citizens is doing really great work in this area, and I've been really glad to work alongside them. It is so crucial that people get work when they come home from incarceration, when they're home from behind the wall. So thank you for this filing. Anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta Zapata, Fernand Anderson, Fitzgerald, Murphy, Weber. Please add the chair. Docket number 0928 will be referred to the Committee on Labor, Workforce, and Economic Development. Mr. Clerk, will you please read docket number 0929?
Docket number 0929, Councilor Louisiana offered the following. Resolution recognizing June as the Tiglio Awareness Month.
Thank you. We obviously had the presentation today from the VIT Friends, and I just wanted to make sure that we highlight the work that they're doing, and I want to just again thank Valerie for putting this before me and making us all aware of the physical and mental health issues involved with those who have vitiligo, and to just continue to uplift their work and see how we can be partners. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta Zapata, Durkin, Fernand Anderson, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Mejia, Murphy, Pepin, Weber. Councilor Louis-Jean, seek suspension of the rules. Seek suspension of the rules and passive docket number 0929. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Docket number 0929 has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0930?
Docket number 0930, Councilor Santana and Braden offer the following. Resolution recognizing June 2024 as Pride Month.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Santana. Councilor Santana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to suspend Rule 12 and add Council President Louis-Jean as the third original co-sponsor.
Councilor Santana seeks suspension of the rules to add Council President Louis-Jean as the third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Council President Louis-Jean is so added. Councilor Santana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say first that I'm truly proud that our entire council body joined to recognize and celebrate Pride during the city's kickoff and flag raising on Monday. I don't take it for granted to have colleagues who all care enough to show up in support. Traditionally, we say Happy Pride, and Pride should be happy. Pride should be a celebration of queer joy. But Pride has also always been rooted in the fight for liberation. The first Pride was a riot, known as the Stonewall Riots. In the 1950s and 1960s, homosexuality was still illegal in 49 states. Only Illinois repealed their law in 1961. It was a common practice in many cities for police to raid bars and restaurants where gay, lesbian, bi, trans, and gender non-conforming people were known to hang out. In New York City, the police would regularly raid a bar called the Stonewall Inn and charge patrons with solicitation of homosexual relations, or would charge them with wearing clothing the police deemed to not be gender appropriate. Around 1:20 in the morning on June 18, 1969, while around 200 patrons were in the bar, 9 police officers entered the Stonewall Inn, intending to harass and arrest bartenders and patrons yet again. The police roughly forced people to line up, intending to follow their standard procedure of taking customers wearing what police deemed to be women's clothing to the bathroom to verify their sex, and arrest anyone that the police deemed to be a man dressed up as a woman. But this time, many resisted. Women began refusing to go with the officers. Men began refusing to produce their identification. Patrons report that the police began assaulting some of the lesbians while frisking them, causing tension to escalate. Outside the bar, hundreds of people gathered as the police continued to try to inspect and arrest people inside. More people continued to join the crowd from bars nearby, as well as some of the homeless gay youth who slept in the nearby park. Some yelled, "Gay power!" Others sang, "We shall overcome." An officer shoved a person in drag who reacted by hitting him with her purse. The officer responded by clubbing her over the head, raising tensions in the crowd. Police tried to restrain people, knocking some of the ground, which riled bystanders even more. The police attempted to escort a woman in handcuffs out of a bar to a police wagon. That woman has been identified by witnesses, as well as by herself, as Stormy Dovari, a black biracial butch lesbian, one of several of group of butch lesbians who fought back that night. Stormy was bleeding from a head wound. A witness said she was hit by an officer on the head with a baton for complaining her handcuffs were too tight. Stormy resisted the police, escaping repeatedly and fighting with them for over 10 minutes. A police officer finally got a hold of Stormy and picked her up and heaved her into the back of the police wagon. As he did this, Stormy shouted, "Why don't you guys do something?" At that moment, amidst of rising anger from many incidents that night, some of the crowd turned violent, throwing coins and beer bottles at police officers and pushing through barricades. The police retreated into the bar and locked themselves inside. Rioters broke through the plywood-covered windows, which were boarded up to discourage police raids. Police unholstered their guns and pointed them at the crowd, threatening to shoot. Witness reports vary on who started it, but the bar ended up lit on fire. Police reinforcements arrived, and the original 9 officers were able to get out of the burning bar. Around 2 a.m., Marsha P. Johnson, a black trans woman, and Sylvia Rivera, a Puerto Rican trans woman, and both regulars at the Stonewall Inn, arrived outside the bar after the building was already aflame. Like many in the crowd, they were angered by the police raid and angered by the nonstop prosecution they suffered daily, and felt they had nothing left to lose after years of facing harassment and abuse. By this point, the crowd outside had grown to thousands of people, and Marsha and Sylvia joined in the resistance. The turmoil continued for a couple more hours, with police trying to control the crowd and arrest people, who responded in a wide range of ways, including protests, violence, and even an impromptu chorus kick lines singing mocking show tunes while facing off with a line of helmeted and club-carrying police officers. By 4 a.m., the streets were mostly clear, with many gathering in the nearby park to comfort each other and share their experiences. The riots were front-page news in all of the New York City papers. The next night, thousands of people gathered outside of Stonewall Inn to protest, led in part by Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera. For 6 days, both protests and violent confrontations with the police continued outside the bar and in the neighborhood. Some people criticized the violence of some of the protesters, even in response to violent treatment and relentless persecution. But it's undeniable that the duration and intensity of protests and rioting grew the front page news coverage from New York City to worldwide. The Stonewall riots created mainstream visibility for the gay rights movement in a way that it had never done before. That energy sparked the creation of the Gay Liberation Front, the first group to publicly advocate for equal gay rights. And on the 1 year anniversary of the Stonewall riots in June 1970, a coalition of gay rights groups organized what became known as the first Gay Pride Parade, with somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 participants, stretching 51 blocks from Greenwick Village to Central Park. Organizations in Chicago, Los Angeles, and San Francisco also held marches and parades that first year. Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera went on to found Streets, Transfetive Action, an organization dedicated to sheltering young transgender individuals who were shunned by their families. The modern gay rights movement was born. Marsha P. Johnson became a prominent figure of the movement through the 1970s. Many will point to the progress made in the past 55 years since the Stonewall riots. Massachusetts just celebrated 20 years of gay marriage, and it's been nearly 9 years since the Supreme Court decision that led to a nationwide marriage equality. This discriminatory don't ask, don't tell policy was repealed 13 years ago. And almost 4 years ago, the Supreme Court ruled the employment of discrimination based on sexuality or gender identity is illegal. Here in Boston, just last year, we took action to recognize the diversity of our community by removing sex and gender from marriage certificates. And on the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising, the NYPD issued a formal apology with the police commissioner stating the actions taken by NYPD were wrong, plain, and simple. And such as we should celebrate, we also need to, and as much as we should celebrate, we also need to acknowledge that there's still a lot of work to do. Continual political and social hostility leaves the LGBTQI+ community suffering higher mental health risks, especially for those with intersectional identities, particularly Indigenous people, Black people, people of color, and neurodiverse people. The LGBTQI+ community also faces higher rates of poverty, food insecurity, as well as homelessness and housing instability. And even in Massachusetts, 65% of trans people reported experiencing discrimination in public spaces, and a Suffolk Law study found 61% of trans people experience housing discrimination. So my call to action is this. Yes, let's celebrate Pride, but also let's be here for the work of queer liberation too. Not just for all Pride Month, but for every day of the year. Because if we can create a world where even Black and brown trans women and gender nonconforming people, like those who rose to leadership from the Stonewall, can live free and healthy lives in our society, then all of us, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, or race, will be doing okay. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Woohoo! It's Gay Pride Month again. It's wonderful. A little bit about my experience. I came to Boston in 1995 from Belfast. That's the sort of place when you went in the Gay Pride Parade and you had a brown paper bag over your head with 2 holes so that you could see out but nobody could see you. And I remember when Billie Jean King was outed, and in my workplace people were going on about how horribly disgusting the whole thing was and how horribly disgusting Billie Jean King is. And she's still an incredible leader and advocate for women's equality and for gay rights. And so she's one of my sheroes. I just saw her the other night celebrating the women's hockey I think it was women's hockey. The women are making strides at the moment in sport. So, you know, I came to Boston, I arrived in July, and my first Gay Pride celebration was, my first experience was I went to the interfaith service at Old South, and I walked into a church, a place of worship, and as a person of faith who was never able to be out in my own congregation at home, I actually walked out of the church and didn't go back for 40 years because of that. I slid into a pew in Old South and was part of the interfaith service, and I started to cry. And there was a really nice guy from Dorchester there, and he had loads of hankies in his pocket, like tissues. And he kept just handing me Kleenex, and I kept crying, and he kept holding my hand and saying it was going to be okay. A nice Irish guy from Dorchester. It was really. I stepped out into the sunshine on Boylston Street. And right in front of me was the most magnificent Brazilian drag queen I've ever seen in my life. And the mayor of Boston was there, and there was a police color guard, and there was thousands and thousands of people celebrating Gay Pride. And it was just the most, like, I thought it was having, like, I'm on another planet. So I'm so happy to be here in Boston, to be in a city that affirms and it celebrates LGBTQ lives and sees us and celebrates us. I am the first openly gay out lesbian in in the city council, but I know for a fact I'm not the first LGBT person to serve on this council. I know of one, and I'm sure there are more. And the sad thing is that in the past, our former colleagues, the people that our predecessors in this body weren't able to be out and live their life fully and openly as gay men and lesbians in the past. So I'm really happy to celebrate Pride, as always. It makes me smile. The one thing that makes me cry when I go to Pride parades is, and it's just happy tears, is seeing all the Gay Straight Alliance, young high schoolers and youngsters, our young people who are supporting each other and just out there in a way that was never possible for me. So it's incredible, and I just hope we can continue to defend our right to exist and to be out and proud. There's a lot of negativity, there's a lot of anti-gay legislation across the country. There's book banning, there's all sorts of horrible stuff happening, but I really do feel like I'm hopeful. We just have to stand together and keep fighting. And thank you to all our allies, our straight allies who support us every day and help us live our lives fully as LGBT people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Braden. Thank you for sharing your story, for being here and being present, because that alone means a lot, that we have a councillor who is standing proud in who she is, and just want to honor you and thank Mary and thank all of you for teaching, the teaching that you do. Oftentimes when you are the one and the only, you do a lot of teaching, and so I just thank you for that. Thank you, Councillor Santana, for offering this. You stated, the first Pride was a riot, and we have to remember that. We have to remember that. Even this Saturday, as we are joyfully marching in the parade, anyone feel free to join, that we remember that there are so many people who are struggling. I think about Councillor Braden's own district and the mural to Rita Hester, a Black trans woman who was killed and whose murder is still unsolved. And so there's still a lot of work to do. There's, as Councillor Braden stated as well, rising anti-LGBTQ here, sentiments and bills and actions by groups that are often rooted in white supremacy and transphobia and anti-LGBTQ. So just want to make sure that we remember that, and that we are doing, if our role is as an ally, that we stand as allies. Also want to uplift the work of those in my office again, my Chief of Staff, Emily Poston, one of my favorite peeps, who also worked very diligently for us to have the first Pride crosswalk in the South End, that hopefully folks walking in the parade this weekend will see at the corner of Tremont and Clarendon Street. And I also want to shout out the constituent Brian Langdren in the South End, who first uplifted it and brought us to our intention, who fought so long for this representation. We're so happy that we were able to deliver in partnership with the Streets Cabinet. I often think about, do these symbols, do they mean anything? It's not the substance of the work, but they mean a lot to a lot of people, and a lot of people who are oftentimes marginalized. So just really happy that we could help bring that joy. And as we do the work, maybe also remember that it's important to bring people joy. The chair recognizes Councillor Fitzgerald. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just missed that one part, and I was wondering if Councillor Santana could repeat himself.
Ouch. But fair point.
It was a great history.
The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn. Councillor Flynn, you have the floor. Sorry.
Thank you.
That was a good one, though. I'm sorry. it was a rather lengthy there, Councillor Santana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please add my name, Madam Chair. Also, I wanted to acknowledge the work of a friend of mine who is the Commissioner of Veteran Services, Rob Santiago. Both of us served over 20 years in the Navy, and when I was enlisted, when I was in the Navy, gay and lesbians could not serve. Period. I continued serving, and then there was a presidential order that was referenced here, which was "Don't ask, don't tell," I believe, under President Clinton. And then that was revoked, and gay and lesbian LGBTQ could serve openly, I believe it was under President Obama. But I was in the military all of that time and saw the military change, but also saw the country change. I bring up that experience because a lot of men and women were discharged from the military during that period for being gay or for being lesbian. And they didn't necessarily put that on your discharge form. They would put something else to hide their sexual orientation, such as insubordination, or they even put down mental health challenges. But when they were discharged from the military, they did not receive the proper discharge, such as their paper discharge was not an honorable discharge. And that is significant because if you don't have an honorable discharge, that means you do not qualify for certain services, programs that they earned, that they are entitled to. So that might include they might not receive their GI Bill. But what I guess I referenced my friend, Commissioner Santiago. Both of us have worked on this issue in trying to lobby Congress, which is now the case, but people that have a discharge that is anything other than honorable can go back and review and submit the necessary paperwork to upgrade their discharge form. So it would eventually be an honorable discharge, that they can get the benefits that they earned. No one's giving these benefits to these men and women. They've earned them. So I just wanted to highlight that important role that Commissioner Santiago has played in the city. That type of work oftentimes goes unnoticed, but he's been advocating and working hard in Washington, and I just wanted to acknowledge his important work and service to our country, but also helping the LGBTQ community on these certain issues. And please add my name. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Weber. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to thank the makers of the resolution. And just to point out how far we have come since 1969. When I was in high school, 20 years later, there were no people out of the closet in my high school, and now I'm proud to live in a state that paved the way for gay marriage in this country, and to live in a community in Jamaica Plain in District 6 that is where LGBTQ plus life is a central part of the community. And so I just want to thank the makers and say how proud I am of my gay family and my neighbors, in District 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Coletta Zapata, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Fitzgerald, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Pepin, Weber. Did I get you? Oh, Councilor Durkin. Councilors Santana, Braden, and Louis Jean seek suspension of the rules and adoption of docket number 0930. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket number 0930, has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0931?
Docket number 0931, Councilor Flynn offer the following. Resolution recognizing National Public Works Week.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I add Councilor Coletta as an original co-sponsor, and may I suspend Rule 12 and add Councilor Murphy as well?
Councilor Coletta Zapata is added as an original co-sponsor. Councilor Flynn's suspension of the rules to add Councilor Murphy as a third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councilor Murphy is so added. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We recently marked National Public Works Week, which recognizes the important work of public works officials throughout the country, rank and file workers that do the work of keeping a city moving forward. The origins of Public Work Week took place under President Franklin Roosevelt in 1935 and 1937. Public works leaders formed the American Public Works Association. And from this day, a lot of these different organizations come together to support public utility investments across the country, keeping our roads, bridges, highways, sidewalks safe and accessible. Public Works employees play an exceptional role, a critical role in our city and country every day. Here in Boston, their responsibilities include street sweeping, sidewalk repairs, filling potholes, maintaining street lights, trash pickup, recycling, snow removal, street engineering, infrastructure improvements, to name a few. The City of Boston Public Works team plays an indispensable role to keep our neighborhoods clean and safe so that we can enjoy a good quality of life. Our Public Works staff are everyday unsung heroes who keep our city running and operating. Without their work, our city would not be able to operate as effectively and efficiently. On National Public Works Week, we must not let that work go unnoticed, and we just want to say thank you to the Public Works professionals across our city, really across the country as well, for the work they do in keeping our city moving forward, keeping our country moving forward. They're not looking for any recognition, they're not looking for credit, but they really contribute greatly to this country, to this city, and they work hard, they're determined, and they do an exceptional job for the residents of Boston, and I'm proud to know many of them. I'm also proud of my colleagues on the City Council that also support the great work they do as well. I love, especially in the summertime, there's nothing I like more than being in the district in Chinatown, say, or South Boston, but seeing someone pushing the broom, at 7 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday. It might be 100 degrees out, and here's one of our workers pushing the broom. They have the barrel and the dustpan, and they're trying their best to make the city and our streets safe, clean, and healthy for everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President, and I want to thank Councilor Flynn for adding me as second co-sponsor. I just thank you so much to Public Works employees. I make sure that no matter what is happening, when I see a Public Works employee in the City of Boston, in my district and elsewhere, I just wave at them. I say, hi, thank you so much, you're the best. They must think I'm some crazy lady, but I think it's important to let them know how much they're appreciated, because it is such humble work, but it is essential work for the City of Boston. And I try to think about why, just now before talking and preparing my remarks, I tried to think about why I'm so dedicated to Public Works employees in particular and the work that they do. And I really think it stems from my grandfather, who was a Public Works employee for the City of Boston and then switched to go work at Boston Water and Sewer, who literally dug trenches with his bare hands and shovels the old way that they used to have to do it. And he didn't have a college education. He was working hard to get his children, my mother, into college, and she ended up graduating from Suffolk University. And now his granddaughter's a city councilor, talking about him on the council floor. And I just think it's my love and admiration and respect comes from these folks who don't ask for appreciation. And I will always do what I can to support them in their work. And just want to thank them, and then also say happy birthday to Lenny, who is our dedicated Hokie in East Boston. It is his birthday tomorrow. So happy birthday, Lenny. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta Zapata. Thank you, and happy birthday to Lenny as well. That was a beautiful tribute also to your grandfather, and I'm sure he's proud of you. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to Councilor Flynn for adding me. This year, 2024, the theme is Advancing Quality of Life of All, and it's highlighting the importance of public works to their daily lives. And we know it affects us and our constituents with planning, building, and managing, which is at the heart of communities and our neighborhoods to improve the everyday quality of life issues that we're all advocating for. I go out of my way happily to say hello to our public works employees if I see them on the side of the street working or in their truck, to thank them and make sure they know that I and my team value them. Just in the last few days, they've been at Dorchester Day, cleaning up before and as the parade went down the 3.6-mile route, making sure it was ready and perfect for the day. Just this morning, they were cleaning up Almont Park, making sure that the cops' coffee hour, that the park looked beautiful. There's so many examples. At the opening day of the Charlestown Little League, when we marched into Ryan Playground, the trucks were still there, but it looked so beautiful, and thanking them for all their hard work, it was great to see. And the hokey yesterday I saw on Center Street, not just cleaning up all the trash, but cleaning off the barrel that they put the trash into. They go above and beyond, and it's these quality of life issues that they address for us every day. I think makes our life easier, so supporting them this week, this month, every day is important. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Pepan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I also want to stand and just support and thank our public works employees. I have some amazing district yards in my district that every single day go out and take care of our streets, and that any concern that a resident has, they're there, from filling potholes to picking up trash to fixing our sidewalks to anything you can imagine, they're there. I also want to give a specific shout out to an employee of Public Works who's a resident of District 5, Eric Prentice. Anytime I email him, he has an answer, and he is the one that guides me through this process. So shout out to you, Eric, for always being there to help me and my residents in times of need. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Just want to agree with you that Eric is the bomb.com. So shout out to him. Shout out to all of our Public Works employees who really make our city work. Councilors Flynn, Coletta, Zapata, and Murphy. Oh, is anyone else looking to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Durkin, Fernandez Anderson, Fitzgerald, Mejia, Pepan, Santana, Weber, and the chair. Councilors Flynn, Coletta, Zapata, and Murphy seek suspension of the rules and adoption of docket number 0931. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Docket number 0931 has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0932?
Docket number 0932, Councilor Coletta Zapata offered the following. Resolution designating a Hero Square for Private William P. Nerin at the intersection of Nerin Row and Tremont Street.
Thank you. Docket number 0932. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I apologize for the confusion. So I've been asked by the Commissioner of Veteran Services to withdraw this for now. I don't know what, why, quite frankly, but I respect him. I think there might be an error. So I'll wait and refile this next week. Thanks.
Thank you. Docket number 0932 has been withdrawn. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0933?
Docket number 0933, Councilor Mejia offered the following. Resolution to support increasing diversity and expanding opportunities for Boston municipal employees of color.
Thank you. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to add Councilor Weber as an original co-sponsor.
Councilor Weber is so added as an original co-sponsor. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I'm going to just... first of all, we held a press conference this morning in light of the hearing that we hosted last week to give a space and an opportunity for employees, particularly employees of color across Boston Public Schools, Boston Police Department, you know, and a host of other city departments, an opportunity to really speak around some of the discrepancies that they faced as they tried to move on up, literally the ladder here. And so we wanted to file a resolution today that is consistent with trying to make sure that we continue to sound the alarm, no pun intended, around the importance of creating opportunities for people of diverse backgrounds to have real opportunities. In 2022, under my leadership, our office passed the Fair Chance Act to ensure that municipal employees have a fair opportunity for career advancements. Since then, we now have a chief diversity officer. Unfortunately, when we passed that piece of legislation, it only covered non-union employees, which means there's still a lot of work to do to ensure that all of our municipal employees of color have a fair chance. And so this is one of the reasons why we are filing this resolution to affirm our commitment to ensuring that we're going to do everything in our power to expand opportunities for Boston municipal employees. Across Boston City departments, there have been numerous lawsuits and high-profile cases, as you all know, including a $2.6 million settlement in a long-withstanding federal discrimination lawsuit alleging that a hair test, quote-unquote, used by the Boston Police Department disproportionately affected officers of color. And Boston Public Schools is currently facing lawsuits over allegations of its discriminatory practices against administrators of color, putting them on leave and subjecting them to investigatory meetings aiming to either terminate them or compel them to resign. I believe in the spirit of really pushing for diversity, and I think that today really was a good example for me to really see what diversity looks like, because we come into this chamber oftentimes with our own limited access to skills, and some of us are not as polished or as pedigreed or degreed up, and so we have to come into spaces and places and fight to have a seat at the table. And when it comes to just the practices that we have in the city of Boston and the systemic racial discrepancies that continue to plague us, we have an opportunity to really right the wrong. And so today, more than ever, I am recognizing how important it is for us to really push through and fight to be able to be affirmed and to be embraced and to be respected. And I think that as a city, we struggle with that. And I think that we have an opportunity and a responsibility to move differently. Because if we don't, we're going to just continue to replicate bad behavior. And so this resolution is in support of all of the officers, all of the educators, all of the municipal employees who have dedicated their entire life to service and have been overlooked and denied their opportunity to move up. And I also just want to note that a lot of the police officers that we've been working with, particularly Ma'am Leo, Diego, and others, have been really fighting. This initially was really inspired a few years ago through the Fair Chance Act. Then last year we went through this whole process, and here we are again. And the fight continues. And so I'm asking my colleagues in the spirit of standing up for what is right to support this resolution.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councilor Mejia, for adding me to this. In my experience as an attorney, I worked on 4 cases dealing with police exams, and what's happening now is troubling to me. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission has a guideline that if there is, in a promotional practice, if one group is being promoted at less than 80% of another group, then that is, it's prima facie evidence of a discriminatory impact, right? So under the 2020, the last promotional exam that Boston Police Department gave for sergeants, Black and Latino officers are being promoted at 40%, at a rate of 40% of that their white colleagues are being promoted at. So here it's clear we have a discriminatory impact on a readily identifiable group. Now, that doesn't mean that the city would be liable for discrimination. You can have a test that has a discriminatory impact on a group. For example, like a firefighter exam where you're required to carry like a 100-pound hose upstairs. That might have a discriminatory impact on old people like myself, women, but that test has a direct correlation. You need a firefighter in some capacities to be able to do that. So there's some discriminatory impacts which are permissible. But we've had a bunch of cases here, two very recently, the lieutenant's exam case in federal court and the statewide HRD case here that just got settled in state court. And both of those, the judges in both cases said a written promotional exam is not a valid test for a police sergeant or a lieutenant or a captain, because it doesn't measure most of the important skills and abilities you need to do that job. It doesn't measure leadership skills, oral communication skills. It doesn't measure past performance. So somebody could be a war hero and they don't get extra points on the exam. So we have a selection procedure that has been found to be invalid. And one simple solution, and I think we talked about this earlier, is just to leave this list open one more year from the 2020 exam. It'll still be majority white officers, but there will also be a significant number of BIPOC officers who would be promoted off that list, who are highly qualified, who've been in the police department for 3, 5, 6, 10 years, who've have master's degrees and who scored very well on this exam. So that's a way to alleviate this legal liability issue or actually unlawful discrimination, as our cases have found. But what's disturbing is that we have the police commissioner here say, well, he wants to give a new exam this year, and that how he's going to deal with issues of discriminatory impact of these prior exams is to deal with improve a culture of studying, which is just something that the Boston Police Department argued in the Smith case, the lieutenant's exam case, that the score differences are based on lack of studying, which every expert, including the city's own experts, have thrown out. It's not an issue of intelligence, the results on these tests. There are all kinds of factors. They said many, many factors. Two that have been found in the courts and that the experts agreed on are just people's expectations going into the tests, how they think they're going to do, people's experience, the level of experience you have taking standardized tests. These things create 2-3 point difference, which in the end has no relation to how you're going to perform as a police lieutenant, whether you score a 91 or an 89 on this test. And so to sort of cement the impact of this police exam by stopping promotions off this list and giving a new one, which is we're going to wind up in the same spot. Right now, it's probably the lowest percentage of BIPOC officers in the supervisory ranks that we've had in a long time. It's about 11% of the police sergeants and lieutenants right now are BIPOC. It's just a terrible state of affairs that we need to do as much as we can to change. They can give a different kind of test. They can use the written test just as a hurdle and say, if you get over an 80 on the written test, we'll use other components. That would reduce sort of the disparate impact. But it doesn't seem like the Boston Police Department or the commissioner is interested in any of those things. So I thank Councilor Armia for bringing this. I will say, for a long time I've heard stories about BPS and how they unfairly target teachers of color in disciplinary actions and putting them on administrative leave and things like that. The number of teachers and school leaders is stark contrast to the Boston Police Department. I think it's 42% of teachers are Black, Latino, or Asian, and over 50% of the school leaders are Black, Latino, and Asian. And this BPS has had a number of job fairs. I think they've had 13 or so in the last, year or so that they're trying to hire a diverse group of teachers. I think we can always do better, and that's why I'm joining with Councilor Mejia on this, and thank you very much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the lead and co-sponsor of on this docket. I rise in support, but also I would add that there are a lot of efforts that the city have been making in terms of hiring diverse staff. In terms of BPD, I fully support what my council colleague has stated about in terms of promotional or just decisions in how to execute next steps to address this inequity of not hiring enough upper or sergeants or promoting officers of color. And BPS, same, I've heard these complaints that there are a lot of discriminatory practices, and then we know that BPDA is over 80% not white, not people of color. BPS over 60% white, not people of color. And then when I do this, of course, the media takes it and spins it and then puts it on that we're race baiting. So I'm so glad that my colleague today is a white man who gets to stand up and speak on this issue as an ally, because when I do it as a black woman, then it gets to be an issue about race. But it is a horrible issue that we must address. And I do think that the administration here and our mayor is in support of diversifying and have increased the diverse hiring or people of color hiring by 57% in comparison to historic numbers. So when we see improvements, when we see a trend, a pattern of things getting better, then we do have to allow time and work with the administration to be able to continue to make these great strides. So I rise in support. I think there are different things that we can do in terms of looking at the numbers. For example, the cadet program in the fire department, when they're selecting and they have certain discriminatory practices in terms of who can get selected, but then they'll say minorities have to be, and then white women are also considered minority, so then further diluting the numbers of people of color getting into the department as well. So there are different conversations to look at what is actually equitable. This happens as well with BPD. This happens across the departments. And when we're talking about departments, some people will get up and say, for example, if you're talking about BPD, or if you're talking about public works, or if you're talking about these things, people are ready to get up and say, well, I support that. I support our public work. I support all of these departments. I support BPD. But when you start talking about specifically, and I implore my colleagues, if you are in support of people of color, I hear people talk about black men and women and people of color, Latinos and stuff like that. Like when you start talking like that, what's dangerous about it is that you superficially say it, like optically you're saying that you represent a thing. But then when it comes to actually moving money in the budget for issues, all right, that actually address this population, when we talk about the health of Boston and the numbers and how black people in Roxbury died 22 years sooner than white people and their counterparts in Back Bay, and we show you numbers, and then Boston Public Health Commissioner Dr. Jakutu comes in and says, yeah, you know what, this is directly correlated to racism. The reason why black people are dying is because of racism. The reason why black people get less jobs, racism. The reason why black people get less housing, racism. The reason why they are dying and leading to gun violence, because it's directly correlated to systemic racism. Because we are divesting in those populations, we've historically disinvested, we've historically marginalized, we've historically oppressed, we've historically suppressed. And then when you have representation come to this office in a budget or otherwise, because you have black people standing up and saying that we represent this population, that we know the pain, that we've seen our people die, that we've seen these sufferings, that we know the divestment, and we show you the numbers, and we show you the math, and we show you the science, what do you say? Oh, they're race baiting. Oh my God, no. You can't take money from there. And can we really trust you? Do you really know how to handle a budget? I don't know. Can we move this money? What's the difference between myself, a black woman who speaks on these issues and talk about investments in finances, and my white counterpart that gets up and speaks about it? What is the difference? So maybe it's because he's a lawyer and I'm not. Either way, let's check your privilege. Let's check the way that we talk about these issues. And let's check whether or not we're backing it up in other processes that actually invest in social determinants of health, so that we can address systemic racism, so that we can address hiring practices, so that we can improve the conditions of the marginalized. I should be able to say that migrants are suffering. I should be able to say Cape Verdean. I should be able to say that there are specific Muslim populations that are dying or marginalized. I should be able to speak that way, and you should be able to say, I get that, I hear you, and I understand my privilege in that. And there we can have an honest conversation. There we can actually be honest and support each other and understand and build trust in that you are an ally and that you actually support it. So don't open your mouth and speak about it unless you actually understand that in order for us to make real changes, we have to talk about money, we have to talk about job access, we have to talk about budget, and we have to talk about investing in the people that you say, the black babies, the one you say you want to save, and the people that you say that need it. It starts with the parents that are not getting these jobs, the people that are not going from lower class to middle class, the opportunities that we are not affording to our black and brown people. So I'll continue to do this. They'll continue to make stories about how, when black people get up and we race bait and all that. They'll continue to send threats. They'll continue to do all of these things that scare your staff because obviously, in order for us to represent an issue, we have to explain that we're human enough in order to be deserving of it. So I haven't said much today, and I apologize for the lengthy speech there, but this is such an important issue in terms of how we actually back up or put our money where our mouth is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, and thank you to Councilor Mejia and Councilor Weber for offering this important resolution so that we are making sure that we continue the work of equity. And my councilors have made some points, so I won't belabor the point, but I'm glad to support and making sure that we are inching our way there. Councilors Mejia and would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta Zapata, Durkin, Fernandez-Anderson, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Murphy, Pepin, Santana, Weber, Worrell. Please add the chair. Councilors Mejia and Weber seek suspension of the rules and adoption of docket number 0933. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0933. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn. Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louisiane.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiane, yes. Councilor Mejia. Yes. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. Yes. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana. Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0933 has received a unanimous vote in the affirmative.
Thank you. Docket number 0933 has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0934?
Docket number 0934, Councilor Santana offered the following. Resolution in support of the Massachusetts Act to ensure legal parentage equality. House 1713, Senate 947. To protect LGBTQ plus families and reproductive rights.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Santana. Councilor Santana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I can't promise how brief I will be, but Madam President, I would like to ask to add Councilor Fernandez-Anderson as a second original co-sponsor, and I would like to suspend Rule 12 and add Councilor Breeden as the original third co-sponsor.
Thank you. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson is added as an original co-sponsor. Councilor Santana seeks suspension of the rules to add Councilor Breeden as the third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councilor Breeden is so added. Councilor Santana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank my co-sponsors for joining me in support of this resolution, and I particularly want to acknowledge Councilor Breeden for her leadership on this matter, including offering a resolution in 2021 that the City Council adopted in support of a similar legislation under consideration by our state legislator at that time. Unfortunately, our percentage laws in Massachusetts have still not been updated, and the urgency has only grown. For everyone who chooses to be a parent, the day a child joins their family is one of the most joyous days of their lives. Yet, for too many parents in Massachusetts, it's also the beginning of a long, stressful, expensive, and often humiliating process of getting Massachusetts to legally recognize you as a parent of your own child. This process of determining the legal parents of a child is called percentage. And here in Massachusetts, our percentage laws are woefully out of date. In fact, Massachusetts is the only state in New England that hasn't updated its percentage laws. These outdated laws particularly affect members of our LGBTQ+ community who are often forced to spend tens and thousands of dollars to adopt their own child. They also frequently affect parents who conceive through assisted reproduction, including in vitro fertilization and surrogacy. Sorry, my accent, some of these words. All of this creates significant risks for family separation and hardships, including documented cases where children in Massachusetts were removed from their parents by the Commonwealth due to unclear recognition of their parents by state law. Our incomplete and outdated percentage laws also often lead to years-long legal proceedings in state courts, which are very distressing for our families and frankly wasteful of taxpayer dollars and our limited court resources. These outdated laws also routinely create significant impacts on basic family needs, including custody, health decisions, access to insurance, addressing emergencies, and the ability to travel across state lines. The need to protect the rights of our LGBTQ+ families is particularly critical in an era where legislative attacks on our LGBTQ+ community are rapidly accelerating across the country. In 2023, over 510 anti-LGBTQ+ bills were filed in state legislatures, and over 515 more anti-LGBTQ+ bills have been filed in the state legislatures in the last 5 months of 2024. Reproductive rights are also under attack across the country, including significant threats to vitro fertilization, which underemphasizes the need for Massachusetts to have current and comprehensive percentage laws that protect the range of ways that the children are born and families are formed. The state legislature joint committee is currently considering a bill to update our percentage laws. This bipartisan bill, an act to ensure legal percentage equality, was filed by Representatives Sarah K. Peake and Hannah Kane and Senators Julian Cyr and Bruce Tarr. The act is based on a best practice framework for ensuring both parents and children are protected with clear standards for the establishment of percentage through all paths, including birth, adoption, acknowledgement, adjudication, genetics, assisted reproduction, surrogacy, de facto percentage, and martial and other presumptions. This best practice framework was guided comprehensive percentage laws updates already adopted in other states, including California, Colorado, Connecticut, Maine, Michigan, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Washington. In addition to those states, New Hampshire and New York have also adopted updated laws addressing similar concerns. The act would ensure children born through assisted reproduction, such as IVF, have a clear route to establish their percentage. It would provide standards for courts to resolve competing claims of percentage. It would ensure greater efficiency and consistency in our courts and reduce unnecessary litigation. And it would codify and protect percentage precedents established by the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court. With 10 other states having already updated their percentage laws, including all of our neighbors, the bipartisan movement to update Massachusetts percentage laws has support from a broad coalition of well over 60 local, statewide, and national organizations working for the welfare of children, families, LGBTQ+ people, and reproductive rights. It also has vocal support from Governor Maura Healey, Attorney General Joy Campbell, and Massachusetts Lawmakers Weekly. I also want to give some special appreciation to House Speaker Ron Mariano for his support and leadership. Speaker Mariano, just minutes ago, but hours ago at this point, while we were in this meeting, acknowledged again the need to update these laws and stated that the House will take up to the bill within the month. In 2021, the Boston City Council expressed support for modernizing our state percentage laws, and today I'm asking my council colleagues to stand again in support of all our Massachusetts family, including our LGBTQ+ families and families conceiving children through assisted reproduction. I would like to give my co-sponsors and colleagues an opportunity to speak on this matter as well, and I will be asking today for my colleagues' support in suspending the rules and passing this resolution today. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to the lead co-sponsor, my colleague, Councilor Santana. As a foster mom of 17 children, as you know, over a 10-year span, I know firsthand what that family looks like, something different for everyone. Unfortunately, the laws of our books don't agree, and they stand in the way of many families' ability to claim parentage rights over their children. The resolution here will support a much-needed bipartisan bill in the State House which protects the rights of LGBTQ families and others. And it's just heartbreaking to think that we are still far behind on this issue. Massachusetts seriously lags behind other states when it comes to establishing parentage equality for families of all backgrounds. This body previously voted in support of similar legislation going back as far back as 2021. We can't afford to keep dawdling on these issues. Members of the LGBTQ community notice, and they tell me how different Boston feels compared to other places in the region. I hear this conversation all the time. It doesn't have to be this way, and we as a council have an opportunity to fight through legislation like this to make substantial impact in everyday lives of our LGBTQ+ friends and neighbors. Supporting legislation like this, does so much more than just simply voice your support on the bill. It sends a message on behalf of the entire council that we are ready to act to support our LGBTQ+ community today. I truly hope that we utilize our time wisely during Pride Month and beyond to seriously consider the ways in which this council can improve the quality of life of all members of the LGBTQ+ community. Thank you again, Councilor Santana. So proud that you get to lead us in everything LGBTQ+, including our Councilor Braden from District 9. Thank you so much for being a champion and a leader in this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to the co-sponsors for allowing me to join them on this important resolution. I think my colleague, Councillor Santana, has said it all in his thorough review of the legislation at hand. The current outdated laws force non-biological parents to seek a court order to legally adopt their child for full recognition of their relationship. And this is a burden on top of an already arduous process of building a family. It's really, I just want to give a shout out to one of our sheroes in the past, as Dr. Susan Lee and Dr. Susan Love and her partner were a same-sex couple who were the plaintiffs in a case to allow gay parents to adopt their child. So this is sort of an extension of this whole scenario, but it's also, given the sense of the complexity and all the different options in terms of assistive means to conceive and bear a child. In this day and age, things have moved a long way in all these years. It seems that the law hasn't kept up. So I thank the Massachusetts Parentage Act Coalition and GLAAD for their advocacy on this important effort, and thank my co-sponsors for including me. And I hope we can all vote unanimously to support this very important resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. And yes, Councilor Santana, everyone has really covered it, but I just wanted to uplift that this is really important, modernizing and clarifying legal parentage. It pertains to our LGBTQ families and those using assisted reproductive technologies. The MPA also addresses intersectional needs by simplifying the legal recognition of diverse, non-nuclear families, including immigrant and Black communities disproportionately affected by systemic inequalities. So our support of the MPA reinforces our role as a leader in promoting inclusive policies that recognize and support all family structures. I want to shout out the incredible coalition of parents and people in Boston who are behind this, who have met with my office on a number of occasions, and just want to say my full support for this docket. So is anyone looking to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, she's already on the docket. Please add Councilors Coletta Zapata, Durkin, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Mejia, Pepin, Weber, Worrell. Please add the chair. Docket number 093, Councilor Santana, Fernandez Anderson, and Braden seek suspension of the rules and adoption of docket number 0934. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0934. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata.
Yes.
Councilor Zapata, Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn. Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louisian.
Yes.
Councilor Louisian, yes. Councilor Mejia. Yes. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. Yes. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana. Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0934 has received a unanimous vote in the affirmative.
Thank you. Docket number 0934 has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, would you, if Councilor Worrell, the Vice President, will please come.
Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0935?
Docket number 0935, Councilors Louisian and Weber offer the following. Resolution in support of House 4356, an act promoting housing opportunity and mobility through eviction ceiling.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Council President Louis Jen. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell. Chair, thank you for acknowledging me. I want to thank the lead sponsors of this bill, Senator Lydia Edwards, who really championed this Homes Act as eviction ceiling when she was a city councilor, and Majority Leader Rep. Michael Moran. This bill is designed to significantly reduce the burdens that an eviction record can impose on tenants, impacting their ability to secure future housing. Over 1 million evictions have been filed in our Commonwealth over the past 24 years, and all of this data really, serves to harm our residents. We got really close during COVID to passing eviction ceiling, and at the last minute, the governor pulled it out, former Governor Baker. This bill establishes a framework for the ceiling of eviction records under several specific conditions, including when cases are dismissed, when tenants prevail in their disputes, or when evictions occur without any fault on the part of the tenant. The impact that mere eviction records can have on a tenant's chance at finding and maintaining stable housing cannot be overstated. We care deeply on this council about the housing crisis. We care deeply about evictions, and we care deeply about people's ability to find new homes and to prevent displacement. This bill would not infringe upon the rights of landlords or property managers. Rather, it proposes a balanced approach that protects the interests of all involved parties. It seeks to eliminate the undue burden placed on tenants from past legal conflicts that may no longer represent their current situation, thus allowing them to seek housing without the stigma of previous evictions. The goal for all of us should be to promote a fairer housing system that not only respects the rights of property owners, but also prioritizes the mobility and housing security of tenants. This Homes Act would be a crucial step towards ensuring that all residents have a better opportunity to help secure safe and stable housing accommodations. There's a version that came through the bond bill. This is a stronger version that's written by the Majority Leader and Senator Edwards, We think it's a stronger bill. A lot of advocates are supporting it and are actually supporting one step further if they could get automatic sealing. We know that the bureaucracy is really messy and complicated, especially for those who are low income, who are transient, who have trouble accessing systems. Our job as city councilors often is to help people access systems, especially those who have been disproportionately marginalized. And so automatic sealing would help take it one step further, not putting the onus on the tenant to know that there's a record out there that could be harming them and that they have to do the work of sealing. If the sealing was automatically done in certain circumstances, that would be a lot better. So I just want to thank my colleagues for joining me and hope that we will be able to suspend and pass this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Council Weber, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President, for including me in this. I think it's. Oh, do you want to give something else?
The chair recognizes Council President Louis Jen.
I apologize. I meant to ask to suspend.
Sorry.
I apologize. I meant to ask to suspend the rules to add Councilor Braden as a third original co-sponsor.
Council President Louis Jen seeks to suspend the rules and add Council Braden as original co-sponsor. Seeing no objections, Council Braden is so added. Council Weber, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I think this is an incredibly important piece of legislation. I'd just like to thank Senator Edwards for being such a strong advocate in this area. We've heard the numbers from BPS families. Over 5,000 kids in BPS in the last year experienced homelessness. We had it's over 300 families self-reported having in BPS. 300 plus families in the last 2 years self-reported being evicted from their housing. And what happens here is there's a record. Even if you win your eviction case, someone files a notice to quit and you somehow win the case, it still is on your record. I'd point anyone who's interested in the subject to law professor Yvette Papo wrote an illuminating law review article. It's called, it refers to this record of an eviction, even if you win, as the scarlet letter E, and it trails you without the sealing. And in her study, she found that tenancy screenings have by far a much larger impact on Black women than on any other group in the country. We've seen that here, single moms and women of color are subject to higher rates of eviction. We need to do as much as we can to stop the impacts of it, and this is one great tool, and thank you for adding me.
Thank you. Council Braden, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the lead sponsors for adding me, Councillor. It's really, and to our partners at the legislators, Senator Lydia Edwards and Representative Majority Leader Michael Moran for filing this important bill. It really does seem it's long past time that we pass this. And it's such an injustice that the mere record of an eviction proceedings can serve as a long-term barrier to a tenant seeking future housing regardless of the legal outcome. So they may have done nothing wrong, they may have won the case, they may have paid off any due rent, but they still find themselves in this sort of trap in which they're marked out as wanting in some way and not worthy of having another, to get access to housing on the strength of a record that may not hold any, may have been dismissed. So we need to see the courts automatically seal the cases that are dismissed, and in cases where the tenant wins, and no fault eviction cases, without having the tenant to have to file a petition to rectify the situation. So I hope this, ask my colleagues to unanimously support this again, and I hope it prevails at the State House as it didn't the last time.
Thank you. Councillor Coletta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councilor Weber said a lot of what I was going to say, but just want to rise to thank my boss and former boss and predecessor, Lydia Edwards, Lydia with a Y, if you know, you know, one of the most brilliant policy and political minds in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. She had the foresight to push this forward and got Representative Michael Moran and Senator Joseph Boncory at the time to co-sponsor the legislation. I think what I will just add, because everything has already been said, and I'm just checking my notes to make sure I have this right. When we were doing research for this particular bill, we came to find out that if a child's family is evicted, so we're talking about a child, a minor, the minor will not only receive a record, but will continue to have an eviction record when they are an adult. So that is probably the most egregious aspect of all of this, in addition to all of the points that have been brought up. So I want to thank the makers for bringing this forward, and please add my name. I will support.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilor Santana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to rise to thank the makers for offering this resolution and express my full support. Mr. Clerk, please add my name. The sponsors have addressed the critical needs for this legislation, so I'll just say, the idea that someone would have a permanent eviction case record that they'd be judged by forever, particularly in cases where they weren't actually being evicted or found to have done anything wrong, completely flies in the face of the values of our justice system. This is common sense legislation that will protect tenants from unfair discrimination while still protecting the rights of landlords and property owners. I want to thank the legislators for their work on this, particularly, as mentioned, Representative Michael Moran, Senator Lydia Edwards, and former Senator Joe Boncour, and express my excitement as this legislation continues to move forward towards adoption. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to rise and thank the sponsors for this. We're charged here with protecting people, not profits, for landlords. And I think that is really what this is about. The reason why the current status quo is as it is because it's really helpful for a landlord to have this information, but our job is to protect people, our job is to put people in homes, and our job is to make sure people have housing. And really grateful to Senator Lydia Edwards for doing this and wishing this bill well at the State House, and look forward to voting in support. And please add my name.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would be remiss if I didn't make a comment on this. And I think that, there's a reason why we're here with our experiences to lend a voice or to speak for those who, to represent those in our communities. I personally experienced homelessness 3 times. As a child, and then in my early 20s, and then again 5 years later in my 20s. And reason being is because I was undocumented. I often speak about how I was undocumented close to 2 decades, but that is a very long time. Imagine not being able to go to college, or when I went, it took me about 15 years just to pay out of pocket for school. Imagine not being able to qualify for anything, not for housing, not for food stamps, not for cash benefits, not for any type of benefits. You'd have to work 2-3 jobs. You're trying to graduate from high school. I had 2 jobs at a time in high school, and I was the sole breadwinner from the age of 13 all the way to 20. And so eventually, by the time I was 19, we were evicted because my tiny little income was not enough to keep us housed. And so eventually, 3 years later, I would find myself in a shelter and then in a car with my son. So there are different circumstances why a family may end up in homelessness. There's a direct correlation to sometimes drug addiction, sometimes dual diagnosis, and we need to be more compassionate and understanding where people are in their lives in different circumstances. And hopefully this will pass. Hopefully this will be successful in supporting a lot of the families that are waiting for this opportunity to get a second chance on their rental record. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Just wanted to say thank you to my colleagues for bringing this forward. I want to give a big shout out to our state colleagues for filing this inside of the House. And as a housing advocate, I think that we need to continue to do whatever we can as legislators to make sure that we're eliminating the barriers to provide people housing stability. Would anyone like to add their name? Councilor Coletta Zapata, Councilor Durkin, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, Councilor Fitzgerald, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Pepin, Councilor Santana, please add Councilor Worrell. Councilors Louis Jen, Weber, and Braden seek suspension of the rules and passage of dockets number 0935. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Mr. Clerk, can you please do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0935. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn. Councilor Louisiane. Yes. Councilor Louisiane, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. Yes. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana. Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0935 has received 12 votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Docket number 0935 has been adopted.
Thank you, Vice President. Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number 0936 and 0937 together?
Docket number 0936, Councilor Mejia offered the following. Order for certain information, order requesting certain information under Section 17F relative to BPD promotional exam. And docket number 0937, Councilor Mejia offered the following. Order requesting certain information under Section 17F relative to legal spending.
Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. You know how they say, when you know better, you do better. And sometimes we have to learn how to use the master's tools to get things done. And some people know how to use them better than others, but I'm learning. So using two tools at my disposal, I think it's important for us to have a deep understanding of who are the folks within the Boston Police Department that are up and ready and qualified to take the promotional exam that is slated for September the 24th. I'd like to know all names and gender and race. I think it's important for us to have a thorough understanding of what is at stake. The second 17F is I'd like to know how much money we have spent in lawsuits over the last 5 years. I've asked this question during some of our hearings, and I have yet to get an answer, so I'm hoping that through this master's tool, we might be able to get some answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Mejia seeks suspension, seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 0936. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. Docket number 0936 has been adopted. Councilor Mejia seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 0937. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. Docket number 0937 has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number 0938 and 0939?
Docket number 0938, Councilor Murphy offered the following. Order requesting certain information under Section 17F relative to chronic absenteeism. And docket number 0939, Councilor Murphy offered the following. Order requesting certain information under Section 17F relative to school athletics and transportation data.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. So my office has spent a lot of time since we've been in office over the last 3 years digging deep into BPS data, and we are continuing to do that. I had requested this a couple years ago also, but chronic absenteeism is defined by DESE as the percentage of students missing 10%, which is equal to 18 school days or more of their days at school, regardless of whether such absences are excused or unexcused. I'm asking that we have data on the chronic absenteeism for school years 2022-23 and the current school year, which is about to end any day now. And I'd like to make sure it's broken down by the number of students who have chronic absenteeism across the system, defined by DESE, and also the number of students who have chronic absenteeism broken down by the individual schools that they attend. Also want data on chronic absenteeism with the actual number of days missed, not just being flagged as having 18 or more, because some students have, unfortunately, as many as 180 days missed in a year. So the actual number across the system and also individual by students. I do just want to highlight my glasses for this, but when we put in the data we received for the last school year, Boston Day and Evening Academy had a 94.9% absentee rate. There's 314 students. On any given day, 298 of them are absent. McKinley School in the South End had a 70.39, 152 students, and on any given day, 107 are absent. Those are just two examples of many where, unfortunately, in some of these schools, there are more staff and teachers than there are students. So I do want to make sure that we are looking at this data to make some, I would hope, changes to this, what I would call just a horrible outcome for our students. On any given day last school year, almost 17,000 students were absent every single day. So it's something I feel we do need to address on the council here. The second hearing order is related to, 17F is related to hearing order 0705, BPS Athletic Transportation, that Councilor Flynn and I did file back on April 10th. I've turned it into a 17F request because we have not been able to get this hearing scheduled. So I'll just highlight what this information is for. Most of our student athletes practice and compete on athletic fields and in gyms that are not at their school. Therefore, they are reliant on school buses to transport them to their games and practices. Unfortunately, there are instances where school buses are assigned to pick up a team and they do not show up, leaving them stranded at their schools and trying to find other ways to get there. This is unfortunately not a new issue, as the Boston Globe reported in 2022 on how student athletes often had to scramble to find ways to get to games outside of the city because there were no buses available. We spend over $32,000 per student, more than any other large school district in the country. There should be reliability in BPS transportation for all of our student athletes. I'm requesting the number of students that the athletic office serves for the past 2 school years, the number of sports offered, and the list of specific sports offered across the fall, winter, and spring season for the last 2 school years, the list of sports that are offered transportation for practices and games for those same 2 school years, and the data on the reliability of each pickup and drop-off for the teams that are offered BPS transportation for the last 2 school years. So I'm hoping my colleagues will pass both these 17F so our office can get this data. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. Suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 0938. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Okay, thank you. Docket number 0938 has been adopted. Councilor Murphy seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 0939. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Thank you. Docket number 0939 has been adopted. We are now moving on to personnel orders. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just want to add my names to docket number 0927, 0928, and then support yes on the resolution 0929 and 0930, and I think that's it.
There you go. Okay, so you're going too fast for the clerk.
Okay, sorry,
So
clerk.
first, what would you like to add your names to?
0927 and 0928.
Can we please add Councilor Worrell? Mr. Clerk, can you please add Councilor Worrell's name?
27 and 28, yep.
And then support 0929 and 0930, 0931, and 0932.
So first,
That's a yes.
okay, basically absent objection for us to basically reconsider those votes.
0932 was withdrawn, so
There's no vote. Okay.
So the other ones.
Councilor Worrell would like to be added as a yes vote on those dockets.
Thank you.
All set. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Worrell. We are now moving on to personnel orders. Mr. Clerk, would you please read the personnel orders into the record?
Docket number 0940, Councilor Louisiana for Councilor Fernandez Anderson, and docket number 0941, Councilor Louisiana appointment of temporary employees.
All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. The personnel orders have passed. We are now moving on to green sheets. Is anyone looking to pull anything from the green sheets? The chair recognizes Councilor Pepen. Councilor Pepen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to pull docket number 0681. I believe that's page 9.
What's the number again?
0681.
Page 9.
Mr. Clerk, will you please read docket number 0681?
From the Committee on Community Preservation Act, docket number 0681. Message in order approving an appropriation of $1,568,348 for the administrative and operating expenses of the City of Boston Community Preservation Committee for the fiscal year 2024, and a further appropriation order in the amount of $33,773,783 from the Community Preservation Fund estimated annual revenues for fiscal year 2025 to be appropriated and reserved for future appropriation.
Absent objection, the motion of the committee chair is accepted and the docket is properly before the body. Councilor Pepen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. As the clerk just mentioned, this is for the Community Preservation Committee that I chair, an appropriation of $1,568,348. The community preservation staff are hard-working, dedicated team members that provide year-long assistance to aspiring and selected grant applications. They also work closely with the 9-member committee in the selection process. This docket also starts the first step in appropriating the grant money from the Community Preservation Fund for the next fiscal year, projects that greatly benefit our city. I encourage everyone to watch the recording of our hearing that we held on April 11th that presented the fiscal year 2024 selected projects. I want to briefly remind everyone, as our budget hearings and sessions have taken precedence, that this allocation is from the Community Preservation Fund that comes from the 1% property tax surcharge and match from the state's Community Preservation Trust Fund per the Community Preservation Act. I would like to move forward for a vote to pass this docket.
Thank you. The chair of the Committee on the Community Preservation Act seeks passage of docket number 0681. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket has passed. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I would like to pull dockets 0634, 0635, 0696, and 0815, all from page 22 of the green sheets, please.
Can you read those docket numbers one more time?
Sure. 0635, 0634, 0696, and 0815, which are all found on page 22 of the green sheets.
We'll give the clerk a moment to find those dockets in the green sheets.
Are they from the Ways and Means?
They're from the mayor's office, all four, and they were placed into Strong Women, Families, and Communities.
Because my page 22 is not.
Okay, we'll give you.
I can give you my copy.
One moment. It's fine. It's fine, Councilor Murphy. We'll give the clerk a moment to find dockets number 0635,
Strong Women and Families.
0696, and 0815. He has them. It's just probably on.
It's a different page number. It's not the same.
Let's see.
0635. 0634.
I think a few of my colleagues are stating what number it is. I don't have it in front of me either.
It's 5 pages from the back, if you go from the back forward.
Mr. Clerk, it looks like.
Mine is on page 18, but
Mine's on
this must be
22.
a more different version, Adam. But I have them here. From the Committee on Strong Women, Families, and Communities, docket number 0634. Message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $346,835 in the form of a grant for the fiscal year '24 Senior Companion Program awarded by the AmeriCorps to be administered by the H. Strong Commission. The grant will fund administration of the Senior Companion Program, including reimbursement for travel and meals, plus stipend for volunteers who provide companionship to homebound and frail seniors. Docket number 0635, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $140,253 in the form of a grant for fiscal year '24 Retired Senior Volunteer Program awarded by the Corporation for National and Community Service to be administered by the H. Strong Commission. The grant will fund administration for senior community service volunteers, including reimbursement for meals and travel expenses. Docket number 0696, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $184,320 in the form of a grant for the American Rescue Plan Act, Home and Community-Based Services Funding for Family Caregiver Support Program stipends awarded by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, passed through the Mass Executive Office of Elder Affairs, to be administered by the H. Strong Commission. The grant will fund respite and supplemental services stipends for family caregivers enrolled in an Aging Service Access Points Family Caregiver Support Program. Docket number 0815, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $100,000 in the form of a grant for Chinatown Child Care Services awarded by the Boston Planning and Redevelopment Authority to be administered by the Office of Early Childhood. The grant will fund to support the creation and sustainability of family child care and center-based programs.
Thank you. Absent objection, the motion of the committee chair is accepted and the dockets are properly before the body. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you, Clerk, for reading all of those.
Yeah.
The first three I'll speak on together are from Age Strong. The last one is from the Early Childhood Department. But I do want to thank Emily Shea and Denise DeSantos. They worked with me to come up with a short, not too long, breakdown of what these are, and I hope that you support passing these today. The first one, docket 0635, AmeriCorps RSVP program, is the funding for seniors RSVP program, and it comes from, it pairs people age 55 and older who want to make a difference in their community with community organizations for impact-driven volunteer placement. Over 240 volunteers are placed at 38 locations across Boston where they improve our community by dedicating their skills and expertise. Volunteers are partially reimbursed for meals and transportation and receive insurance coverage. This year's award is $140,253, and it runs from April 1st, 2024 to March 31st, 2025. Madam Chair, is it fine if I read all three and we
Yes, you
vote
may.
separately?
Yes, you may.
Okay. So docket 0364, Senior Companion Program, is from the H. Strong Commission. They receive federal funding from AmeriCorps Senior Companion Program annually. And this Senior Companion Program offers part-time stipend service opportunities for people who are aged 55 and over and low income. Volunteers focus on providing assistance and companionship to older adults who have difficulty with daily living tasks, such as shopping or paying bills, so that they can continue to live independently in the community. Senior Companion volunteers serve an average of 20 hours per week and receive a $4 an hour stipend, meal and travel reimbursement, and accident insurance. This year's award is $346,835 and will run from July 1st, 2024 till June 30th, 2025. The third Age Strong grant is the Family Caregiver Support. $184,320 is additional home and community-based services ARPA funding for the Family Caregiver Program, one of the older American acts funded previously through Title III programs. This money comes from the Executive Office of Elder Affairs to Age Strong, and then gets passed through to Boston Senior Home Care, who runs Boston Family Caregiver Program. Through the OPER HCBS Family Caregiver Support Program Respite Stipend Grant, Boston Senior Home Care will issue respite stipends of up to $600 per calendar year to caregivers enrolled in the Family Caregiver Support Program. These stipends are intended to allow caregivers a break from their caregiver responsibilities to enhance their physical and/or emotional well-being. And the third grant, which is from the Early Childhood and Education Committee, I did not have a breakdown from that committee, but I will just reiterate what the clerk read for us, that this is $100,000 in the form of a grant which will directly support the Chinatown Child Care Services and awarded through the Boston Planning and Department Agency, and it's administered through the Early Childhood Department. It creates and supports sustainability of family child center based in Chinatown, which I think we'll all agree is a need in Chinatown and in every neighborhood across the city. So I'm hoping that my colleagues will join me in passing these grants today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. We will take the dockets. We should take them one by one for a vote. Councilor Murphy seeks passage of docket number 0635. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. Docket number 0635 has passed. Councilor Murphy seeks passage of docket number 0634. All those in favor say aye. Thank you. Docket number 0634 has passed. Councilor Murphy seeks passage of docket number 0696. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Docket number 0696 has passed. Councilor Murphy seeks passage of docket number 0815. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Docket number 0815 has passed. Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata.
Thank you, Madam President. And then I've also been informed by Councilor Flynn to let everybody know at my recommendation that he buy pizza for everybody, and he did. So it's in the Piemonte room, I think. So I'm pulling docket 0646, 0758, and 0839, all from the Government Operations Committee today. For me, it's page 6.
Mr. Clerk, do you have those before you?
Yes.
Can you please read them into the record?
From the Committee on Government Operations, docket number 0646, a petition for a special law an age waiver for the maximum age requirement for Max Henderson to join the Boston Police Department. Docket number 0758, a petition for a special law an age waiver for the maximum age requirement for Sherelle Melas is to join the Boston Police Department. And docket number 0839, petition for a special law, an act directing the City of Boston Police Department to waive the maximum age requirement for police officers for Elsie Barbosa.
Thank you. The absent objection, the motion of the committee chair is accepted and the docket is properly before the body. Councilor Coletta Zapata, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President. So we have gotten a lot of these, and there's clearly a problem. If it's not working, fix it, change it. And originally in the beginning of the year as Government Operations Chair, and I still kind of hold this opinion, but have been persuaded by my colleagues that we should move forward, especially because these are home rule petitions and staying consistent. We're trying to push as many home rule petitions up at the State House now because this is the time to get them up there and get them passed. And so there, originally in the beginning of the year, there was a lot of push to hold hearings on every docket and provide scrutiny to every single thing. And so in the spirit of that, I started having hearings within the Government Operations Committee on these special petitions. And there has been, conversations with colleagues off and on, should we really be doing this? Do we need to bring people in and all of that? And so that is not to say that those folks that had to come in are less worthy or these folks are more worthy of an expedited process. I think I'm just course correcting us here and trying to, through the home rule petition that was just filed with some of my colleagues, to administratively not spend too much time on this. And then also, I'll keep it at that, but happy to answer any questions that folks may have on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta-Zapata. Councilor Coletta-Zapata seeks passage of docket. Oh, Councilor Murphy, you have your light on?
Well, just to pull something, not to.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
No.
Is anyone looking to speak on this matter? Okay, Councilor Coletta-Zapata seeks passage of docket number 0682. Is that the docket? Okay. 0682, 0646, 58, and 03. Okay, thank you. Councilor Coletta-Zapata seeks passage of docket number 0646, 0758, and 0839. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. These dockets have passed. Just, Mr. Clerk. That was fine. Okay, I did those all together. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, just want to make sure you got all that. You did? Okay, awesome. Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. As I brought this up earlier, when the grants were pulled and put into a different committee, and I'm revisiting it now, but I do want to say that Councilor Flynn had to leave because his son is graduating, and he is the co-sponsor on the Sundays for All resolution. So I'm not going to be pulling docket 0401 today, but I will pull it next week. But I do still want to reconsider the decision that was made earlier, because now we have the 4 grants that are attached to the resolution that we still haven't had a hearing on in 2 different committees, and I am concerned that that is not going to help and work, and it's not going to make it easier. And if I can, through the chair, I ask the chair of education why he didn't want to keep those grants in his committee, knowing that there's still an outstanding hearing order directly connected to them.
Thank you, but what's your motion? What are you seeking?
My motion is for you to reconsider the decision earlier about pulling the...
About
when
reassigning
we
them?
reassign, yes.
Okay, I'm happy to do a vote. We can do a vote again about...
And am I allowed at this time, though, the request I asked, so I have a better understanding of why the chair of education didn't want to keep the 4 grants in his committee?
Sure, and I'll also state that, when we make these assignments, it's actually a collective decision. There was actually a discussion that we had about whether it belonged in arts and whether it belonged in education, which is why I was fine to voluntarily place it in arts, because we had actually had that conversation prior to the start of the meeting. So that's why it was taken as accepted as such. But no, I will, if the chair...
Only because there's still an outstanding, I would not be standing at all, but we still have an outstanding hearing order that we have not held a hearing on. So that's the only reason why I'm concerned.
If he would like to add anything, he may. Councilor Santana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Madam President.
Oh, sorry, wrong councilor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councilor Murphy, for bringing this up. I think, just like earlier, I was just asking Madam President of why they were placed in education. I thought they belonged in arts and culture just because they were being administered. So I will leave it to the discretion of the President as to where she wants to place these grants. If they come to education, I'm happy to take them.
And when we filed docket 0, the original one, 0.
One moment, Councilor Murphy.
And I also agree, and I remember back in February when we filed this, there was a discussion, and I agreed that it probably never should have gone to education, because the conversation isn't about BPS defending or not the program, the wonderful program that their students are being offered. So just not sure where we go from here. And then we have the added level of a bit of confusion where Councilor Flynn left, so I don't want to pull something we did together. If he was here, this would have gone forward differently, but I did still want to stand to just speak on the grants separating now from the hearing order.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome, thank you. I will state that I don't believe that there is confusion here. Dockets number 0903 through 0906 are all placed in the Arts, Entertainment, and the Arts and Entertainment Committee. The docket that you spoke of that was filed, I believe, at a previous meeting is in a separate committee before. No, but you had said that it caused confusion. So if any of my colleagues were confused, I wanted to clarify that these dockets which, as I stated, we had a back and forth conversation in my office about placement and actually stated that they could go in arts or they can go in education. We often see that with dockets. There are multiple places where they can land. These dockets ended up in the Arts and Education Committee, and your docket is in the Arts and Entertainment Committee, and your docket, BPS Sundays, is in the Education Committee.
That this hearing order was filed, or the resolution was filed back in February, and the Chair of Education did tell myself and Councilor Flynn that he would not hold the hearing until after the program was done. It's why we haven't held the hearing. So there's extra layers of just not being able to have this hearing order happen. It was originally presented as a resolution. A colleague had blocked the vote because they wanted more information. Both our offices tried to get it scheduled. The chair, who absolutely has the power to make that decision, decided he would not hold a hearing until after the pilot program is over. And now we're assigning the grants into a different committee. And I just want to be on the record with that information.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. You are on the record with that information. Would anyone else like to pull anything from the green sheets? Oh, right, the motion. Okay, right. So I just want to make sure I get the language right on that. Okay, Councilor Murphy is making a motion on the placement of dockets number, and I want to get the dockets numbers right. Dockets number 0903, 0904, and 0906 in the, it's those three dockets, in the Committee on Arts, Culture, Entertainment, Tourism, and Special Events. Shall the decision of the chair stand as a judgment of the council? A yes vote is that the dockets remain in that committee, Arts, Culture, Entertainment, Tourism, and Special Events, and a no vote is that they are placed in the Education Committee. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote.
Councilor, before you do that, Councilor Collette, do you have a point of order?
I have a question. Yes vote is keeping it in arts and culture?
Yes, which is where I place the dockets.
Okay.
And a no is yes.
Be in education.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
And I believe, just for clarification, I believe the motion to reconsider needed to be seconded. So.
Yeah, and I just want to also go on the record, I'm perfectly fine with it being in the Tourism, Arts, and Entertainment Committee. It's where I wanted it originally. So a yes or no vote, it's just that coming out of this hearing, knowing that now this hasn't been heard yet, something that both our offices have aggressively been trying to get a hearing so we can get some answers for constituents and residents across the city. So either way, if it stays separate, it stays separate, but then I'll have to, I guess, make sure both departments are here when we hold the hearing. But if we're not able to hold a hearing in the Education Department Committee, I ask you, Madam President, that you help us get that scheduled before the pilot program is over. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
All by myself. Okay, so just point of order, because all these master tools are being used and I don't know which way they're coming, so I just gotta understand what the world is happening here. So I'm clear, just because I happen to, I process different. Thank you for understanding my disability. I'm just curious, right? If I'm following and tracking you, you just want to make sure that both of that your hearing is able to be, like, you don't really care where it ends up?
Well, actually, Councilor Mejia, if you have a question through the chair, or
so I'm trying to track this because I feel like the reason why my colleague is potentially having this issue is because we have not heard the hearing order as of yet. And now her hearing order lives in one committee and the appropriation and the dollars for said hearing order now lives in a different committee, and what you want to do is keep them together so that they can be heard and that we can have one conversation regarding your hearing order instead of having it lived like in two different homes? Is that what is happening? Okay, then, so then I don't understand what we're going to be voting on. If I'm going to be voting on having them in one place, or if I'm going to be voting on them to keep it where it is. So that's what I need clarity on. That's it.
I can explain it. Thank you.
And in Spanish.
Okay, yo puedo hablar en español si tú quieres. Yo puedo lo hacer. Es posible, ¿sí? Entonces, you're teasing? Okay, all right. I won't use my Spanish. So the docket that Councilor Murphy filed on BPS Sundays is in the Education Committee. The dockets that came before us are for some funding that will go towards BPS Sundays. That docket could have gone in the Education Committee. It could have gone in the Arts and Culture Committee. I had placed them in the Education Committee. There was discussion about it going to, that it should be in the Arts, Culture, Entertainment, Tourism, and Special Events Committee. It mirrored a conversation that we had earlier. It is not the first time, and it will not be the last time where a docket could live into where it could fall into committees. And therefore, I said, fine, we will put it in Arts, Culture, Entertainment, Tourism, and Special Events. Councilor Murphy is now moving for a vote to put them in the Education Committee. She's just moving, so. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor. And then if you would like to speak, Councilor Mejia, you can put your light on, and then you can speak. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for that explanation. Two things is the hearing hasn't happened, and so now the funding is coming before us to approve it, and if we approve it, there may be less we can do to work differently with it, and it was the chair of the committee where the hearing order was placed who asked earlier to have them moved out of his committee into a different one. So that's why I was asking, why would the chair of the Education Committee, and at that day in February, the president and all of your team who work on placing probably had the same conversation. It could have gone into pilot, it could have gone into many different committees. It was chosen to go into education by the council president, where it still lives. But now the chair of that committee asked, and I wasn't sure why, he would want to move out the appropriations to a hearing that he hasn't held yet. And it would, for me, feel more concise, and I'd feel more confident that the hearing would go more smoothly and that we could still advocate and not lose any ability to advocate for the program to be. And it was this body who didn't want to just pass it. It was originally just put forth as a resolution, and it would have gone to bed that day, but it was blocked for a vote and then placed into a committee. So we're here still in June, and the pilot is almost over, unfortunately, and we still haven't been able to talk about it. So that is a little bit more background I just want to get on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. It is on the record, but also just want to clarify for the record that these are not appropriations. These are grants. So just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Councilor Fitzgerald, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wondering, what if it doesn't matter to the individual which committee it rests in, but we just want to to stay consistent, we just want to make sure they stay in one? Is that, I know there's a motion on the floor already, but I think just consistency is key here. But I don't think we can to have them stay in one. Is that what this vote is, right? If we move it, if we vote to keep it in education, then it would all stay together.
I mean, you could look at it that way. I think there may be a docket for funding for this program where it is not appropriate to put it in the Arts, Culture, Entertainment Committee. So I think it all just depends. If you want to look at it that way, you may. It's, you know, I had put it in education. You may look at it that way if you would like. Yeah. But
I don't think I can do this. I think there's a motion on the floor already, but could you move to take it, the original one out of education and put it into arts where the docket we saw today is?
You cannot. Outside of a different meeting, you cannot move to do that.
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you. We will now vote on the motion. Is there?
Just 3 words, and that's
okay,
why
3 words.
I would, thank you, and that's, I would have asked to move the whole thing over, but I knew we couldn't, and that's why I'm just asking to put it back. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will do a roll call vote on, these dockets affirming the decision of the chair for them to be in the Arts, Culture, and Entertainment and Special Events Committee. A yes vote is affirming that, and a no vote would be to move it to another committee. So, Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Councilor Braden. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fitzgerald. No. Councilor Fitzgerald, no. Councilor Flynn. Councilor Louisiana.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia. No. Councilor Mejia, no. Councilor Murphy. No. Councilor Murphy, no. Councilor Pepen. Yes. Councilor Pepen, yes. Councilor Santana. Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell. 6 votes in the affirmative and 3 votes in the negative.
Thank you. That motion has failed. Anyone else looking to pull anything from the green sheets? We are now moving on to late files. I am informed by the clerk that there are 12 late file matters, all personnel orders. We will take a vote to add these matters to, right, all personnel orders? Yes. We will take a vote to add these matters to the agenda. All of those in favor of adding the late file matters say aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. The late file matters have been added to the agenda. Mr. Clerk, please read the late file matters into the record.
First late file matter, personnel order, Councilor Louisiana for staff appointments. Second personnel order, Councilor Louisiana for staff appointments. Third late file matter, Councilor Louisiana for Councilor Mejia. Fourth late file matter, Councilor Louisiana for Councilor Mejia. Fifth late file matter, Councilor Louisiana for Councilor Murphy. Sixth late file matter, Councilor Louisiana for Councilor Murphy. Seventh late file matter, Councilor Louisiana for Councilor Murphy. Eighth late file matter, Councilor Louisiana for Councilor Santana. Ninth late file resolution, late file personnel order, Councilor Louisiana for Councilor Santana. 10th late file personnel order, Councilor Louisiana for Councilor Flynn. 11th late file personnel order, Councilor Louisiana for Councilor Flynn. And 12th late file personnel order, Councilor Louisiana for Councilor Pepen.
Thank you. The chair moves for passage of these late file matters. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The personnel orders have been adopted. We are now moving on to the consent agenda. I have been informed by the clerk that there are no additions to the consent agenda. Good job, everyone. The question now comes on approval of the various matters contained within the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye. Thank you. The consent agenda has been adopted. We are now on to announcements. Please remember, these are for upcoming dates and events. I would like to say a happy birthday to Caroline O'Neill, whose birthday was on May 30th. And for events upcoming, we have the Dyke March this Friday, June 7th from 6:30 to 9:30 on the Boston Common. We have the Portraits of Pride Gala, also this Friday to support the first LGBTQ museum in the city of Boston. We have the Pride Parade and Festival this Saturday, June 8th at the Boston Common. Tomorrow is game 1 of the Celtics NBA championship. Councilor Weber made a joke earlier that no one really got, and I wanted to make sure we uplifted it. He said, thank you, that we all work together as a team and not as a Maverick. He was referencing the Dallas Mavericks, who we hope to beat. So, Councilor Weber, thank you for that very funny, very well understood joke. Do any of my colleagues have any announcements? Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to give a shout out to my daughter's softball team. They won the city champions chip, whatever you call it, last week. And our office is also going to be hosting a town hall on education tomorrow with, in partnership with the Do It Center, Beja, and other education advocates. The fight still continues, and we're here till the long game here.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any announcements? We are now moving. The chair recognizes Councilor Pepen. Councilor Pepen, you have the floor. I think you're trying to beat I think our latest record in here was 7:30.
Yes.
During my first term.
I will not be speaking for the next 22 minutes. No.
You have the floor.
I just want to give a quick shout out to the organizers in Hyde Park for bringing back the Hyde Park Road Race the last time they did it was in the 1970s, and it's happening this Sunday. I'll be doing the 5K, and I hope to see some of you there. I invite all of you. Shout out to Joe Okafor for being one of the lead organizers there, but super excited that Hyde Park is getting back its road race.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilor Pepin. And I also just wanted to say thank you. There are so many congratulations to all of the people graduating at all different levels. Yesterday, my nephew graduated from St. John Paul's in Lower Mill. So just want to shout out to everyone who's graduating this season at whatever level, whether it be kindergarten, middle school, high school, college. We're very proud of all of our graduates. We are now moving on to memorials. If anybody would like to speak on behalf of anyone, I want to uplift Gail Belcher, the mother of Suffolk County Register of Probate, Stephanie Everett, and also the mother of my high school classmate, also named Gail Michelle, and their sister Eleanor, who I worked with. So just want to uplift Gail Belcher. And during this meeting, a cousin of mine passed away in Guadalupe, and a few months ago her father passed away. She was my age, so it's really rocking my family. So lifting up Vanessa Eufemi. So just, yeah, really, really sad moment for my family. So just hold everyone in prayer. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to just rise to honor Debbie White, who was a giant in East Boston. It's so crazy when you grow up looking at these incredible people and you try to mirror your life based on their actions in community, and we're just losing so many of them. And so Debbie was a part of the Kiwanis Club, so my parents were very active in the Kiwanis and bike safety days, working with the police and all of that. And she was also very active in East Boston camps, and she passed away a week and a half ago. And so I just wanted to uplift her and thank her for everything that she's done for the community. Thank her family for allowing us to share her with them, and just ask that you hold their family in your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta Zapata. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. Today, I'm uplifting my grandfather, affectionately known as Pau Pau, John Torreblanca Ruiz, who passed away yesterday morning at the age of 95 years old. My mom, Juanita, and my sister, Tori, had been by his side every moment of his final days, and I'm really grateful he was comfortable. He was instrumental in my childhood, and he really built my character, and I want to recognize him for the beautiful life that he lived. He was born in Sevilla, Spain on December 17, 1928, and lived there in the height of the Spanish Civil War. His father was taken by war when he was 7 years old. He stepped up, he provided for his mother and family, and started work at the age of 12. The theme of hard work continued for his whole life. He was a merchant marine, he was a football coach, a janitor, a tailor, and to his final job at 90, working as a department store greeter. He immigrated to the United States in the 1950s and became a naturalized citizen in 1967. And you couldn't take away the fact that he was an American. He worked his whole life, again, to support his family, first sending money home to Spain, which he never told me. I found out when I was on Spain on a trip, and I got to meet his brother, Pepe. And all of these stories about how my grandfather bent over backwards to make sure that his family in Spain could eat, that was my grandfather. He never spoke about any of his good deeds. He saved, and being his granddaughter really changed my perspective. You know, having a grandfather that spoke 7 languages but couldn't read English, it showed me the perspective of being someone who knows the world but can't communicate with ours. And he did an incredible job just being there for me and my sisters during really, really hard times. And I remember, no matter for what reason, and you guys know my family has dealt with a lot of mental health struggles, for whatever reason, we were being dropped off at his house. There was always food, there was always love, there was always clean sheets. And he had this phrase, which really describes him. Are you tired, hungry, disgusted, broke? That was his favorite phrase because it basically to him, you know, as someone who spoke English as not a second language, as a fifth language, to him that meant you have no reason to complain. Because you have family, you have, like, think of all the things that you have. And when we have really hard times in this council, I always think of that phrase, like, are you tired, are you hungry, are you disgusted, are you broke? Because it was clearly some phrase that had been translated, gone wrong from another language, but to me it meant there's no reason to complain. And I'm really grateful to serve alongside my colleagues, and I just wanted to share this all with you because he was really important to me.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. We're really sorry for your loss. Can you pronounce your grandfather's name again so that I correct it? Oh, sorry.
It was Juan Torreblanca Ruiz.
Juan
Torreblanca Ruiz.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. My sincere condolences. So today, in the midst of all of this, my dad's last living sibling, there was a funeral being held for him, and my uncle Julio Mejia has passed, and I just wanted to say his name and keep my cousins in my thoughts because I couldn't be there with them today. And I am just sending my sincere condolences to my family, and may my uncle, my last living uncle on my father's side, may he rest in peace.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia, and we're sorry for your loss. We will adjourn today's meeting in memory of the following individuals. On behalf of Councilor Coletta Zapata, Lisa Savard, and Deborah White. On behalf of Councilor Sharon Durkin, Michael Renacio, and Juan Torreblanca Ruiz. On behalf of Councilor Mejia, Julio Mejia. On behalf of Councilor Louis-Jean, Gail Belcher, mother of Stephanie Everett, Bernard Doyle, active duty Boston Police Officer, Michelle McCourt, Boston Fire Department Fire Education Unit, and Vanessa Eufemi, my cousin. A moment of silence, please. The chair moves that when the council adjourns today, it does so in memory of the aforementioned individuals. The council is scheduled to meet again in the Ionella Chamber on Wednesday, June 12, 2024 at 12 noon. It's 7:15. I want to thank everyone. I want to thank central staff for being here still. I want to thank the clerk, the assistant clerk. I want to thank our stenographer for still being here. All of my colleagues, this was a marathon hearing, and I appreciate you all for sticking through it. My condolences again to Councilor Durkin on the loss of your grandfather, Councilor Mejia on the loss of your uncle. All in favor of adjournment, please say aye. Aye. The council is adjourned.